Welcome back to Worlds of Protheka audiobooks. And if this is your first time, be warned. Once you step into Protheka, you'll never want to leave. With beasts who will stop at nothing to protect the women they love, and women who are only just finding out what a real man can be, you'll lose yourself in the dark romance of these fantasy stories. To bring you these free full audiobooks, we have to listen to this platform's guidelines, and they say that Protheka's steamiest scenes aren't allowed. But you can still get them from the unabridged version of any Prothekan audiobook. All you have to do is go to worldsofprotheka.com. With promo code YouTube30, we're offering you the opportunity to get 30% off of any audiobook, ebook, or bundle. We appreciate you subscribing to the channel, as it makes bringing these free full audiobooks to you possible. Don't forget to like and comment to let us know what you think. Protheka's magic is eternal, and this story is just the beginning. Chapter 1. Ophelia. The iron shackle around my ankle finally snaps, and I bite back a cry of triumph as blood wells from the raw flesh beneath. 3 months of working the metal against the stone wall of my cell, scraping away tiny fragments during Master Corvain's drunken stupors, and tonight it pays off. The winter solstice celebrations have the entire household deep in their cups, gorging on roasted Torah and Ryersed wine, while I shiver in my windowless chamber. My bare feet make no sound on the cold stone as I creep through the servants' quarters. The bread I've hoarded for days weighs heavy in my torn shift, along with the precious candles stolen from the altar room. Every shadow could hide a guard, every creak of timber could spell my doom. But Master Corvain's latest beating left me with a choice: escape or die trying. The bruises along my ribs throb with each careful breath. His fists had rained down like hail 3 days ago when I spilled wine on his ceremonial robes, and something inside me finally cracked. Not my bones. Those have been broken before. Something deeper. The part of me that still believed survival was enough. I reach the kitchen door and work the simple latch with fingers that shake from more than cold. Beyond the threshold, Orthani's winter night waits like a hungry beast. Snow falls thick and fast, already knee-deep in the courtyard, and the wind carries the bite of true cold, the kind that kills the desperate and unprepared. But desperation is all I have left. I step into the storm, and the door swings shut behind me, with a soft click that sounds like a death knell. There's no going back now. Master Corvain will discover my absence by dawn, and his fury will shake the very stones of his estate. By then, I must be gone, vanished like smoke, like the ghost I've always been in his house. The snow immediately soaks through my thin garments, and my feet scream as they hit the frozen cobblestones. But I'm moving, I'm free, and for the first time in years, each step takes me farther from chains, rather than deeper into them. The streets of Orthani blur past in a haze of pain and cold. My breath comes in ragged puffs that crystallize instantly in the frigid air, and the stolen bread feels like lead against my chest. Dark elf nobles celebrate behind windows glowing with warmth, their laughter drifting out to mock my desperation. The scent of roasted meat and spiced wine follows me like a cruel reminder of everything I'll never have. My feet leave crimson tracks in the pristine snow, each step a small betrayal of my presence. Guards patrol the main thoroughfares, but they're looking for threats to their masters, not escaped property stumbling through back alleys. Still, I keep to the shadows, pressing myself against stone walls when their torchlight sweeps too close. The graveyard appears before me like salvation carved from moonlight and marble. Ancient gates stand open, their iron bars twisted into thorny patterns that remind me of the punishment scars on other slaves' backs. But beyond those gates lies sanctuary of a different kind, the realm of the dead, where the living fear to tread after dark. I collapse at the threshold, my strength finally failing. The snow beneath me feels soft as any featherbed I've ever imagined, and for a moment I consider simply lying here until the cold takes me. It would be peaceful, they say, like falling asleep and never waking to pain again. But something deep in my chest rebels against surrender. I've survived too much to die within sight of freedom. My hands dig into the snow, and I drag myself forward, past headstones carved with dark elf names and dates that span centuries. Their dead sleep in splendour, while their living feast on suffering. The silence here feels different. Not empty, but full of whispered secrets and old sorrows. Towering mausoleums rise like small palaces, their walls carved with weeping angels and thorny vines. The dead cannot betray me to my master. The dead cannot drag me back to chains. Among them, I might find the peace that has eluded me in life. A massive tomb looms ahead, grander than the rest, its marble walls gleaming like bone in the moonlight. The heavy door stands slightly ajar, and warm air drifts from within. Impossible, but unmistakable. The mausoleum's interior takes my breath away. Carved angels line the walls, their stone faces bearing expressions of infinite sorrow and compassion. In the centre stands a marble altar, topped with the most beautiful sculpture I've ever seen. A winged figure with her arms spread wide in eternal protection. Someone has left offerings at her feet. Withered flowers, coins blackened with age, and the remnants of candles burned down to stumps. I light my stolen candles with hands that shake from more than cold, and the warm glow transforms the tomb into something almost holy. The angel's face seems to shift in the flickering light, her stone eyes filled with ancient kindness. She watches over someone else's bones, but tonight she'll have to make room for one more lost soul. Please, I whisper, settling at her marble feet like a penitent. I know this isn't my place, but I need sanctuary, just for tonight, just until I can think of where to go next. The bread tears into careful portions. I must make it last as long as possible. Each bite tastes like freedom, even though my stomach cramps with hunger that years of meagre rations have made constant. Outside, the wind shrieks through the graveyard like the voices of the damned, but here in this sacred space, warmth slowly returns to my limbs. Stone saints and cherubs keep their eternal vigil from every alcove, their carved robes flowing like frozen water. This tomb belongs to someone important. The craftsmanship speaks of wealth and reverence. But the dead don't need warmth or shelter. They won't begrudge me this small comfort. My eyelids grow heavy as exhaustion finally overtakes fear. The angel's marble gaze never wavers, and I press my forehead against her base in a gesture of half prayer, half gratitude. The stone feels smooth and oddly warm beneath my skin. I will survive one more night, I whisper to her, to the darkness, to whatever gods might still listen to the prayers of slaves. I swear it on your peace. I will live to see another dawn. The candles burn lower as sleep claims me, their light dancing across stone faces that seem to nod approval. In my dreams, marble angels spread their wings and lift me away from chains and cruelty, carrying me toward a horizon bright with impossible hope.
Chapter 2. Malvir. The evergreen wreath feels heavier in my hands than it should, its berries dark as blood against the snow-laden branches. Each winter solstice I make this pilgrimage to Mother's tomb, and each year the ritual feels more hollow, more like play acting at grief that time should have dulled. But tonight something pulls me forward through Orthani's ancient graveyard with an urgency I cannot name. My boots crunch through pristine snow as I navigate the familiar paths between weathered headstones. The city's solstice celebrations echo from behind the cemetery's iron gates, laughter and music drifting from noble houses where dark elves feast on roasted meats and aged wines. I should be among them, fulfilling my duties as heir to the Thornily name, but Mother's grave calls to me with a voice stronger than social obligation. The wind cuts through my fur-lined cloak, carrying the scent of wood smoke and something else. something that makes my skin prickle with awareness. The graveyard feels different tonight, with solstice magic thrumming beneath Orthani's stones. Every shadow seems deeper, every marble angel more lifelike in the moonlight that turns their faces silver pale. I pause before a towering mausoleum carved with thorny vines, its grandeur speaking of old money and older grief. This is where the Morwen family rests, their tomb a monument to pride that outlasted their bloodline. Something flickers in my peripheral vision, a pale shape moving between the headstones like mist given form. My heart stutters in my chest. There, just beyond the reach of moonlight, a figure in tattered white holds a candle that burns impossibly steady despite the howling wind. The flame illuminates a face of ethereal beauty, all sharp cheekbones and hollow shadows, framed by dark hair that flows like water around bare shoulders. A ghost. It has to be. No living woman would wander Orthani's graveyard in winter garments thin as cobwebs, yet she moves with purpose through the snow as though cold cannot touch her. The candle in her hands burns without wax dripping, without flickering, its light casting no shadow on the ground beneath her feet. I take a step forward and she turns toward me. For one breathless moment our eyes meet across the distance, hers wide and startled, reflecting candlelight like captured stars. Then she's gone, vanishing behind a cluster of headstones so quickly I might have imagined her entirely. But the image burns in my mind as I continue toward Mother's tomb. Pale skin luminous as pearl, lips blue-tinged with what might be cold or death, and those eyes, ancient eyes that held depths of sorrow no mortal woman should know. My hands shake as I lay the wreath at Mother's marble feet, the berries bright as fresh blood against gray stone. "Mother," I whisper to the carved angel that watches over her remains. "Did you send her to me? Is this some message from beyond the veil?" The angel's stone face offers no answers, but the wind carries a sound that makes my blood freeze, soft weeping, barely audible above the storm. It drifts from somewhere deeper in the graveyard, heartbroken and lonely, the sound of a soul in torment. I follow the weeping through narrow paths between family crypts, my heart hammering against my ribs. Logic tells me to return to the warmth of Thornley House, to forget what I've seen and speak of it to no one. Ghosts are harbingers of doom according to the old stories. To see one means death walks close behind. But logic has no power over the compulsion that draws me deeper into the graveyard's heart. The weeping grows fainter as I search, leading me in circles until I begin to wonder if I'm chasing echoes of my own grief. Perhaps loneliness has finally driven me mad, and I'm seeing phantoms born from too many nights spent alone with nothing but guilt for company. When I finally give up the search, dawn threatens the eastern horizon with fingers of pale light. The graveyard settles into silence, and the mysterious woman, ghost, vision, or fevered dream, has vanished completely. But her image haunts me as I walk through the winter snow towards home-waking streets. In my chambers, I pour myself a generous measure of pequeer wine and settle before the dying fire. Sleep eludes me as the ghost's face floats behind my closed eyelids, beautiful and terrible and utterly captivating. She seems so real, so achingly human despite her otherworldly appearance. The wine burns down my throat, but it cannot warm the chill that has settled in my bones. Tomorrow I'll return to the graveyard with fresh offerings, and perhaps I'll catch another glimpse of the pale woman who haunts the spaces between headstones. Whether she's spirit or delusion matters less than the certainty that pulls at my chest like a hook through the heart. "I will see you again," I whisper to the darkness, to the dying embers, to whatever force has awakened this obsession in my blood. The promise is bitter and sweet and completely inescapable. Whatever she is, wherever she came from, she belongs to me now, and I to her. The wine glass slips from my fingers as exhaustion finally claims me. But even in sleep, her ghost-pale face follows me into dreams that taste of winter winds and impossible longing.
Chapter 3. Ophelia. the mausoleum becomes my world within 3 days, every corner mapped by candlelight and desperate necessity. I arrange my meagre possessions with the reverence of a true penitent, the remaining bread wrapped carefully in torn fabric, a threadbare blanket stolen from the servants' quarters spread beneath the angel's marble wings. The ancient offerings left by other mourners become my guideposts, withered flowers marking the safest corners, blackened coins showing where the draughts run coldest. "Thank you for sharing your home," I whisper to the carved angel each morning, her stone face serene in the candlelight. "I promise not to disturb your rest." The silence here feels sacred, broken only by wind that moans through gaps in the ancient masonry. Outside I can hear the distant sounds of Orthani's daily life, cartwheels on cobblestones, voices calling across market squares. Sometimes fragments of conversation drift through the graveyard gates, and I strain to catch every word like a starving woman reaching for crumbs. "Fresh Tisret fruit, still warm from the ovens." A vendor calls one morning, his voice carrying across the cemetery walls. My stomach clenches with such violence that I double over, pressing my face against the cold marble floor. Each day the bread dwindles despite my careful rationing, and my body grows weaker. I've taken to breaking the hard crusts into smaller and smaller pieces, pretending abundance while my ribs become more prominent beneath my ragged shift. "Just a little longer," I tell myself as I force down another meagre portion. Spring will come, and with it, new chances. But hunger makes me reckless. On my 4th morning, I hear footsteps approaching the mausoleum and nearly cry out in panic. Instead, I blow out my candle and press myself into the darkest corner, heart hammering against my ribs. Through a crack in the door, I watch 2 dark elf women pass by, their conversation floating on the winter air. "The solstice celebrations grow more elaborate each year," one says, her voice cultured and bored. "Lord Vitoris insists on honouring every ancestor back to the founding of Orthani." "At least the graveyards are peaceful during the day," her companion replies. "Though I've heard strange tales of lights flickering in the thornily mausoleum after midnight." My blood turns to ice. They're talking about my candles. Someone has noticed my presence here. I remain frozen long after their voices fade, barely daring to breathe. That evening, everything changes. I'm rationing my final piece of bread when footsteps crunch through snow outside the mausoleum. This time the approach is deliberate, ritualistic, and I blow out my candle so quickly that hot wax spatters across my fingers. Through the gap in the door, I watch a tall figure approach with measured steps. He carries himself with the fluid grace of nobility, dark cloak billowing around shoulders that speak of strength and authority. Moonlight catches the silver of his hair and the pale gleam of his skin. A dark elf, and by his bearing, one of high station. He kneels before a nearby headstone, and I hear him speak in a voice like winter wind through bare branches. "Mother, another year passes, and still I feel your loss like a fresh wound." He places something at the stone's base, evergreen boughs and berries arranged with careful precision. "The house grows emptier each day, and I find myself seeking your wisdom in the silence of this place. Even from my hiding place I can smell the sharp scent of winter greenery mixed with something deeper, wine or incense, the perfume of wealth and ceremony." His words carry a loneliness that resonates in my chest like a struck bell. Grief so profound it makes my own suffering feel small by comparison. For long moments he remains motionless, then rises and turns. I catch a glimpse of his face in profile, sharp features carved with aristocratic precision, eyes that reflect starlight like polished amethyst. Beautiful in the way all dark elves are beautiful, terrible and remote as winter itself. "I know you cannot answer," he continues, his voice barely audible above the wind. "But if the dead truly watch over the living, send me some sign that this emptiness will end." His gaze sweeps the graveyard, as though searching for something beyond the reach of mortal sight. And for one terrifying moment, it passes directly over my hiding place. I freeze, not daring to breathe, pressed so tightly against the stone wall that I can feel every carved detail through my thin garments. "Perhaps I ask too much," he murmurs, then turns and walks away, his footsteps fading into the distance. Only when the graveyard settles back into complete silence do I dare to light another candle with shaking fingers. The flame illuminates my trembling hands, and I see how close I came to losing everything in a single careless moment. "What have I done?" I whisper to the angel, whose stone face offers no answers. They know someone's here. It's only a matter of time before they find me. That night, I retreat deeper into the tomb's shadows, abandoning my comfortable spot near the altar for a narrow alcove behind a cluster of smaller statues. The space is cramped and cold, but it offers better concealment from prying eyes. I must be more careful, I tell myself as I curl up against the stone wall. No more candles during the day, no more careless movements. But even as I make these promises, the dark elf's words echo in my memory. His grief felt genuine, his loneliness a mirror of my own. For a moment, listening to him speak to his dead mother, I'd forgotten he was my enemy. Forgot that discovery would mean chains or death. I am only a ghost. I whisper to the darkness, to the watching statues, to whatever gods still listen to the desperate. I am only a ghost, and ghosts leave no traces for the living to follow. The candle burns lower as I repeat the phrase like a mantra, letting it sink into my bones until it becomes truth. Outside, wind howls through the graveyard like the voices of the truly dead, but I am beyond their reach now, neither fully alive nor completely departed, existing in the narrow space between worlds where even death cannot find me.
Chapter 4. Malvir. The ghost haunts my waking hours as surely as she fills my dreams. 3 nights have passed since I glimpsed her pale figure among the headstones, and I cannot shake the image from my mind. Ethereal beauty moving through moonlight like mist given form, candle flame steady despite the howling wind. Every rational thought tells me she was delusion born from grief and too much wine, but my heart knows otherwise. "You seem distracted, nephew," Uncle Aldrich observes over breakfast, his violet eyes sharp with speculation. Steam rises from his cup of kaffa, and the rich aroma mingles with the scent of fresh bread and Taura bacon. "The servants report you've been rising before dawn and returning well past midnight. Are you taking your duties as heir seriously?" I force myself to meet his gaze, keeping my expression neutral despite the way his words set my teeth on edge. "I've been visiting Mother's grave more frequently. The anniversary of her death approaches, and I find solace in prayer." "Solace." He tastes the word like wine gone sour. "Your mother has been dead for 3 years, Malvir. Excessive mourning is unseemly in a man of your station." The criticism stings because part of me knows he's right. I should be focused on estate business, on finding a suitable wife from among the noble houses, on securing the Thornley legacy for future generations. Instead, I'm chasing phantoms through a graveyard like some lovesick fool from a tragic ballad. "Perhaps," I concede, cutting into my breakfast with more force than necessary. But grief follows its own schedule, not society's calendar. Uncle Aldrich's thin lips curve in what might charitably be called a smile. "Indeed. But the living require attention as well as the dead. The Vex family has extended an invitation to their winter feast. Their eldest daughter would make an advantageous match." "I'll consider it." I lie smoothly, already planning my escape to the graveyard as soon as darkness falls. The thought of sitting through another tedious dinner, making polite conversation with some simpering noble daughter while my mind fixates on pale skin and haunted eyes, fills me with revulsion. After Uncle Aldrich departs for his morning rounds of the estate, I retreat to the library and attempt to focus on ledgers and correspondence. But concentration proves impossible when every shadow seems to hide a ghostly figure. Every flicker of candlelight reminds me of the flame she carried. I find myself researching burial customs instead of reviewing crop yields, seeking some explanation for what I witnessed. The ancient texts speak of spirits who linger near their earthly remains, bound by unfinished business or powerful emotion. They describe apparitions that appear to the living in moments of great significance, harbingers of change or guides for the lost. But none of the accounts mention anything like the ethereal beauty I encountered. No ghost so achingly lovely, so heart-wrenchingly real. Perhaps she's not dead at all, I murmur to the empty library, then immediately shake my head at the foolishness of the thought. No living woman could have vanished so completely, moved with such otherworldly grace through snow that should have hampered mortal steps. Evening cannot come quickly enough. I dress carefully in my warmest cloak and boots, filling my pockets with small offerings, coins, dried flowers, a silver pendant that belonged to Mother. If the ghost appears again, I want to be prepared with gifts that might encourage her to linger, to speak, to reveal her purpose in haunting Orthani's sacred ground. The graveyard embraces me with familiar silence, broken only by wind that sets bare branches clicking like skeletal fingers. Fresh snow has fallen since my last visit, erasing footprints and covering the headstones with pristine white shrouds. I make my way slowly toward Mother's grave, eyes scanning every shadow for signs of supernatural presence. I settle onto the stone bench nearby and wait, breath misting in the frigid air. Hours pass without incident. No pale figures, no mysterious candles, no weeping that tugs at my heartstrings. Just cold and silence and the growing certainty that I'm losing my mind. But then, just as I'm preparing to admit defeat and return home, I see her. She moves between the mausoleums like flowing water, her tattered white garments catching moonlight in ways that seem to defy natural law. The candle in her hands burns with that same impossible steadiness, casting golden light on features that steal my breath. Sharp cheekbones, full lips, eyes that hold depths of sorrow no mortal should know. This time I'm ready. I rise slowly from the bench, careful not to make any sudden movements that might startle her into vanishing again. "Wait," I call softly, my voice barely above a whisper. "Please don't disappear again." She freezes at the sound, turning toward me with those luminous eyes wide with what might be fear or surprise. For a heartbeat we look at each other across the distance, predator and prey, though I cannot say which of us fills which role. "I mean you no harm," I continue, taking a careful step forward. "I only want to understand why you appear to me. Are you bound to this place? Do you have some message for the living?" Her lips part as though she might speak, but no sound emerges. Instead, she shakes her head slowly and begins to back away, the candle flame wavering for the first time since I've seen her. "Please," I say again, desperation creeping into my voice. "I've thought of nothing else for days. You've haunted my dreams, my waking hours. If you're truly a spirit, then tell me what you need. If you're something else..." But she's already fading into the shadows between headstones, her pale form dissolving like mist touched by dawn. I lunge forward, trying to follow, but by the time I reach the spot where she stood, only empty air remains. "Damn!" I breathe, fists clenched in frustration. So close. I was so close to answers, to understanding the mystery that has consumed my thoughts and stolen my peace. I search the immediate area for any trace of her passage, but the snow shows no footprints, no disturbance that might prove her physical presence. Either she truly is a ghost, or she possesses skills that rival the most accomplished spy. The walk home is full of obsessive thoughts and wild theories. Ghost or woman, spirit or flesh, she has captured my imagination completely. The rational part of my mind whispers warnings about madness and unhealthy fixation, but a stronger voice drowns out such concerns. "I will see you again. I promise the night sky, the sleeping city, the phantom who has stolen my peace." Whatever you are, wherever you come from, I'll find a way to reach you. This is far from over. Whether she's a supernatural entity or elaborate illusion, she belongs to me now, and I to her, bound by an obsession that grows stronger with each mysterious encounter. Sleep, when it finally comes, brings dreams of pale skin and haunted eyes, of candle flames that never die, and voices that speak in whispers just beyond the edge of hearing.
Chapter 5. Ophelia. The last crumb of bread disappears between my trembling fingers, and I stare at the empty cloth wrapping with growing desperation. 5 days I've made it last, rationing each morsel like it contained my very soul, but now the harsh truth settles in my stomach like a stone. I must venture out again or starve. What do I do now? I whisper to the marble angel, whose serene face offers no answers. The candle flames dance in the draughts, casting moving shadows that make the carved saints seem to shake their heads in disapproval. Even the dead cannot survive on air and hope alone. My stomach cramps so violently that I double over, pressing my forehead against the cold stone floor. The hunger has moved beyond discomfort, into something that gnaws at my very bones, making my hands shake and my vision blur when I try to stand. Soon, weakness will claim me entirely, and I'll be too feeble to seek food, even if opportunity presents itself. The graveyard outside remains silent in the pre-dawn darkness, but I know that will change once the sun rises. Mourners will come with their offerings and their grief, leaving tokens of remembrance at the feet of carved angels. Fruit, bread, wine, sustenance meant for the dead who no longer need earthly nourishment. Forgive me, I breathe to the watching statues as the desperate plan takes shape in my mind. I don't want to steal from the departed, but the living must eat to remain among your number. I blow out my candles and creep toward the mausoleum door, listening for any sign of movement in the graveyard beyond. The silence feels absolute, broken only by my own ragged breathing and the distant sound of wind through bare branches. Dawn still lies hours away, enough time to search for offerings left at recent graves, to take only what I need to survive another day. The cold bites as I slip outside, snow immediately soaking through my thin garments. But hunger drives me forward despite the bite of winter air, desperation stronger than the fear of discovery that has kept me hidden for so long. I move between headstones like the ghost I've pretended to be, feet silent on snow that muffles all sound. The first few graves yield nothing, ancient monuments to dark elves whose mourning families long ago stopped leaving tributes. But as I venture deeper into the cemetery's heart, I begin to find what I seek. A basket of withered apples sits at the base of a weathered headstone, the fruit still edible despite the frost that covers their skins. I take only 2, leaving the rest for whatever purpose they were meant to serve. At another grave, someone has left a loaf of bread wrapped in oiled cloth, and I tear off a portion with hands that shake from more than cold. Thank you, I whisper to each headstone as I take their offerings. I'll remember your kindness when I'm free. But it's at the grandest grave that I find the greatest treasure. A wreath of fresh evergreen boughs studded with berries, laid with obvious care at the base of an elegant headstone. The berries are plump and fresh, their juice sweet on my tongue as I pluck them one by one from their branches. I'm so focused on the precious fruit that I don't hear the footsteps until they're almost upon me. My head snaps up to see a tall figure approaching through the pre-dawn gloom, and my blood turns to ice water in my veins. It's him, the dark elf nobleman, who spoke to his mother's grave with such profound loneliness. For a brief moment, we stare at each other in mutual shock. He sees what I am, not a ghost or spirit, but a flesh and blood woman crouched like a thief among his family's offerings. And I see recognition dawn in those violet eyes, understanding that the phantom he's been seeking has a very mortal explanation. You, he breathes, voice soft with wonder and something else I can't identify. You're real. Panic floods my system like liquid fire. I scramble to my feet, berries scattering from my cupped hands, and prepare to run. But my weakened legs betray me, and I stumble against the headstone, gasping as pain shoots through my half-frozen limbs. Wait, he says, taking a step closer. Please don't run. His voice carries the cultured tones of nobility, but there's something else beneath the aristocratic polish, genuine concern that makes no sense coming from a dark elf speaking to escaped human property. I should flee regardless of his words, trust nothing that comes from the mouth of my people's oppressors. But hunger has weakened more than my body. It's stripped away the careful barriers I've built around hope, leaving me vulnerable to the kindness I hear in his voice. I'm sorry, I whisper, gesturing to the scattered berries. I was so hungry, and they looked fresh. I didn't mean to steal from the dead. He stares at me for a long moment, taking in my tattered clothing, my gaunt face, the obvious signs of starvation that mark me as surely as any brand. When he speaks again, his voice carries a note of something that might be compassion. You're not stealing, he says quietly. The dead have no need of earthly food. But the living. He pauses, studying my face in the dim light. When did you last eat a proper meal? The question catches me off guard. I expect accusations, threats, demands to know who I am and where I belong. Instead, he asks about my welfare, as though it matters, as though I'm more than property to be reclaimed and punished. I don't remember, I admit, the truth slipping out before I can stop it. Days, maybe longer. Something shifts in his expression. Anger, perhaps, but not directed at me. He reaches into his cloak and withdraws a wrapped bundle, holding it out with careful deliberation. Take this, he says. Bread and dried meat from my own table. Consider it an offering to... He pauses, seeming to search for words. To whatever force brought you to my mother's grave. I stare at the bundle like it might contain poison rather than sustenance. This makes no sense. Dark elves don't show kindness to humans, especially not runaway slaves found stealing from their family shrines. Yet his offer seems genuine, motivated by something I cannot understand, but desperately want to trust. Why? I whisper. Why would you help me? He is quiet for so long, I wonder if he's changed his mind. Decided to call for guards after all. But then he kneels slowly, placing the bundle on the ground between us like an offering on an altar. Because, he says, his voice barely audible above the wind, you remind me that even in places of death, life finds a way to endure. And perhaps... He meets my eyes, and I see loneliness there that mirrors my own. Perhaps we both need reminding that we're not as alone as we believed. My hands shake as I reach for the bundle, half expecting him to snatch it away or reveal this mercy as some cruel joke. But he remains perfectly still as I take the food, clutching it against my chest like the treasure it represents. Thank you, I whisper, tears already cold on my face. I don't understand your reasons, but I am grateful. He rises slowly, careful not to make any sudden movements that might startle me into flight. Will you tell me your name? The question is a bridge I'm afraid to cross. Names have power, and knowledge is dangerous in the wrong hands. But something in his manner, respectful rather than demanding, requesting rather than commanding, makes me want to answer. Ophelia, I whisper, the word feeling strange on my tongue. It's been so long since anyone cared what I was called. Ophelia, he repeats, and my name sounds different in his voice. Not the harsh bark of a master, but something gentler. I'm Malvir, and I promise you, no harm will come to you from me. Dawn threatens the eastern horizon with fingers of pale light, and I know I must return to my sanctuary before the graveyard fills with mourners. But for this moment, standing in the snow with food pressed against my heart and my name spoken with kindness. I feel something I'd thought lost forever. I feel human again.
Chapter 6. Malvir. The name Ophelia echoes in my mind like a prayer, like an incantation that has the power to reshape the world around me. I watch her retreat into the graveyard's shadows with the wrapped food clutched against her chest, and something fundamental shifts in my understanding of reality. She's flesh and blood and heartbreakingly real. Wait, I call softly, but she's already fading between the headstones like mist touched by dawn. The rational part of my mind knows I should follow, demand answers about who she is and where she came from. But a deeper instinct warns that pursuing her now would be like trying to capture moonlight in cupped hands, doomed to failure and likely to destroy what fragile trust I've managed to build. I remain standing beside Mother's grave long after Ophelia disappears, replaying every moment of our encounter. The hunger I saw in her face, the way she flinched when I moved too quickly, the desperate gratitude in her voice when she thanked me for simple kindness. All of it paints a picture that offs something I don't want to name. She's human, I whisper to Mother's headstone, the words carrying weight I'm not ready to examine. A human woman hiding in our graveyard, stealing food from offerings to survive. The implications crash over me like a winter avalanche. If she's human, she's either escaped property or never belonged to anyone at all, and given the state of her clothing and obvious starvation, the former seems far more likely. Which means every moment I spend with her, every kindness I show, is a violation of laws that have governed Orthani for centuries. But the memory of her face when I offered food, shock and wonder, as though simple mercy was a miracle she'd never expected to receive, burns away any concern for legal consequences. Whatever drove her to hide among the dead, whatever circumstances left her so desperate that she risked discovery for a handful of berries, I cannot simply pretend I never saw her. Uncle Aldrich greets me at breakfast with raised eyebrows and pointed questions about my early morning absence, but I deflect his curiosity with vague mentions of restless sleep and the need for fresh air. The lie tastes sour on my tongue, but the alternative, explaining that I've been feeding a runaway slave in our family graveyard, would invite complications I'm not prepared to face. "You seem different this morning," he observes. "Almost energized. Have you finally taken my advice about finding suitable companionship?" Heat rises in my cheeks despite my efforts to remain neutral. I've simply had time to think about Mother's teachings regarding charity and compassion. Perhaps I've been too focused on my own grief to consider the suffering of others. "Charity is admirable," Uncle Aldrich agrees, though something in his tone suggests suspicion. "But remember that our first duty is to family and estate. The Thornley name has been built on careful judgment and adherence to proper order." I nod and make appropriate noises about responsibility and tradition, but my mind is already racing ahead to evening and the opportunity to see Ophelia again. Will she accept more food? Will she tell me how she came to be hiding among our dead? The questions multiply like flames, each one feeding the growing obsession that threatens to consume rational thought entirely. The day crawls past with agonizing slowness. I attempt to focus on estate business, reviewing accounts, meeting with tenants, discussing the spring planting schedule with our agricultural overseer. But concentration proves impossible when every shadow reminds me of her pale form moving between headstones. Every candle flame recalls the impossible steadiness of the light she carried. By afternoon, I can no longer stand the suspense. I retreat to the kitchens and begin assembling provisions under the guise of preparing offerings for Mother's grave. Fresh bread still warm from the ovens, dried fruits that will keep in cold weather, strips of cured meat wrapped in oiled cloth. The cook watches my selections with barely concealed confusion. "Begging your pardon, my lord," she ventures as I add a small wheel of aged cheese to my collection. "But that's quite a feast for the honored dead. Are you expecting other mourners to join your vigil?" I force a smile and hope it appears more natural than it feels. Mother always believed in abundance when honoring ancestors. Better to offer too much than too little. The explanation seems to satisfy her, though she continues watching with the expression of someone who suspects her master has developed peculiar habits. I gather my supplies and retreat to my chambers to wait for darkness, pacing like a caged animal until the sun finally sets behind Orthani's jagged skyline. The graveyard welcomes me with silence, but tonight the air carries possibility. I make my way directly to Mother's grave and arrange the food offerings with deliberate care, creating a display abundant enough to feed several people rather than simply honoring the dead. Then I settle on the stone bench nearby and wait. She appears more quickly than I dared hope, emerging from the shadows between mausoleums like a living embodiment of winter moonlight. Tonight she moves with slightly more confidence, no longer the terrified phantom who fled at first sight. The food I gave her this morning has restored some color to her cheeks, though she remains heartbreakingly thin. "You came back," I say softly, careful to keep my voice low and unthreatening. "You left more food," she replies, her own voice barely above a whisper. "I can smell fresh bread from here." There's wonder in her tone, as though the concept of abundance still seems impossible after whatever deprivation drove her to this desperate existence. I gesture to the offerings spread across Mother's grave like a feast fit for nobility. "Take whatever you need," I tell her. "All of it if you wish. The dead have no use for earthly sustenance." She approaches slowly, every movement careful and considered, like a wild creature approaching a potentially dangerous source of food. When she kneels beside the grave and begins selecting items with obvious restraint, one piece of bread, a small portion of meat, my heart clenches with something that might be pain. "More," I say firmly. "You're taking enough for one meal, but you need to rebuild your strength. Please don't ration what I've freely given." Her hands are still at my words, and she looks up at me with those luminous gray eyes that seem to hold depths of sorrow no mortal should know. "Why?" she asks the same question she posed this morning. "I'm nothing to you. Less than nothing. Why risk yourself for someone like me?" The question strikes deeper than she could possibly know, touching truths I'm not ready to examine too closely. Why am I risking reputation, position, possibly even my life, for a woman whose very existence violates every law and custom of my society? "Because," I say slowly, searching for words that won't reveal too much of what I'm feeling, "in all my years of mourning among these stones, you're the first living thing that's made me feel less alone." Something in her expression softens, and she takes more food with hands that no longer shake quite so violently. "If she needs me, I'll return," I mumble to myself, as I watch her eat with the careful hunger of someone who has learned not to waste even crumbs. The words feel like a vow, like a promise that will reshape everything I thought I knew about duty and desire. Whatever consequences follow from this choice, whatever price I'll eventually pay for feeding a runaway slave in my family's sacred ground, I know with a deep certainty that I'll pay it gladly. She's real, she's alive, and she's somehow become more important to me than safety or sanity. The night wind carries her soft thanks as she disappears back into the shadows, but her image burns in my memory like candlelight that refuses to be extinguished.
Chapter 7. Ophelia. The bread sits heavy and wonderful in my stomach, the first real meal I've eaten in weeks. I trace my fingers over the oiled cloth that held the dried meat, savouring the memory of flavours I'd forgotten existed, salt and herbs and the rich taste of proper food prepared with care rather than desperation. Malvir's generosity feels like a dream, too good to be real, yet my satisfied hunger proves otherwise. "He came back," I whisper to the marble angel, whose stone face seems almost approving in the candlelight. "He brought food, real food, and asked nothing in return." The encounter replays in my mind as I arrange my treasures, more bread than I can eat in 2 days, dried fruit that will keep indefinitely, cheese so rich it makes my eyes water with pleasure. No dark elf has ever shown me such kindness. No master has ever cared whether I lived or died, let alone whether I ate enough to thrive. But fear wars with gratitude in my chest. This makes no sense by any logic I understand. Malvir is nobility. I could see it in his bearing, hear it in his cultured voice. Dark elf nobles don't risk themselves for human strays, don't waste expensive food on escaped property. There must be some hidden purpose, some trap I'm too desperate to see. Maybe he wants something, I murmur, then immediately feel ashamed for the suspicion. His manner had been gentle, respectful even. When he looked at me, I saw loneliness rather than calculation, genuine concern rather than predatory interest. Sleep comes easier with food in my belly, though my dreams are troubled by memories of the last time someone showed me unexpected kindness. Master Corvain's predecessor had been gentler at first, offering small comforts and speaking in measured tones. But kindness from dark elves always came with a price, and the payment demanded had left scars on my soul as well as my body. I wake to voices outside the mausoleum, muffled by stone but close enough to make my blood freeze. 2 women pass by the entrance, their conversation drifting through the winter air. "Strange lights again last night," one says, her tone carrying the gossipy pleasure of someone sharing scandal. My kitchen maid swears she saw candle flames dancing in the old tombs well past midnight. "Probably drunken youths playing at ghost stories," the other replies dismissively. "Though I heard Lord Thornley has been spending unusual amounts of time in the graveyard lately. Perhaps grief has finally driven the poor boy mad." Their voices fade as they move deeper into the cemetery, but their words leave me shaking with more than cold. People are noticing my presence here, commenting on the lights I've tried so hard to keep hidden, and they suspect Malvier of unusual behaviour that began around the time I started hiding among their dead. I'm endangering him without meaning to. Every night I burn candles, every moment I linger in this sacred space, I risk drawing attention that could destroy us both. The realization sits in my stomach like swallowed stones, heavy and indigestible. But where else can I go? Winter holds Orthani in an iron grip, and I have no money, no connections, no hope of survival outside these protective walls. The graveyard has become my entire world, its silence and shadows the only sanctuary I've known in years. To leave would mean death by cold, or capture by those who would drag me back to Master Corvain's tender mercies. Evening approaches with the weight of difficult choices. I could avoid the meeting spot, force Malvir to believe his ghost has vanished as mysteriously as she appeared. It would be safer for him, kinder in the long run. He could return to his proper life among the nobility, and I could fade back into the invisibility that has kept me alive this long. But my body betrays my noble intentions. As darkness falls, I find myself creeping toward Mother's grave, despite every rational argument against it. Hunger may be satisfied for now, but loneliness gnaws at me with sharper teeth than starvation ever did. For a few precious moments last night, I felt human again, seen and valued and worthy of kindness. Malvir waits beside the stone bench, a wrapped bundle at his feet. When he sees me emerge from the shadows, something like relief crosses his aristocratic features. "I wasn't certain you'd come," he says softly. "After this morning's conversation, I worried I'd frightened you away." "You didn't frighten me," I admit, surprised by my own honesty. "But perhaps you should have. People are starting to notice unusual activity in the graveyard. They suspect you of strange behaviour." His violet eyes narrow with concern that seems entirely focused on my welfare rather than his own reputation. "Are you in danger? Do you need to find another hiding place?" The question catches me off guard. I expect him to step back, to distance himself from complications that could threaten his position. Instead, he leans forward with the intensity of someone personally invested in my safety. "I don't know," I whisper. "I have nowhere else to go, but staying puts you at risk. I never meant for that to happen. Let me worry about my own risks, he says firmly. The question is what you need to survive and stay hidden. Perhaps we can find a more secure location within the graveyard itself. The casual way he says we causes emotions I don't dare examine too closely. When did this become a shared problem rather than my burden alone? When did a dark elf nobleman decide my survival was worth risking his reputation? Why? I ask again, the question that haunts every interaction between us. I still don't understand why you care what happens to me. He's quiet for a long moment, staring at his hands with an expression I can't read. When he finally speaks, his voice carries a vulnerability that makes him seem almost human himself. Because, he says slowly, for 3 years I felt like a ghost haunting my own life, going through the motions of existence without really living, trapped by grief and duty and expectations that feel more like chains with each passing day. He looks up at me then, and I see something in his eyes that steals my breath. Recognition, as though he sees his own isolation reflected in my desperate circumstances. But talking to you, sharing this small kindness, makes me feel alive again, he continues, as though I'm more than just an heir performing his role in some endless play. You remind me that compassion matters, that connection is possible even in the darkest places. His words strike me like physical blows, not because they're cruel, but because they're kind. To know that I've given him something in return for his generosity, that my mere existence has value beyond what I can labour or suffer for others, it's almost too much to believe. Thank you, I whisper, tears already cold on my face. For your kindness, for the food, for making me feel like I matter again. It's been so long since anyone did. I can't finish the sentence, emotion choking off words that feel too large for my throat. But Malvir nods as though he understands anyway, as though my half-spoken gratitude carries all the weight of what I cannot say. Thank you, he says quietly, for reminding me that I'm still capable of feeling something other than emptiness. I take the bundle he offers, but this time I also reach out to briefly touch his gloved hand. The contact lasts only seconds, but warmth shoots through my fingers like liquid fire, reminding me that I'm still capable of simple human connection. I'll be more careful, I promise as I prepare to retreat to my sanctuary. No more lights during the day, no unnecessary risks. Whatever this is between us, I won't let my carelessness destroy it. In the moonlight, his smile is the most beautiful sight I've witnessed since finding refuge among the deceased. Whatever this may be, he concedes, it is worth safeguarding. I disappear into the shadows with his words echoing in my mind like a blessing, like a promise that tomorrow might hold something other than mere survival. Now I have something precious to lose, and someone who seems to think I'm worth the risk of losing it.
Escape this world and step into one where romance and magic intertwine across realms, with stories that are not just standalone tales, but part of a vast, interconnected universe.
Imagine not just one, but 100 stories, where characters, destinies, and legends cross paths in unexpected ways.
100 audiobooks from the Romantasy 100 book bundle.
These aren't just isolated stories. They share themes, worlds, and threads that make every journey feel part of something grander.
Fated lovers, ancient prophecies, and the delicate balance between power and passion.
Get all of these stories today for a mind-blowing 90% off. That's right, 100 audiobooks for the price of 10.
800 hours of audio where these alpha males prove just how puny the human men of Protheka are. 12 complete series where they show their human women what they've been missing and more.
One-time purchase, lifetime access to a universe of interconnected magic and romance.
Protheka's magic is eternal. With the Romantasy 100 book bundle, your pleasure will be too. Chapter 8. Malvir. Sleep eludes me completely after our encounter in the graveyard. I pace my chambers like a caged wolf, replaying every word Ophelia spoke, every expression that crossed her gaunt face. The brief touch of her hand burns in my memory, cold fingers that trembled against mine for one precious heartbeat before she pulled away. Even through my leather gloves, I felt the contact like lightning striking my very soul. "What am I doing?" I whisper to the dying fire. But my reflection in the darkened window offers no answers. Only the image of a man whose carefully ordered world has been shattered by a woman who shouldn't exist, shouldn't matter, shouldn't have the power to rewrite everything I thought I knew about myself. The rational course of action stands clear before me. Report her presence to the city guard, collect whatever reward might be offered for returned property, resume my proper life among Orthani's nobility. Uncle Aldrich would approve. The estate would benefit from avoiding scandal. Mother's memory would remain untainted by association with lawbreaking. But the thought of Ophelia dragged away in chains, returned to whatever master drove her to seek sanctuary among the dead, makes my stomach churn with revulsion. I've seen the faint scars on her visible skin, noticed the way she flinches at sudden movements. Whatever she fled was worse than winter starvation, worse than the very real risk of freezing to death alone. Dawn finds me slumped in my chair before the cold fireplace, still wearing yesterday's clothes. Uncle Aldrich's sharp knock on my door barely penetrates the fog of exhaustion and obsessive thoughts. "Malvir?" His voice carries the edge of annoyance that means I've disrupted his carefully planned schedule. "The merchant delegation will arrive within the hour for our meeting about the spring trade contracts. You were supposed to review the terms last night." Trade contracts. The mundane concerns of estate management feel absurdly distant from the weight of what truly occupies my mind. How can I focus on grain prices and shipping schedules when a woman hides among our dead, surviving on scraps and stolen offerings? "Of course," I manage, forcing myself to stand despite muscles that protest the night spent in an uncomfortable chair. "I'll review them over breakfast and meet you in the study." Uncle Aldrich's pale eyes study my appearance with obvious disapproval. "You look terrible. Have you been drinking? Or has this newfound obsession with the graveyard finally affected your sleep?" The accusation hits uncomfortably close to truth, though not in the way he intends. "I've been researching family history, learning more about our ancestors and their traditions. Sometimes scholarly pursuits keep me awake longer than intended. It's not entirely a lie. I've been spending time in the library, though my research focuses more on survival techniques and winter shelters than genealogy. If I'm going to help Ophelia remain hidden, I need to understand the practical challenges she faces." "Scholarly pursuits," Uncle Aldrich repeats, with the tone of someone tasting something unpleasant. "How admirable. But perhaps you could pursue knowledge during daylight hours and reserve nights for proper rest. The Thornley reputation depends on your ability to conduct business with a clear head." I nod and make appropriate promises about better sleep habits, but my mind is already racing ahead to evening and a chance to see Ophelia again. The merchant meeting is a haze of knotted agreements and signed documents. Apparently I managed to appear attentive enough to avoid suspicion, though I remember little of what was discussed. The afternoon stretches endlessly before me. I attempt to focus on correspondence, on reviewing estate ledgers, on anything that might distract from the growing anticipation that builds with each passing hour. But concentration proves impossible when every thought leads back to luminous gray eyes and the desperate gratitude in her voice when she thanked me for simple kindness. By the time I can reasonably escape to the kitchens without arousing comment, my hands shake with something that might be excitement or terror. I gather provisions with the same careful attention as before: fresh bread, dried meat, fruit that will keep in cold weather. But this time I add a woolen blanket from my own chambers, reasoning that warmth might be even more precious than food. "Another feast for the honored dead, my lord," the cook observes, though her tone suggests growing familiarity with my eccentric habits. "Mother always appreciated abundance," I reply, the excuse feeling more natural with repetition. and winter makes the night so cold for those of us who keep vigil among the stones. The explanation seems to satisfy her, though I catch her shaking her head as I gather my bundle and retreat toward the door. Let her think me grief-mad. It's far safer than the truth. Darkness cannot fall quickly enough. I make my way through Orthani's lamplit streets with careful attention to who might be watching, taking a circuitous route that adds precious minutes to my journey. The graveyard gates stand open as always, welcoming both mourners and those who seek communion with the dead. But tonight feels different. The air carries a tension I can't identify, and shadows seem deeper between the headstones. I reach Mother's grave and arrange my offerings with growing unease, glancing repeatedly toward the mausoleums where Ophelia hides. She doesn't appear at her usual time. Minutes stretch into an hour, then longer, and still the graveyard remains empty, except for my increasingly frantic presence. Did someone discover her hiding place? Has she fled to seek shelter elsewhere? The possibilities multiply in my mind, each one worse than the last. Ophelia, I call softly, abandoning caution in favor of desperate need for answers. Are you there? Are you safe? A sound drifts from the direction of the Morwen mausoleum, so faint I might have imagined it. But I follow anyway, driven by instincts I don't fully understand. The tomb's door stands slightly ajar, and warm candlelight flickers through the gap. Ophelia, I whisper again, approaching with careful steps. Here, comes her voice, barely audible through the stone. I'm here, but you shouldn't come closer. Not tonight. Something in her tone sends ice shooting through my veins. What's wrong? Are you hurt? A pause that lasts forever then. I heard guards asking questions about strange lights in the graveyard. They're planning to search tomorrow night, checking every tomb and mausoleum for signs of trespassers. The words wound me like physical blows. Discovery would mean death or worse for her, and scandal at minimum for me. But the thought of losing her, of never seeing those luminous eyes again, or hearing her whispered thanks, creates a panic in my chest that threatens to steal my breath entirely. Then we'll find another solution, I say firmly, surprised by the calm authority in my own voice. I won't let them take you. Not when you finally found safety. You don't understand, she continues, and I can hear tears in her voice. If they find me, they'll know someone's been helping. They'll investigate, ask questions, connect you to the missing food and supplies. I won't destroy your life just to preserve my own. The selflessness in her words only intensifies my determination. She's willing to sacrifice herself to protect me, a dark elf who should be her enemy by every law of nature and society. How can I do less for her? I won't let that happen, I promise, though I'm not yet sure how to make good on the vow. Trust me to find a way. Can you stay hidden until tomorrow evening? I think so. But Malvir... The way she says my name makes my heart skip like a stone across water. If something goes wrong, if they discover me anyway, I want you to know that these nights have been the closest thing to happiness I've known in years. Whatever happens, that matters. The confession breaks open in my chest, flooding me with emotions I'm not prepared to name or examine. Nothing will happen, I tell her, putting every ounce of conviction I possess into the words. I'll make sure of it. I leave the food bundle near the mausoleum door and retreat toward home, mind already racing through possibilities and plans. Somewhere in Orthani there must be a safer hiding place, some solution that will keep her out of reach of searching guards while maintaining our fragile connection. I'll think of something. I promise the winter night, the sleeping city, the woman who has somehow become more important than reputation or safety. Whatever it takes, I'll find a way to protect what we've built together. Tomorrow will bring new risks and new tests of the impossible bond that's formed between us. But tonight, at least, she's safe among the dead who have sheltered her with such faithful silence. And I'll move heaven and earth to ensure that safety continues, no matter what it costs me in the bargain.
Chapter 9. Ophelia. The sound of approaching footsteps freezes the blood in my veins, but they're too familiar now for true terror. Malvir moves through the graveyard with purpose tonight, his boots crunching softly on fresh snow as he navigates between headstones. I've been waiting in the deeper shadows of the mausoleum since sunset, watching for any sign of the guards who plan to search tomorrow night. My hands shake as I prepare to emerge from hiding, not from cold, but from the weight of what I must tell him. All day I've wrestled with the impossible choice: flee into the winter night and almost certain death, or stay and risk destroying the one person who has shown me kindness. Neither option offers hope, but at least one protects him from the consequences of my presence. Ophelia? His voice carries across the frozen air, soft with concern that makes my chest ache. I know you're here. Please come out so we can talk properly. I step from the mausoleum's shadow, and the relief that crosses his aristocratic features nearly undoes my resolve. In the moonlight, he looks like something carved from winter itself, all sharp angles and pale beauty, wrapped in furs that speak of wealth beyond my imagining. How can someone so far above my station risk himself for a woman who barely qualifies as human in his society's eyes? You came, I whisper, surprised despite myself, even knowing the danger. Especially knowing the danger, he replies, moving closer with careful steps. We need to discuss what happens next. I won't abandon you to face this alone. The casual assumption that we share this burden, that my survival has somehow become his responsibility, makes my throat tight with emotions I can't afford to feel. For so long I've faced every crisis in solitude, trusting no one because experience taught me that kindness always comes with hidden costs. Malvir, I begin, his name feeling strange and precious on my tongue. You shouldn't be here. You shouldn't be involved in any of this. If the guards find you helping me— They won't, he interrupts, his violet eyes blazing with determination that takes my breath away. Because I have a solution. It's not perfect, but it will keep you safe while the search takes place. Hope flutters in my chest like a trapped bird, dangerous and fragile. What kind of solution? He glances around the graveyard as though checking for unwanted listeners, then steps close enough that I can see the frost forming on his breath. The Thornley family crypt. It's larger than this mausoleum, with deeper chambers that haven't been disturbed in decades. The guards wouldn't dare search a noble family's sacred burial ground without specific cause. The suggestion bites. Hide among his family's honoured dead. Take sanctuary in the very heart of his ancestral legacy. The presumption seems too great, the risk to his reputation catastrophic if discovered. I can't, I breathe, shaking my head. Malvir, that's your family's sacred space. If anyone found me there— They won't, he says again, reaching out to catch my hands in his gloved ones. Even through the leather I can feel his warmth, solid and reassuring in a world that has offered me nothing but cold stone and colder hearts. The crypt is protected by more than locks and guards. Centuries of tradition shield it from casual intrusion. His touch sends heat racing through my frozen fingers, and I have to fight the urge to lean into his strength. When did this man become my anchor in a sea of desperation? When did his safety matter more to me than my own survival? What if they search anyway? I ask, though my resistance is weakening with each word he speaks. What if someone reports unusual activity and they decide to investigate thoroughly? Then I'll handle it, he says with the calm confidence of someone accustomed to being obeyed. I'm heir to the Thornley name, and that carries weight even with the city guard. They won't move against my family's interests without overwhelming evidence. The certainty in his voice should comfort me, but it only highlights the vast gulf between our stations. He speaks of handling guards and protecting family interests because those are tools available to him. Wealth, position, influence that I'll never possess. I'm asking him to risk all of that for someone who owns nothing but the rags on her back. Why? I whisper again. The question that haunts every interaction between us. I'm nobody. Nothing. A piece of escaped property that any reasonable person would return for the reward. Why risk your inheritance, your family name, your entire future for someone like me? He remains quiet for so long, I wonder if he's finally realised the madness of what he's suggesting. But then he speaks, and his words rewrite everything I thought I understood about the distance between dark elf nobility and human desperation. Because, he says slowly, you're the first person who has made me want to be worthy of her memory. She believed in protecting those who couldn't protect themselves, in showing mercy to the powerless. Helping you feels like honouring her legacy in a way that mere grave offerings never could. The confession hits me like lightning, illuminating truths I'm not prepared to face. He's not just offering shelter, he's offering redemption, the chance to transform his grief into something meaningful. And I'm not just accepting charity, I'm becoming part of something larger, a living memorial to a woman I never met, but who somehow shaped the kindness that might save my life. Your mother, I breathe, understanding flooding through me like warm wine. She taught you to see humans as more than property. She taught me to see everyone as more than their circumstances might suggest, he corrects gently. And you remind me that compassion isn't weakness, that protecting the vulnerable is what separates civilization from barbarism. For once, my tears freeze not from despair, but from gratitude. Knowing my survival holds a greater purpose, that my life honours a merciful woman's memory. This changes everything about our unusual bond. If I accept, I whisper, if I hide in your family's crypt while the guards search, what happens afterward? I can't stay there forever, and winter will last for months yet. We'll find a permanent solution, he promises, squeezing my hands with gentle pressure. Perhaps passage to one of the more tolerant cities, or documentation that would let you travel freely. I have connections, resources that could make such things possible. The casual way he speaks of reshaping my entire existence, of using his influence to grant me freedom I've never dared imagine, leaves me speechless. Freedom. The word tastes like honey on my tongue, sweet and impossible, and altogether too precious to believe. I don't know how to repay such kindness, I manage. His smile, illuminated by the moonlight, is the most beautiful sight I've witnessed since finding solace among the departed. You already have, he murmurs. You've reignited my purpose, reminded me that I'm capable of more than just a grieving son adrift in existence. That's worth more than any treasure. I nod, not trusting my voice to remain steady if I try to speak. Instead, I lean forward and press my forehead against his gloved hands, a gesture of gratitude and submission and something deeper that I don't dare name. Thank you, I whisper against his fingers, for everything, for seeing me as human when no one else would. You're real, he breathes, and the wonder in his voice suggests he's still amazed by the discovery. You're alive, and brave, and beautiful, and absolutely real. The word beautiful sends shock through my system. No one has ever called me that. Useful perhaps, or adequately formed for labour, but never beautiful. Tomorrow night I'll move deeper into his world, taking shelter in the sacred heart of his family's legacy. The risk terrifies me, but the alternative, losing him, losing this impossible connection that has become my lifeline, terrifies me more. For tonight, it's enough to stand here in the snow, with his hands warming mine, feeling human again, under the gentle gaze of someone who sees worth in my continued existence. Whatever tomorrow brings, this moment is perfect. Two lonely souls finding solace in each other's presence, surrounded by the peaceful silence of the honoured dead.
Chapter 10. Malvir. The Thornley family crypt stands before us like a monument to centuries of accumulated power and grief. Massive stone angels guard the entrance, their wings spread wide in eternal protection, faces carved with expressions of such profound sorrow that they seem to weep tears of starlight in the moonlight. I've passed this threshold countless times to visit Mother's tomb, but tonight feels different. Tonight I'm bringing life into a space reserved for death, warmth into chambers that have known only cold silence for decades. "It's magnificent," Ophelia whispers beside me, her voice filled with awe that makes my chest swell with unexpected pride. "Your family built this?" "My great-great-grandfather commissioned it after the plague years," I explain, working the heavy lock with hands that shake slightly from nerves rather than cold. "He wanted a place where Thornley dead could rest in splendor, protected from the chaos of the world above." The irony isn't lost on me, using my ancestor's sanctuary to shield someone whose very existence defies everything he would have believed about proper order. But Mother's voice echoes in my memory, reminding me that true nobility lies in protecting those who cannot protect themselves, not in maintaining systems that crush the vulnerable beneath their weight. The massive door swings open with a groan of ancient hinges, revealing corridors that stretch into darkness beyond the reach of my lantern. The air inside carries the scent of old stone and dried flowers, with an underlying sweetness that speaks of peace rather than decay. Generations of Thornley ancestors sleep here in marble splendor, their tombs carved with achievements and honors that seemed so important in life, but feel insignificant compared to the simple act of offering shelter to someone in need. "This way," I murmur, leading Ophelia deeper into the crypt's heart. Our footsteps echo off vaulted ceilings decorated with carved roses and thorny vines, the family symbols that mark this as sacred Thornley ground. She moves beside me with the careful reverence of someone who understands she's walking through history, past monuments to lives lived and lost before her birth. We reach the deepest chamber, where my most ancient ancestors rest in tombs so old their names have worn smooth with time. Here the air feels thick with accumulated years and whispered prayers, but also strangely warm, as though the love that built this place still radiates from its stones. "You'll be safe here," I tell her, setting down the bundle of supplies I've brought. "The guards would need a direct order from King Vitoris himself to search this chamber, and I can't imagine what would prompt such extreme measures." Ophelia turns slowly in the space, taking in the carved angels and marble flowers with wonder that makes her seem almost ethereal in the lantern light. "Your ancestors won't mind sharing their rest with someone like me?" The question carries self-doubt that makes my heart ache. How long has she been taught to see herself as unworthy of basic human dignity? How many years of cruelty have convinced her that seeking shelter is somehow a violation of natural order? "They would approve," I say firmly, surprising myself with the conviction in my voice. "The Thornley name was built on protecting those under our care. You're not trespassing here. You're fulfilling the very purpose this place was meant to serve." She settles onto the stone bench I've cushioned with blankets from my own chambers, and for a moment she looks like a queen holding court among her devoted subjects. The thought strikes me with unexpected force. In the candlelight, surrounded by marble splendor, she possesses a dignity that is beyond me. "Tell me about your mother," she says softly. "The woman who taught you that kindness matters more than custom." The request catches me off guard, though perhaps it shouldn't. We're surrounded by her memory here, by the physical manifestation of grief that has shaped my life for 3 years. And somehow sharing that story with Ophelia feels right, like honoring Mother's legacy by passing her teachings to someone who needs hope as much as I once did. "She was extraordinary," I begin, settling on a nearby tomb to face her properly. Not in the ways Dark Elf society typically celebrates. She wasn't particularly cruel or politically ambitious, but she saw people, really saw them, in ways that most nobility never bothers to attempt. "What do you mean?" Ophelia asks, leaning forward with genuine interest that makes my words flow more easily. "She insisted on knowing the names of every servant in our household," I continue, memories flooding back with painful clarity. Not just their functions or their value, but their actual names, their families, their fears and hopes. She said that anyone who served the thornily name deserved to be acknowledged as more than convenient property. Ophelia's eyes widen at this revelation. That must have been unusual among your peers. Uncle Aldrich thought it was a dangerous sentiment, I admit with a bitter laugh. He worried she was teaching me to see humans as equals rather than resources. But Mother believed that true strength comes from lifting others up, not from grinding them beneath your boots. She sounds wonderful, Ophelia whispers, and I hear genuine mourning in her voice for a woman she never met. No wonder you miss her so deeply. The worst part, I say, the words coming easier than they have in years, is that I failed her. After she died, I let grief turn me into exactly the kind of cold, distant nobleman she despised. I went through the motions of proper behavior without remembering why she thought kindness mattered more than custom. You haven't failed her, Ophelia says with quiet conviction that surprises me. You're here, aren't you? Risking everything to protect someone who can't protect herself? That sounds exactly like what she would have wanted. The simple truth of her words hurts. For 3 years I've carried guilt for not living up to Mother's memory, for letting sorrow make me selfish and withdrawn. But Ophelia is right. This moment, this choice to shelter her regardless of consequences, embodies everything Mother tried to teach me about what it means to be truly noble. Thank you, I breathe, meaning it more deeply than she could possibly know, for helping me remember who I'm supposed to be. Thank you, she replies, for showing me that not all dark elves see humans as disposable property. Your mother raised someone worthy of her memory. The compliment sends warmth through me. When did this woman's opinion of me become so important? When did her approval start mattering more than the judgment of peers who share my blood and breeding? I should go, I say reluctantly, though every instinct screams against leaving her alone in this sacred space. The guards will search tomorrow night, and I need to be visible at home, attending dinner, meeting with Uncle Aldrich, behaving normally so no one questions my whereabouts. Of course, she agrees, though I catch the flicker of disappointment that crosses her features. I understand. But as I rise to leave, she reaches out and catches my hand with fingers that no longer shake quite so violently. The contact sends electricity rushing through me, and I have to fight the urge to pull her against me and never let go. Malvir, she says softly, my name on her lips like a prayer. Whatever happens tomorrow, whatever the guards find or don't find, I want you to know that these days have been the most alive I've felt in years. You've given me back my humanity, and that's a gift beyond price. You've given me purpose, I reply, squeezing her hand gently before forcing myself to release it. For the first time since Mother died, I feel like I'm doing something that matters, something she would be proud of. I turn to leave before my resolve weakens, but her voice stops me at the chamber's threshold. Sweet dreams, Malvir. Thank you for sharing your family's sanctuary with someone who needed to remember what safety feels like. The words follow me through the crypt's corridors and out into the winter night, warming me more effectively than any fire. Tomorrow will bring new challenges, new tests of the impossible bond that's formed between us. But tonight, she's safe among my ancestors' bones, protected by centuries of thornily power and tradition. This obsession has shifted, I murmur to myself. Not a ghost, but a woman. Not fantasy, but something terrifyingly real. The admission should frighten me, should send me running back to the safe predictability of my previous existence. Instead, it fills me with anticipation for whatever tomorrow might bring, and the growing certainty that Ophelia has become far more important to me than reputation, safety, or sanity combined. In my chambers, sleep comes easier than it has in weeks, filled with dreams of gray eyes and whispered gratitude, of marble angels who spread their wings to shelter the lost and forgotten beneath their eternal protection.
Chapter 11. Ophelia. The thornily crypt feels like a palace after weeks in the cold mausoleum, but that only makes my presence here more shameful. I trace my fingers along marble walls carved with intricate roses and thorny vines, each detail speaking of wealth beyond imagining, of generations who earned the right to rest in such splendour. What am I but a runaway slave contaminating sacred ground with my desperate need? You don't belong here, I whisper to myself as I arrange the supplies Malvir left. Blankets that cost more than most people see in a year, food that could feed a family for weeks. The guilt sits heavy in my stomach, mixing with gratitude until I can't tell which emotion dominates. When morning comes, I try to gather half the provisions back into their wrappings. It's too much, more than any reasonable person would need for a few days of hiding. I won't be the greedy wretch who takes advantage of his kindness, who mistakes charity for an open invitation to luxury. But my hands shake with weakness as I work, and the simple task of folding cloth leaves me breathless. The evidence of my body's rebellion against good intentions mocks my attempts at noble refusal. I need every scrap he's given me, need the warmth and sustenance more than I need the fragile dignity of independence. The sound of searchers reaches me throughout the day, boots on stone, voices calling to each other as they check every tomb and mausoleum in the crypt above. My heart pounds with each echo, but the sounds never come close to the crypt's entrance. Malvier was right. The guards wouldn't dare disturb a noble family's sacred resting place without overwhelming cause. By evening, silence settles over the cemetery once more. The search has passed, and I remain hidden among the honoured dead, safe for another night. When familiar footsteps approach hours after full dark, relief floods through me so powerfully that tears spring to my eyes. Ophelia? Malvir's voice carries down the stone corridors, warm with concern and something else I don't dare name. Are you well? Did anyone come near the crypt? I'm here, I call back, rising from the bench where I've spent most of the day. The guards never even approached. Your ancestors protected me as you promised they would. He appears in the chamber's entrance carrying fresh supplies, and the sight of him sends unexpected warmth through my chest. When did I start looking forward to more than just the food and safety he provides? When did his presence alone become a comfort rather than survival? I brought too much, I say quickly, gesturing to the bundle I've attempted to return. Please, take some of it back. I can't accept such generosity without... Without what? He interrupts, setting down his burden and fixing me with those violet eyes that seem to see straight through my careful defences. Without earning it somehow? Without proving you deserve basic human decency? The questions hit like physical blows, because they're exactly what I was thinking. I'm not used to kindness without cost, I admit. In my experience, generosity always comes with expectations. His expression softens with something that might be pity, though it doesn't feel condescending when directed at me. Tell me about before, he says gently, settling on a nearby tomb, as though we're old friends sharing confidences. What was your life like before you had to run? The request catches me off guard. No one has ever asked about my experiences as though they mattered, as though my thoughts and feelings carried weight beyond their usefulness to others. For a moment, I don't know how to respond. It was... I begin, then stop, searching for words that won't sound like complaints. Master Corvain wasn't the worst I've served. I had food most days, shelter that kept out the rain. By dark elf standards, I was fortunate. That's not what I asked, Malvir says quietly. I asked what your life was like for you. What did you think about during the long hours? What did you dream of when sleep came? The personal nature of his questions makes my throat tight. I dreamed of walking freely through sunlit streets, I whisper, of choosing my own path without fearing the crack of a whip, of having a name that mattered to someone, a voice that carried weight. Your name matters to me, he says with conviction that steals my breath. And your voice carries more weight than you know. Something in his tone, the genuine warmth, pity or obligation, breaks through the careful walls I've built around hope. What about you? I ask, surprising myself with my boldness. What was it like growing up as heir to all this? I gesture to the magnificent chamber around us. Lonely, he answers without hesitation. Uncle Aldrich focused on duty and proper behaviour, but Mother, she made everything feel possible. She used to sneak into the kitchens with me to steal warm bread, said the best conversations happened over food shared in secret. The image of a young Malvir conspiring with his mother over stolen treats makes me smile despite myself. She sounds wonderful. No wonder you miss her so deeply. She would have liked you, he says, and the certainty in his voice sends warmth flooding through my chest. She always said the measure of a person wasn't their circumstances, but how they treated others when they had the power to choose kindness or cruelty. I've had little power to choose anything, I point out. You chose to thank me instead of simply taking what I offered, he counters. You chose to worry about my safety instead of focusing only on your own survival. Those choices reveal character. His words paint a picture of myself that I barely recognise, someone worthy of respect rather than pity, someone whose choices matter beyond their utility to others. The unfamiliar image makes my head spin with possibilities I've never dared imagine. Do you know what I thought the first time I saw you? He continues, leaning forward with intensity that makes my heart quicken. I thought you moved like poetry given form, like something too beautiful for this world of stone and snow. Heat floods my cheeks at the compliment. I was stealing food and hiding like a common thief. You were surviving with grace under impossible circumstances, he corrects. There's a difference. Something about the way he looks at me, not with the calculating gaze of someone assessing property, but with genuine appreciation for whatever he sees, makes laughter bubble up in my throat. Not bitter amusement at life's cruel ironies, but real mirth at the absurdity of finding beauty in desperation. The sound that escapes surprises us both. I clap my hands over my mouth, eyes wide with shock at the foreign noise. When did I last laugh with genuine pleasure? When did anything strike me as amusing rather than tragic? There, Malvir breathes, his face lighting up with wonder. That's the sound I've been waiting to hear. Real joy, not just gratitude or relief. I'd forgotten, I whisper through my fingers. I'd forgotten what it felt like to find something genuinely funny instead of just endurable. What struck you as amusing? He asks, settling back with an expression of someone prepared to savour whatever answer I give. The idea that anyone could see grace in a woman so desperate she's eating berries off grave offerings, I admit. It's ridiculous enough to be funny instead of just pathetic. Or, he suggests with a smile that transforms his aristocratic features into something approachable and warm. It's evidence that beauty persists even in the darkest circumstances. That hope survives even when logic says it shouldn't. His words wrap around me like the expensive blankets he's provided, warming places that have been cold for so long I'd forgotten they existed. This conversation, this gentle exchange of truths and perspectives, feels more nourishing than any feast. When he finally rises to leave, promising to return tomorrow night with fresh supplies, I feel something I haven't experienced since childhood, disappointment that pleasant company must end. Not just relief that my survival needs will be met, but genuine regret that his presence brightens these stone chambers. Sweet dreams, Ophelia, he says softly. Try to remember that you deserve every kindness, not because of what you can offer in return, but simply because you exist. As his footsteps fade into the distance, I settle onto my cushioned bench with a realization that should terrify me, but instead fills me with warmth. I'm no longer just waiting for his visits because they mean food and safety. I'm waiting because they mean connection, conversation, the precious gift of being seen as fully human by someone whose opinion has come to matter more than my own survival.
Chapter 12. Malvir. The smile Ophelia wore as I left the crypt haunts my thoughts through a sleepless night and a morning spent pretending to focus on estate business. That moment when laughter bubbled from her lips, genuine, surprised joy, rewrote something fundamental in my understanding of what I'm fighting to protect. Not just a life, but a spirit that refuses to be crushed despite years of cruelty designed to break it completely. "You seem unusually cheerful this morning," Uncle Aldrich observes over breakfast, his sharp eyes studying my face with the attention of someone trained to notice changes in behavior. "Has something resolved your melancholy mood?" I force myself to maintain casual interest in my morning kaffa, while my heart races with the memory of gray eyes sparkling with mirth. I've been thinking about Mother's teachings on charity and service. Perhaps focusing outward instead of dwelling on grief has improved my spirits. "Charity," he repeats with the tone of someone tasting something mildly distasteful. An admirable sentiment, provided it doesn't interfere with more pressing obligations. Speaking of which, the Vex family has renewed their invitation to dinner. Their daughter Serafina would make an advantageous match. Excellent bloodlines, substantial dowry, properly trained in household management. The suggestion sends cold dread through my veins. Marriage negotiations, social obligations, the suffocating predictability of noble life stretching endlessly ahead. All of it feels impossibly distant from the warmth I found last night in conversations that mattered. How can I pretend interest in some simpering aristocrat when every thought centers on a woman who finds beauty in stolen moments and courage in circumstances that would destroy lesser spirits? "I'm not ready for marriage considerations," I say carefully. "Mother's death still affects my judgment too deeply for such important decisions." Uncle Aldrich's thin lips curve in what might charitably be called understanding, though his eyes remain calculating. "Grief can cloud one's thinking, certainly. But isolation breeds unhealthy fixations, Malvir. Perhaps social engagement would help restore proper perspective." The word fixations hits uncomfortably close to truth, though not in the way he intends. My thoughts do center obsessively on Ophelia, her safety, her comfort, the gradual transformation from desperate fugitive to someone capable of genuine laughter. But there's nothing unhealthy about wanting to protect someone deserving far better than the world has given her. "I'll consider it," I lie smoothly, already planning my escape to the kitchens and another evening of gathering supplies. But not immediately. Some decisions require careful thought. The day passes with agonizing slowness as I force myself through the motions of normal routine, reviewing accounts, meeting with tenants, discussing spring planting schedules, all the mundane concerns that once seemed important, but now feel like elaborate theater performed for an audience that doesn't understand the real drama unfolding in my life. By afternoon, restlessness drives me to the stables where I saddle my favorite equus and ride the estate's boundaries, ostensibly checking fences and drainage, but really burning nervous energy that builds with each hour until evening. The winter landscape stretches endlessly around me, all white fields and bare trees beneath a sky the color of old pewter. But I see none of it clearly. My mind's eye holds only candlelit chambers, and the memory of wonder in Ophelia's voice when she spoke of dreams long thought dead. When I finally return to the house, twilight already darkens the eastern horizon, and Uncle Aldrich has mercifully retreated to his study for the evening's correspondence. I slip through familiar corridors toward the kitchens, movements automatic after days of this routine, but tonight feels different. Tonight carries weight beyond simple charity. Tonight I'm not just feeding someone who needs sustenance, but nurturing something precious that has somehow become central to my existence. "Another offering for the honored dead, my lord?" the cook asks, though her tone has shifted from confusion to resigned acceptance of my eccentric habits. "Mother's anniversary approaches," I explain, the lie easier now with repetition. "I want to ensure her memory receives proper attention. The bundle I assembled tonight includes more than food, a book of poetry from Mother's library, warm stockings that belong to her, a small mirror with a silver handle that might let Ophelia see herself as something other than a desperate fugitive. These additions feel important in ways I can't articulate, tokens that acknowledge her humanity beyond mere survival needs." The crypt welcomes me with familiar quiet as I clear my way through paths I could navigate blindfolded after years of solitary vigils. But tonight, The cemetery feels less like a place of mourning, and more like the site of something precious being born. Connection, understanding, the possibility that two lonely souls might find in each other what the world has denied them both. The crypt's ancient door opens to warm candlelight, and the sight of Ophelia arranging dried flowers into patterns that transform the stark chamber into something almost cheerful. She looks at my approach with a smile that sends heat rushing through me, and I realize with startling clarity that this moment, her face brightening at my arrival, has become the brightest point in my carefully ordered days. "You came earlier tonight," she observes, rising from her work with movements that flow like water, despite weeks of privation. "I was beginning to worry something had delayed you." The casual assumption that she expects my visits, looks forward to them enough to feel concern at potential absence. When did her happiness become more important than my own safety? "I couldn't concentrate on anything else," I admit with an honesty that surprises us both. "Knowing you were here, wondering how you'd spent the day, anticipating our conversation, it made everything else feel insignificant by comparison." Color rises in her pale cheeks at my confession, and she looks down at her hands with the shy pleasure of someone unaccustomed to being the center of positive attention. "I've been thinking about choices revealing character regardless of circumstances." "And?" I prompt, settling beside her with careful attention to maintaining proper distance while desperately wanting to close the space between us entirely. "I realized you're right," she says softly. "Even in the worst situations, I chose not to become cruel. I chose to help other slaves when I could, to share what little I had with those who had even less. Those choices mattered, even if no one acknowledged them at the time." The quiet pride in her voice makes my heart swell with something that feels dangerously close to devotion. Here is someone who maintained compassion despite every incentive toward bitterness, who preserved kindness when the world offered nothing but cruelty in return. How can I do anything but treasure such strength? "Tell me about those choices," I request, genuinely curious about the experiences that shaped someone capable of such resilience. "Show me who you were before circumstances forced you to hide among the dead." Her stories unfold like flowers blooming in winter, small acts of mercy that cost her precious resources, but preserved her humanity when everything else threatened to strip it away. She speaks of sharing bread with pregnant women, of singing lullabies to children too frightened to sleep, of standing between younger slaves and master's fury, even when it meant bearing additional punishment herself. "You are a light in darkness," I breathe when she finishes, understanding finally why her presence affects me so profoundly. "You chose to be hope when hope seemed impossible." "And you," she says, meeting my eyes with directness that steals my breath, "choose to see worth in someone the world discarded. That makes you more noble than any title or bloodline ever could." The compliment lands hard, not because it's flattering, but because it comes from her, someone whose opinion has somehow become more important than the judgment of peers who share my station. Her approval matters in ways that aristocratic praise never has, carrying weight that transforms how I see myself and my choices. "I feel more alive in these conversations than I have since Mother died," I confess, the words spilling out before I can help them. "You make me remember who I wanted to be, before grief made me selfish and withdrawn." "You make me feel human again," she replies simply, "like I'm more than just a collection of scars and survival instincts. When you look at me, I see myself as someone worth saving rather than someone who simply refuses to die." The moment stretches between us, charged with recognition and possibility that neither of us dares name directly. But something has shifted. We're no longer noble and fugitive bound by necessity, but two people discovering unexpected connection in the most unlikely circumstances. "I should go," I say reluctantly, though every instinct screams against leaving her presence. "But tomorrow I'll bring books from Mother's library. Poetry, perhaps, or stories that might help pass the lonely hours." "I'd like that," she whispers, and the simple pleasure in her voice makes me feel capable of moving mountains if it would bring her happiness. As I rise to leave, she reaches out and briefly touches my hand, skin against skin for the first time, warm and real and electrifying. The contact lasts only seconds, but it burns in my memory as I walk home through Orthani's sleeping streets. I feel more alive, I murmur to myself, the admission carrying weight that will reshape everything I thought I knew about duty, desire, and the dangerous territory where the two intersect in ways that promise to change us both forever.
Chapter 13. Ophelia. The Festival of Ashes begins with bells that toll across Orthani, like the voices of the dead, deep and mournful and strangely beautiful. From the depths of the thornily crypt, I can hear the distant sounds of celebration, if the dark elves' winter rituals can be called celebration. Chanting voices drift through stone walls, carrying melodies that speak of honouring ancestors while the living feast in their memory. What are they singing? I whisper, my question directed at the marble angels standing eternal vigil around me. Their carved faces remain silent, yet their stone eyes seem to offer sympathy as I strain to discern fragments of the ancient songs, those that mark this season of remembrance. Malvir told me about the Festival of Ashes yesterday, how dark elf nobles honour their dead with elaborate banquets while burning offerings in the snow, how the wealthy gorge themselves on roasted meats and aged wines while humans shiver outside their gates. The contrast feels particularly sharp from my hiding place among his family's honoured ancestors, surrounded by luxury that speaks of centuries of accumulated privilege. But as the day wears on and the sounds of festivity grow louder, I find myself imagining what it would be like to participate freely in such rituals, not as property serving at the edges, but as someone whose presence was welcomed, whose voice could join the ancient songs without fear of punishment for presumption. The fantasy feels dangerous in its sweetness. I picture myself walking openly through lamplit streets, choosing my own path without constantly checking shadows for pursuing guards. I imagine sitting at a table where food is abundant and freely shared, where conversation flows without the careful calculations that have governed every word I've spoken for years. Most dangerous of all, I imagine Malvir beside me in these dreams, not as a noble showing charity to desperate property, but as someone who values my company for its own sake. The thought makes my cheeks burn with more than candlelight, touching possibilities I have no right to consider. A soft sound in the corridor beyond makes my heart leap with anticipation I no longer try to deny. His footsteps have become as familiar as my own heartbeat, carrying the promise of warmth and conversation that has transformed these stone chambers from mere hiding place to something approaching sanctuary. Ophelia? His voice carries notes of excitement that make me sit straighter with curiosity. I bring gifts from the festival. When he shows up in the chamber entrance, his arms are laden with bundles that speak of careful selection rather than hasty gathering. The sight of him sends the usual flutter through my chest. He's beautiful in the way all dark elves are beautiful, but there's something else now, something in his manner toward me that makes that beauty feel personal rather than distant. Gifts? I ask, rising to greet him with movements that feel less careful than they once did. You shouldn't have risked taking things from the festival. What if someone notices items missing? These aren't stolen, he assures me, settling his burden on the stone bench with obvious pleasure. They're my legitimate share of the feast, saved and brought here instead of consumed in the dining hall. I told Uncle Aldrich that grief made food taste like ash, that I preferred to honour Mother's memory with private contemplation. The explanation makes my throat tight with gratitude, and something deeper I don't dare name. He chose to go hungry at his own family's celebration, so he could share abundance with me. The gesture feels larger than mere kindness, carrying implications that make my pulse quicken with dangerous hope. Malvir, I breathe, watching him unwrap delicacies I've only dreamed of tasting. This is too much. Your family will expect you to participate properly in their traditions. My family will have to accept that grief follows its own timeline, he replies firmly. Besides, Sharing a feast with someone who appreciates each bite feels more like honouring the dead than consuming abundance while surrounded by people who take such luxury for granted. The first package reveals bread still warm from festival ovens, crusty on the outside and soft within, smelling of herbs and butter that make my mouth water despite the good meals he's already provided. The second contains slices of roasted Torah, so tender they fall apart at my touch, seasoned with spices that speak of wealth and careful preparation. But it's the third bundle that steals my breath entirely. Pastries shaped like tiny flowers, dusted with sugar that sparkles in the candlelight like crystallized starlight. I've seen such delicacies in Master Corvain's dining room, but never imagined I might taste them myself. Festival sweets, Malvir explains, watching my expression with obvious satisfaction. Made only during the Ashes celebration, when bakers compete to create the most elaborate confections. I thought you should know what true sweetness tastes like. I take one of the delicate pastries with trembling fingers, afraid I might damage something so beautiful. The first bite floods my mouth with flavours I lack words to describe. Honey and cream, and something floral that makes tears spring to my eyes with the sheer pleasure of it. It's incredible, I whisper through the emotion that clogs my throat. I never imagined anything could taste so perfect. Watch this, he says with boyish enthusiasm that transforms his aristocratic features into something younger and more approachable. He takes one of the pastries and holds it near a candle flame until the sugar coating begins to caramelize, filling the air with scent like burnt honey. The result tastes even better than the original. Sweet heat that melts on my tongue and leaves me gasping with delight. How did you know to do that? Mother taught me, he admits with a smile that carries fond memories. She said the best treats were the ones you shared with people who truly appreciated them, and that a little extra effort always made sweetness more meaningful. The casual mention of his mother sharing such moments with him makes my chest ache with longing for connections I've never known. She sounds like she understood what mattered most. She would have loved watching you taste these, he says softly. She always said the greatest pleasure came from seeing joy in other people's faces, not from indulging yourself. The compliment sends warmth through my entire body, but it's his expression as he speaks, tender and focused entirely on my happiness, that makes breathing difficult. When did someone caring about my pleasure become so intoxicating? When did his approval start mattering more than my own survival? Tell me about the festival, I request, settling beside him with careful attention to the space between us, while desperately wanting to eliminate it entirely. What are the celebrations like for those wealthy enough to participate? His description paints pictures that fascinate and repel in equal measure. Tables groaning with food while humans starve outside, elaborate ceremonies honouring dead ancestors, while living slaves suffer in silence, beauty and cruelty intertwined so thoroughly that separating them seems impossible. It sounds magnificent and terrible, I observe when he finishes. Like something from a dream that turns into a nightmare without warning. Exactly, he agrees with relief that suggests he's been waiting for someone to understand this contradiction. Growing up, I loved the pageantry and the traditions, but Mother always made sure I saw the shadows behind the spectacle. She said true celebration is required, including everyone, not just those fortunate enough to afford abundance. What would that look like? I ask, genuinely curious about his vision of a more just world. How would you change things if you had the power? His answer comes without hesitation, suggesting he's thought deeply about such possibilities. I'd ensure that festival food was shared beyond noble tables, that humans could participate in ceremonies instead of serving at their edges. I'd make the celebration about community rather than exclusion. The passionate conviction in his voice takes me. Here is someone who doesn't just see the world's cruelties, but actively imagines better alternatives, who possesses both the conscience to recognise injustice and the position to potentially address it. You'd risk everything to make such changes? I ask softly. Some things are worth any risk, he replies. Some principles matter more than safety or convenience. The moment stretches between us, heavy with recognition and possibility that neither of us dares name directly. But something fundamental has shifted. We're no longer discussing abstract ideals, but acknowledging the connection that has grown between us, despite every rational reason it shouldn't exist. Next year, I whisper, the words escaping before I can try to stop them, I will be free. The simple statement is a prayer, like a promise that tomorrow might hold something other than hiding and fear. And when Malvir nods with conviction that suggests he intends to make such freedom possible, I allow myself to believe that impossible dreams might sometimes become beautiful reality. The festival continues outside these walls, but here in the warmth of shared sweetness and whispered hopes, we create our own celebration. Two souls finding connection across barriers that should have kept us forever apart, discovering that the most meaningful traditions are the ones we build together from nothing but courage and impossible hope. From the depths of the darkness of Protheka,
or clawing up from the realms of fantasy,
come the most fearsome beasts you have ever seen.
These monsters are done watching from the shadows.
Now, as they step into the light, something unexpected grips them.
Something even they can't fight off.
Love.
Vampires.
Demons.
Dark elves.
Gods.
Minotaurs. Creatures of light and dark.
They will protect their mates.
Do whatever needs to be done.
Morally grey heroes who will burn the world to protect the women who love them.
10 audiobooks.
Fall into over 60 hours of fantasy romance.
20 ebooks.
Over 1 million words of these brutes who will protect their women.
Even if they might destroy themselves in the process.
Get the immersive Protheka fantasy romance bundle.
For 80% off, right now, dive into Protheka at a once-in-a-lifetime discount.
The first bundle to offer both ebooks and audiobooks on worldsofprotheka.com. Protheka's magic is eternal, and this Romantasy bundle will make it endless.
Chapter 14. Malvir. The evergreen sprigs feel different in my hands tonight. Not just ritual offerings for the dead, but symbols of something alive growing between Ailia and me in the depths of winter's grip. The crimson berries catch moonlight like drops of blood against the snow, beautiful and vital, and somehow perfect for what I have planned. Mother always said the most meaningful gifts were those that honored both giver and receiver, and tonight I understand what she meant. These are for us, I whisper to the bundle wrapped carefully in oiled cloth, protected against the bitter wind that cuts through Orthani's streets like a blade. Not for Mother's grave alone, but for the woman who has transformed my understanding of what it really means to be truly alive. The Festival of Ashes has left the city in a strange mood, sated nobility sleeping off their indulgences, while humans huddle in whatever shelter they can find, the contrast between abundance and privation starker than ever in winter's harsh light. But walking toward the crypt with arms full of greenery and hope, I feel removed from such concerns. Tonight belongs to something purer than social hierarchy or inherited privilege. Uncle Aldrich questioned my early departure from the family gathering, his pale eyes sharp with suspicion that I deflected with practiced ease. Mother's memory feels strongest during the actual festival night, I explained. Private contemplation seems more appropriate than continuing celebration. The excuse satisfied him, though I caught him watching with the expression of someone who suspects his charge has developed peculiar habits. Let him wonder. Some secrets are worth protecting regardless of cost, and what has grown between Ailia and me falls into that category completely. The crypt welcomes me with warm candlelight, and the sight of her arranging the festival delicacies I brought yesterday into patterns that transform practical nourishment into something approaching art. She gazes up at my approach with a smile that sends shockwaves through me, and I'm struck again by just how beautiful she is, not just despite her circumstances, but because of the strength required to maintain grace under such impossible conditions. "You're early again," she observes, rising with movements that flow like water, despite weeks of hardship. "I was just admiring these pastries too much to eat them. They're almost too beautiful to consume." "Then we'll make them into something even more beautiful," I say, revealing the evergreen boughs with an excitement I haven't felt since childhood. Something that honors both tradition and the present moment. Her eyes widen as she takes in the fresh greenery, understanding dawning across features that transform with wonder. Evergreen and berries, like the wreaths you leave at your mother's grave, like the decorations my family has used for centuries to honor the dead and celebrate life persisting through winter's darkness, I correct gently. Mother taught me that the most important rituals are those we share with people who matter, not ceremonies performed for social obligation. I begin arranging the sprigs around the chamber's perimeter, weaving them between carved angels and marble flowers until the stark tomb becomes something warmer, more alive. Ophelia joins me without being asked, her hands moving with surprising skill as she adds berries to create patterns that speak of natural beauty rather than forced formality. "My grandmother used to do this," she says softly, working clusters of crimson fruit into the greenery with obvious pleasure. "Before the slavers came to our village, she would decorate our cottage with whatever evergreen she could find. She said winter needed reminding that spring always returned eventually. The casual mention of her life before enslavement causes me distress. I've been so focused on her immediate circumstances that I forgot she had a history, a family, connections severed by violence that reduced her to property." "Tell me about her. About them." Her hands still for a moment, and I see the careful consideration that governs every personal revelation. "Grandmother was a healer. She knew which plants could ease pain, which ones could fight infection. She taught me that helping others was the most important work anyone could do, regardless of their station in life. She sounds like someone Mother would have admired," I say honestly. They both understood that true nobility comes from service, not from demanding service from others. We work in comfortable silence for a while, our hands occasionally brushing as we reach for the same branch or berry cluster. Each contact sends electricity between us, and I begin to suspect she feels the same awareness from the way her breath catches when our fingers meet. The transformation is remarkable. What began as a stark burial chamber becomes something that speaks of celebration rather than mourning, life rather than death. The evergreen scent fills the air with reminders of forests and growing things, while the berries add color that makes the candlelight seem warmer and more welcoming. "There," Ophelia breathes when we finish, stepping back to admire our work. "It feels like home," I finish when she trails off, understanding exactly what she means. "This space we've created together feels more welcoming than any room in Thornley House, more meaningful than the grandest festival hall. Like our own celebration." She turns to look at me then, and something in her expression steals my breath entirely. "Is that what this is? Our own festival?" "If you want it to be," I say carefully. "If you'd like to share something that belongs only to us, not to tradition or obligation or what others expect." Her smile in response is the most beautiful thing I've seen since Mother's death. Pure joy untainted by the careful calculations that have governed every interaction we've had until now. I'd like that very much. But I don't know how such things work. I've never had my own celebration before. "Neither have I admit with a frank honesty that surprises us both. All my festivals have been performances for other people's expectations. But this..." I gesture to our transformed chamber, to the beauty we've created together from simple materials and shared hope. This feels real in ways those elaborate ceremonies never did. She moves closer then, close enough that I can see candlelight reflected in her gray eyes, close enough to count the faint freckles that dust her nose despite weeks of hiding from sunlight. "What would we do at our own festival? How would we mark something that belongs only to us?" The idea quickens my pulse with dangerous anticipation. "We could exchange gifts," I suggest. "Not lavish ones, but something meaningful. Something that shows we see beyond our present circumstances." Her face brightens with excitement that makes her look younger, less marked by the hardships that have shaped her existence. I have something for you. I've been working on it during the long days when you're away. She disappears into the chamber's depths and returns with something wrapped in one of the cloths that originally held food. Her hands shake slightly as she offers it, and I can see the vulnerability in her expression. Someone unused to giving gifts, uncertain whether her offering will be received with the spirit in which it's intended. Inside the wrapping lies a small carving made from a piece of the bread I brought her, not eaten but transformed into art with nothing but her fingernails and infinite patience. It's a perfect miniature of one of the chamber's angels, every detail reproduced with stunning accuracy despite the crude tools at her disposal. It's incredible, I breathe, turning the tiny figure in the candlelight to admire the craftsmanship. You made this from bread? I wanted to give you something, she says shyly. Something that proved I was thinking of you during the hours we're apart. I know it's not much, but... It's perfect, I interrupt, meaning it more deeply than she could possibly know. It's the most meaningful gift I've ever received because you made it with your own hands, because you thought of me while creating it. The relief that floods her features. Really? You don't think it's foolish for someone like me to attempt art? I think, I say slowly, that you have more artistic talent in your smallest finger than most people develop in lifetimes of leisure and expensive instruction, and I think anyone who convinced you otherwise was wrong about far more than your abilities. Color rises in her cheeks at the compliment, and she looks down at her hands with the shy pleasure of someone unaccustomed to being the center of positive attention. What about your gift? You said we should exchange something meaningful. I reach into my cloak and withdraw the item I've carried close to my heart all evening. Mother's silver pendant, the one she wore every day until her death, shaped like intertwined roses with thorns that catch light like tiny stars. It's worth more than most people see in years, but its value lies far beyond precious metal and craftsmanship. This belonged to my mother, I say, holding it out with hands that tremble slightly. She said it represented the idea that beauty and pain often grow together, that the most meaningful things in life require courage to embrace despite the risk of being hurt. Ophelia stares at the pendant with obvious shock. Malvir, I can't accept something so valuable, something that belonged to her. She would want you to have it, I say with conviction that comes from knowing Mother's heart as well as my own. She believed jewelry should be worn by people who understood its meaning, not locked away in boxes to gather dust. And you... I pause, searching for words that won't reveal too much too soon. You understand exactly what it means to find beauty despite pain. Her eyes fill with tears that catch candlelight like captured stars, and when she reaches out to accept the pendant, her fingers brush mine with contact that sends ripples of pleasure through me. Thank you for trusting me with something so precious. Thank you, I reply, for reminding me that the most important celebrations are the ones we create from love rather than obligation. The word love slips out before I can stop it, hanging in the air between us like a confession neither of us is quite ready to acknowledge directly. But the way she looks at me, wonder and gratitude and something deeper that makes my heart leap with dangerous hope, suggests the sentiment isn't entirely unwelcome. It feels like home, she whispers again. Like our own new ritual, I agree, settling beside her to admire the beauty we've created together. Something that belongs only to us, marked by gifts that matter more than gold, because they come from understanding rather than obligation. Outside, the Festival of Ashes continues with its sadistic blend of celebration and cruelty. But here in our transformed sanctuary, we've created something purer, connection that transcends every barrier meant to keep us apart, hope that grows stronger with each shared moment, and the beginning of something that feels dangerously close to the love neither of us dares name aloud.
Chapter 15. Ophelia. The silver pendant lies warm against my throat, Mother Thornley's roses and thorns resting just above my heart like a talisman against the darkness that has defined my existence for so long. I touch it constantly throughout the day, reassuring myself that last night's exchange of gifts actually happened, that Malvir trusts me with something so precious it transforms how I see myself in his eyes. "You wore jewellery once," I whisper to my reflection in the small mirror he brought weeks ago. The face that stares back still carries the gauntness of recent starvation, but there's something else now, a light in my eyes that speaks of hope rather than mere survival. "You were someone who mattered enough to receive beautiful things." The thought should comfort me, but as afternoon stretches toward evening, unease grows in my chest like a thorny vine. For 3 days I've felt eyes watching from the crypt's shadows, heard whispers that cease when I strain to listen more closely. The careful sanctuary we've built feels less secure with each passing hour, and the weight of endangering Malvir grows heavier than the precious pendant he's given me. When footsteps approach the crypt earlier than usual, my heart leaps with the usual anticipation, before fear crashes over me like ice water. Those aren't Malvir's measured steps. They're heavier, more purposeful, carrying the authority of someone accustomed to being obeyed without question. I blow out my candles and retreat to the deepest shadows of the chamber, pressing myself against cold marble, while my pulse hammers so loudly I'm certain it will give me away. The pendant seems to burn against my skin, evidence of connections that could destroy us both if discovered by the wrong eyes. "Malvir!" A voice calls from the corridor, cultured and sharp with suspicion. "I know you're down here. The guards reported seeing lights in the family crypt well past midnight, and your absences have become too frequent to ignore." Uncle Aldrich, the steward who watches Malvir with calculating eyes, who speaks of duty and proper behaviour, as though kindness were a character flaw to be corrected. My blood turns to ice as his footsteps echo closer, each one bringing discovery and the end of everything beautiful we've built together. "Uncle?" Malvir's voice comes from the chamber entrance, carefully controlled but carrying notes of tension that make my heart clench with protective fury. He's risking everything to shield me, and I'm powerless to help him bear the consequences. "What brings you to the family crypt at this hour?" "The question is, what brings you here so frequently?" comes the stern reply. "And why servants report food missing from the kitchens in quantities far exceeding what one person could consume? Are you hosting midnight gatherings among the honoured dead?" The accusation is a blade, sharp with implications that could destroy Malvir's reputation and my life in equal measure. I strain to hear his response, while my mind races through impossible escape routes that all end in capture or death. "I've been struggling with grief," Malvir says carefully. "Being near Mother's tomb brings comfort, and I sometimes bring food to sustain myself during long vigils. If the quantities seem excessive, it's because I often can't bear to eat when sorrow overwhelms appetite." The explanation sounds reasonable, but I can hear Uncle Aldrich's scepticism in the quality of his silence. "Grief is natural, but obsession with the dead serves no one. You have duties to the living, Malvir. Responsibilities that suffer when you spend your nights communing with marble angels instead of attending to estate business." "I understand your concerns," Malvir replies, with the careful diplomacy of someone walking through a field of hidden traps. "Perhaps I have been overindulgent in my mourning. Spring will bring new focus on practical matters." "Spring is months away," Uncle Aldrich points out with the patience of someone explaining obvious truths to a slow child. "And your behaviour has attracted unwelcome attention. The city guard mentioned unusual activity in this area during their recent search for escaped property. We cannot afford scandal, particularly not scandal that suggests the Thornley heir has developed eccentric habits." Escaped property. The words bruise me like physical blows, confirming my worst fears about the whispers and watching eyes I've sensed. They're hunting me specifically, and Malvir's protection can only extend so far before it becomes a liability that drags him down as well. "Of course," Malvir agrees, his voice steady despite what this conversation must cost him. "I'll be more discreet in my visits. Perhaps limiting them to once weekly would be more appropriate. Once weekly. The prospect of seeing him so rarely causes panic, but I know he has no choice. Uncle Aldrich has laid down terms that disguise threats in reasonable language, and refusing would invite the very scrutiny we most need to avoid. Excellent, Uncle Aldrich says with satisfaction that repels me. I'm pleased to see you responding rationally to guidance. The Thornley name depends on your ability to maintain proper perspective on the difference between honouring the dead and neglecting the living. Their voices fade as they move away from the chamber, leaving me alone with racing thoughts and the terrible certainty that our carefully constructed sanctuary is crumbling around us. The pendant at my throat feels heavier now, a reminder of what I stand to lose and what my presence costs the man who has shown me more kindness than I thought possible. Hours pass before Malvir returns alone, moving with the careful steps of someone ensuring he hasn't been followed. When he appears in the entrance, his aristocratic features are tight with strain that makes my heart ache for the impossible position I've placed him in. You heard, he says simply, settling beside me with moves that speak of exhaustion beyond the physical. I heard, I confirm, my voice barely above a whisper. Malvir, I have to leave. Uncle Aldrich suspects something, and if he investigates further... No, he interrupts with fierce conviction that surprises us both. We'll find another solution. I won't let them take you back to whatever hell you escaped, not when you've finally found safety. The protectiveness in his voice sends warmth through my chest, despite the cold fear that has settled in my bones. Listen to me, I say urgently, catching his hands in mine and feeling the tremor that runs through his fingers. This isn't just about my safety anymore. If they discover you've been helping escaped property, it won't matter that you're heir to the Thornley name. Some crimes are too serious for family influence to overcome. Then we'll ensure they don't discover anything, he says with the stubborn determination of someone who has never been forced to accept defeat. There are other hiding places, other ways to keep you safe while maintaining the appearance of normal behaviour. His refusal to abandon me should feel like salvation, but it fills me with terror for what such loyalty might cost him. Why? I whisper, the familiar question that has haunted every interaction between us. Why risk your entire future for someone you've known for mere weeks? He's quiet for so long, I wonder if he's finally realised the madness of what he's suggesting. But when he speaks, his words rewrite everything I thought I understood about the impossible connection that has grown between us. Because, he says slowly, somewhere between rescuing a ghost and discovering a woman, I fell in love with someone who shows me what courage actually looks like. Someone who maintains kindness despite every reason for bitterness, who finds beauty in stolen moments and hope in circumstances that should destroy hope entirely. Love. The word hits me like lightning, illuminating truths I've been afraid to acknowledge even in my most private thoughts. He loves me, not as charity case or amusing distraction, but as a woman worthy of the devotion that could cost him everything he's ever known. I love you too, I breathe, the confession spilling out before I can stop it. I love your gentleness, your conscience, the way you see worth in someone the world discarded. I love that you risk everything to protect what matters, instead of simply protecting what's safe. Then trust me to find a way, he says, lifting my hands to press kisses against my knuckles with reverence that causes my pulse to race. Trust that love can overcome obstacles that seem impossible. I'd rather die with you than live without you, I whisper, meaning it more sincerely than any words I've ever spoken. His smile in the candlelight is fierce with promise and possibility. Then we'll make sure that choice never becomes necessary. Tomorrow we start planning your permanent freedom instead of just your temporary safety. The winter air carried the taste of destiny, a vow both bitter and sweet, yet utterly binding. We would confront whatever lay ahead, whatever cost our love across forbidden boundaries demanded, together. 2 souls, we found in each other the very thing the world had tried to convince us we were unworthy of.
Chapter 16. Malvir. The weight of Uncle Aldrich's suspicion presses against my chest like a physical thing as I work through Orthani's pre-dawn streets, but it cannot diminish the fire that burns in my veins since Ophelia's whispered confession of love. She loves me, not my title or my wealth or the protection I can offer, but the man I become in her presence, the person Mother always hoped I could be. "I love you too," she breathed against my hands last night, and the memory sends heat racing through me despite the bitter cold that turns my breath to silver clouds. 3 words that transform everything about the risks we're taking, elevating them from mere charity to something sacred enough to justify any consequence. The Thorniley estate rises before me like a monument to everything I'm prepared to sacrifice for her safety. Stone walls that have sheltered my family for generations, windows that glow with warmth bought through the suffering of people like Ophelia, wealth built on systems I can no longer pretend to accept without question. How can I preserve my inheritance when keeping it means abandoning the only person who has made me feel truly alive since Mother's death? "You're out early," Uncle Aldrich observes when I encounter him in the main hall, his pale eyes sharp with the suspicion that now colors every interaction between us. "I trust your midnight vigil provided the clarity you sought?" "Indeed," I reply carefully, forcing my voice to remain steady despite the chaos of emotions churning in my chest. Time among the ancestors always helps restore proper perspective on what truly matters. The words carry double meaning that I pray he doesn't catch. What truly matters isn't the preservation of noble privilege, but the protection of someone who is deserving of far better than the world has given her. Last night's exchange of love confessions has crystallized my priorities in ways that make everything else feel insignificant by comparison. "Excellent," he says with satisfaction that repels me. "I've arranged a dinner invitation with the Mordain family for tomorrow evening. Their daughter Lorelei is renowned for her beauty and accomplishments, exactly the sort of alliance that would benefit the Thorniley name." Marriage negotiations. The casual way he discusses selling my future to strangers while the woman I love hides among my family's dead makes fury rise in my throat like bile. How can he speak of advantageous matches when my heart belongs entirely to someone he would see return to chains? "Perhaps we should delay such arrangements," I suggest with careful diplomacy. "Grief may still be affecting my judgment too severely for such important decisions." His thin lips curve in what might charitably be called understanding, though his eyes remain calculating. Grief can indeed cloud one's thinking, which is precisely why guidance from clearer heads becomes essential. You cannot mourn forever, Malvir. The Thorniley legacy requires an heir, and producing one requires a suitable wife. The conversation continues through breakfast, each word feeling like another chain being forged around my future, while my thoughts race ahead to evening and the chance to see Ophelia again. Uncle Aldrich's plans for my life, marriage to some approved noble daughter, children who will inherit his values along with Thorniley wealth, a future of comfortable cruelty disguised as proper order, feel like a death sentence compared to the vibrant possibility of building something truly meaningful with someone who truly knows me. The day crawls past with agonizing slowness as I force myself through the motions of normal routine. Reviewing accounts, meeting with estate managers, discussing spring preparations, all the mundane concerns that once seemed important, but now feel like elaborate theater performed for an audience that doesn't understand the real drama unfolding in my life. But beneath the careful performance, my mind works frantically on practical problems that have acquired desperate urgency since last night's revelations. How can I provide for Ophelia's permanent safety when my every movement attracts scrutiny? Where can we go that Uncle Aldrich's influence won't follow? What connections might help someone without documentation travel freely beyond Orthani's reach? By afternoon, restlessness drives me to the library where I research trade routes and shipping schedules under the guise of reviewing family business interests. The more tolerant human settlements lie far to the south, but reaching them would require documentation and resources that I cannot provide without attracting exactly the kind of attention we most need to avoid. Unless the idea that form sends icy blood through my veins even as it kindles desperate hope. My personal inheritance from Mother includes properties that Uncle Aldrich cannot touch, investments made in my name alone that mature next year. Not enough to live in luxury, but sufficient to purchase passage and establish a modest household. 1 year, I murmur to myself, calculating timelines with growing excitement. If we can stay hidden for 1 year, I'll have access to funds that could secure real freedom for both of us. Leaving the familiar excites me, offering a life where kindness and genuine connection outweigh wealth and social status. Evening cannot come quickly enough. I gather supplies with even more care than usual. Not just food and necessities, but maps and documents that might prove useful for planning our eventual escape. The risk of discovery has never been higher, but neither has the importance of what I'm fighting to protect. The crypt's ancient door opens to warm candlelight, and the sight of Ophelia arranging the evergreen decorations we created together, her movements graceful despite weeks of hardship. She looks up at my approach with a smile, and I'm hit again by how beautiful she is. Not just despite her circumstances, but because of the strength required to maintain such grace under impossible conditions. The pendant at her throat catches candlelight like captured stars, Mother's roses and thorns resting just above her heart where they belong. "You came!" She breathes with relief that suggests she'd feared Uncle Aldrich's warnings might keep me away. I was beginning to worry that caution had finally overcome affection. "Never," I say firmly, crossing to her with steps that feel like coming home. Love doesn't retreat in the face of obstacles. It finds ways to overcome them. The word love flows more easily now, no longer a confession to be whispered in darkness, but a truth that colors everything about how we see each other. When I reach her side and take her hands in mine, the contact sends electricity racing through me. "I've been considering your words," she says, her gray eyes shining with emotions I'm beginning to understand deeply. "About seeking lasting solutions rather than temporary escapes. What precisely did you envision?" I settle beside her on the cushioned bench, close enough to see candlelight reflected in her eyes, close enough to count the faint freckles that dust her nose despite weeks away from sunlight. "In 1 year, I'll gain access to inheritance funds that Uncle Aldrich cannot control. Money that could purchase passage to places where humans face less systematic oppression, where we could establish a household without constant fear of discovery." Her breath catches at the implications. "You would leave everything? Your family, your estate, your entire future as heir to the Thornley name?" "I would leave everything that doesn't matter to keep everything that does," I reply with conviction that surprises us both. What is inherited wealth when compared to building something special and meaningful with someone who sees your true worth? Social standing means little next to waking beside someone who values your conscience over your nobility. Tears gather in her eyes, catching candlelight like captured stars. "Malvir, I can't ask you to sacrifice so much for my sake. The price is too high." "The price of losing you would be higher," I interrupt, catching her face in my hands with reverence that makes my voice rough with emotion. "You are not a sacrifice, Ophelia. You are salvation. The chance to become the man Mother always hoped I could be instead of merely inheriting the title she left behind." For a minute, we gaze at each other across the narrow distance, both breathing hard with the weight of what we're contemplating. Then she leans forward until our foreheads touch, her hands covering mine with pressure that anchors me to earth and possibility in equal measure. 1 year, she whispers against my lips. "We have to stay hidden for 1 year, and then we can build a life that belongs to us rather than circumstance and inheritance." 1 year, I agree, the timeline feeling both impossible and absolutely necessary. "Can you be that patient? Can you trust me to find a way to keep us both safe until then?" Her answer comes in the form of a kiss, tentative at first, then deeper as courage overcomes caution and desire overwhelms every rational argument against what we're feeling. Her lips are soft and warm and taste like hope made tangible, and when she sighs against my mouth with pleasure that mirrors my own, I know with bone-deep certainty that I would wait lifetimes for this woman if necessary. I trust you, she breathes when we finally break apart, both of us trembling with more than cold. With my life, with my heart, with whatever future we can build together from love and impossible circumstances. Our vow, a sacred promise, transforms our risky venture. No longer just fugitives, we've chosen each other despite all barriers. Outside, winter tightens its grip on Orthani with renewed fury. But here in our transformed sanctuary, warmth is everywhere. 1 year. The timeline stretches ahead like a bridge we must cross together, each day a test of the bond that has somehow become more important than safety, sanity, or the comfortable predictability of lives lived according to other people's expectations. But looking into Ophelia's eyes as candlelight dances across her face, I know with absolute certainty that every moment of waiting will be worth it for the chance to build something beautiful from the ashes of everything I once thought I wanted.
Chapter 17. Ophelia. The crypt is a tomb of frost and shadow, its stone walls glittering with ice under the flicker of stolen candles. Their light dances across the marble angels, casting our silhouettes, mine small and trembling, Malvir's tall and elegant, against the ancient tombs. The air bites with winter's chill, but my blood burns, a wildfire ignited by the dark elf lord who kneels before me, his violet eyes glowing with a hunger that sets my soul ablaze. Tonight, we defy chains, death, and the cruel world beyond these walls. Tonight, I am no slave, no ghost, just a woman burning to be claimed. Malvir, I whisper, my voice steady despite the inferno in my chest. My tattered dress clings to my bruised skin. I need you. Take me. Make me yours. His ash-grey face tightens, his silver hair glinting as he rises, towering over me, a predator of pain and pleasure. Ophelia, he growls, his voice a velvet blade slicing through my restraint. You're my doll, you want this? Beg for it.
Sorry for the interruption. I know you were gearing up for a steamy scene, but it's way too hot for this platform.
If we want to keep sharing our stories for free, we have to abide by this platform's guidelines.
To get the full, unabridged audiobook, go to worldsofprotheka.com.
Browse through unabridged audiobooks, countless ebooks and bundles offered at a discount.
If the thought of me whispering all the dirty details into your ear isn't enticing enough, use discount code YouTube30 to get 30% off of all digital products.
Story after story, audiobook after audiobook, the Worlds of Protheka are waiting for you.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
But unabridged, it's unforgettable. I lie in his arms, shaking not from fear but from being wanted, truly wanted, as a woman, not property. His fingers trail along my skin, gentle now, his violet eyes soft with love. For once I feel alive. I whisper, my voice barely audible over the distant howl of the wind, but he hears, his hold tightening, a silent promise will fight for this, for us.
Chapter 18. Malvir. Dawn filters through the crypt's ancient windows like liquid silver, illuminating the woman sleeping beside me in ways that make my heart clench with protective tenderness. Ophelia lies curled against my chest, her dark hair spread across the marble like spilled ink, breathing deep, and even with the peace of someone who has finally found true sanctuary. The sight of her, relaxed, trusting, beautiful in the pale morning light, sends wonder through me so profound it feels like prayer. Mine, I whisper against her temple. She is mine not because I own her, but because she has chosen to trust me with her heart, her body, her fragile hope for a future neither of us dared imagine possible until now. Last night transformed everything between us from careful courtship to something infinitely more precious and dangerous. What we shared among the candles and evergreen sprigs wasn't just physical intimacy. It was a claim that transcends every barrier society has built between dark elf nobility and human desperation. She gave herself to me completely, and in accepting that gift, I became hers in ways that rewrite my understanding of what it means to belong to another person. But with wonder comes terror so sharp it steals my breath. The woman sleeping trustingly in my arms has escaped property by every law of our society, and what we've done together would be seen as theft of the worst kind, not just harboring stolen goods, but contaminating myself with forbidden contact that violates the fundamental order Uncle Aldrich believes keeps civilization stable. I will protect her, I vow to the marble angels who have witnessed our transformation from desperate allies to devoted lovers. Whatever it costs, whatever I have to sacrifice, she will never be returned to chains. Last night changed us both in ways that make retreat impossible. We can only move forward now, deeper into love that could destroy everything I've ever known while offering salvation I never knew I needed. Ophelia stirs against me, her gray eyes fluttering open to focus on my face with an expression of wonder that mirrors my own. "You're still here," she breathes, as though she'd feared waking to discover our night together was only a beautiful dream. "Always," I promise, brushing a strand of hair from her cheek with reverence that makes my voice rough. "For as long as you want me, I'm yours completely." Color rises in her pale cheeks at my declaration, and she touches the silver pendant at her throat, with fingers that still tremble slightly from the intensity of what we've shared. I keep expecting to wake up back in Master Corvain's cell, to discover that kindness and love were just fevered dreams born from starvation and desperation. "This is real," I assure her, catching her hand to press kisses against her knuckles with devotion that makes her breath catch. "You are real. What we feel is real, and what we've built together is strong enough to survive whatever challenges lie ahead." But even as I speak words of comfort, Uncle Aldrich's suspicious face looms in my memory like a storm cloud gathering on the horizon. His warnings about excessive grief and eccentric behavior weren't idle conversation. They were threats disguised as guidance, promises that closer scrutiny will follow if my behavior doesn't conform to his expectations of proper noble conduct. "We need to be more careful," I admit reluctantly. "Uncle Aldrich is watching my movements too closely for comfort. He suspects something even if he doesn't know what yet." "Then maybe I should—" she begins, but I silence her with a gentle finger against her lips. "Don't even think about leaving," I say firmly. "We'll find other ways to meet, other places to be together safely. I won't lose you now, not when I've finally found someone worth risking everything to protect." Her smile in response is tremulous but real. "What do you suggest? How can we maintain this connection without giving Uncle Aldrich the evidence he needs to destroy us both?" The question I've been dreading because the answer requires changes that will test the bond we've only just discovered. Fewer meetings but longer ones. More careful timing to avoid predictable patterns. And perhaps... I pause, hating what I'm about to suggest. Perhaps we need to consider alternative locations, places where my presence won't attract the same level of scrutiny. "Alternative locations?" she repeats thoughtfully. "Do you have somewhere in mind?" "The old groundskeeper's cottage at the estate's eastern boundary," I say, the plan forming as I speak. "It's been abandoned for years, close enough to reach without attracting attention, but far enough from the main house to provide privacy. I could bring supplies there during daylight hours, meet you after dark when household routines make my absence less noticeable." Hope kindles in her eyes at the possibility of change that doesn't require separation. It sounds perfect. But how would I reach it without being seen? The crypt provides cover, but open ground. "Leave that to me," I promise, already working through logistics that will require careful planning and perfect timing. "I'll find ways to ensure your safe passage. The important thing is maintaining what we've built while adapting to circumstances that demand more caution." She nods with the pragmatic acceptance of someone who has learned to survive by embracing necessary changes. But I can see the cost such flexibility exacts. How many times has she been forced to abandon safety for uncertainty? How often has the promise of stability been snatched away by forces beyond her control? "Hey," I say softly, catching her chin to make her meet my eyes. "This isn't abandonment or retreat. This is strategic adaptation that protects what matters most. Our ability to be together despite obstacles designed to keep us apart. I know, she whispers, but I hear the vulnerability beneath her brave words. It's just, I've never had anything worth protecting before. The fear of losing it feels almost worse than the years of having nothing at all. The confession breaks me open, flooding me with tenderness so profound, it feels like drowning in the best possible way. She's afraid of losing me, not my protection or my resources, but me personally, the connection we forged from desperate circumstances and impossible hope. You won't lose me, I vow with conviction that comes from depths I didn't know I had. Not to Uncle Aldrich's suspicions, not to social expectations, not to any force that tries to tear apart what we've built together. I swear it on my mother's memory. You are mine, and I am yours, regardless of what changes we must make to stay safe. Her tears, when they come, are silver in the morning light, but they speak of relief rather than despair. I love you, she breathes against my lips when I lean down to kiss them away. More than freedom, more than safety, more than anything I ever thought I wanted from life. I love you too, I reply, meaning it with every fiber of my being. Enough to rebuild my entire existence around keeping you safe and happy. Enough to become someone worthy of the trust you've placed in me. We hold each other in the growing light, both knowing that this perfect moment cannot last forever, but determined to absorb every second of peace before the world intrudes with its demands and dangers. Change is coming. It has to if we want to survive the growing scrutiny that threatens everything we've built. But looking into Ophelia's eyes as dawn transforms the crypt from candlelit sanctuary to morning-bright reality, I know with absolute certainty that no alteration in location or schedule can diminish what we've discovered together. Love this deep, this transformative, this worth protecting regardless of cost. It will endure whatever challenges lie ahead. They will not take you, I whisper against her hair, the promise carrying all the fierce determination that burns in my chest. Whatever I have to do, whatever I have to sacrifice, they will not take you from me. The vow echoes off marble walls like a prayer, like a battle cry, like the beginning of a war I'm fully prepared to fight for the only prize that has ever truly mattered. The chance to love and protect the woman who has shown me what it means to be truly alive.
Chapter 19. Ophelia. The afterglow of Malvir's touch still warms my skin as I watch him disappear into the crypt's morning shadows, but cold reality settles in my chest like swallowed stones. He spoke of alternative meeting places and strategic adaptation, but I heard the careful fear beneath his confident words. Uncle Aldrich's suspicions are tightening like a noose around our fragile sanctuary, and every day we delay could be the one that destroys us both. What have I done? I ask the still angels, who witnessed our transformation from desperate allies to devoted lovers. Their carved faces offer no judgment, but I see accusation in every stone smile, condemnation in every eternally outstretched hand. I've contaminated their sacred space with forbidden love, and now the man who showed me kindness faces consequences that could destroy everything he's ever known. The pendant at my throat feels heavier today, Mother Thornley's roses and thorns pressing against my skin, like a reminder of what I stand to lose if Uncle Aldrich's investigations uncover the truth. Malvir spoke with such conviction about protecting what we've built, but what if protection requires sacrifice he's not prepared to make? What if saving me means damning himself to exile, disgrace, or worse? I pace the transformed chamber, touching evergreen sprigs and crimson berries that speak of celebration, rather than the mourning this place was meant to contain. Everything we've created together, warmth, beauty, hope made tangible, feels suddenly fragile, threatened by forces beyond our control or understanding. The sound of voices in the crypt above makes my blood freeze with recognition. Not mourners paying respects to honoured dead, but guards conducting another search, their conversations drifting through stone walls with casual authority that promises discovery and destruction. "Check every mausoleum again," comes a voice rough with annoyance. "The captain says someone's definitely been living rough in the cemetery. Fresh candle wax, food scraps, signs of regular habitation. Whoever it is, they're getting careless. Careless." The word cuts deep because it's accurate. Love has made me careless, comfort has made me visible, and now my presence endangers not just myself, but the man whose devotion has become more precious than breath itself. I blow out my candles and retreat to the deepest shadows of the chamber, but there's nowhere to hide from the truth that burns in my chest like acid. I'm a liability now, a weakness that enemies could exploit to destroy someone who deserves far better than the chaos my existence brings to his carefully ordered world. Hours pass before the voices fade and silence returns to the crypt, but the damage has been done. Seeds of doubt have taken root in my mind, growing into certainties that taste like ash on my tongue. Every moment I remain here increases the danger to Malvir. Every night we spend together brings Uncle Aldrich closer to the evidence he needs to destroy us both. When footsteps approach the crypt after sunset, my heart leaps with the usual anticipation, before crashing against the wall of resolve I've spent the day building. Malvir appears in the chamber carrying supplies and wearing an expression of barely contained excitement that makes my decision feel like swallowing ground glass. "I've found the perfect solution," he announces, setting down his bundle with obvious satisfaction. The groundskeeper's cottage is more secure than I remembered. Thick walls, hidden from main roads, close enough to reach safely but far enough to avoid casual discovery. "We can move you there tomorrow night when the household sleeps." His enthusiasm for plans that will keep us together should warm my heart. But instead it instills a despair so profound I can barely breathe. He's risking everything, reputation, inheritance, possibly his life, for someone whose very existence violates every law and custom of his society. How can I let such devotion destroy the man I love more than my own survival? "Malvir," I begin, then stop, the words I need to speak lodging in my throat like broken glass. How do you tell someone who has become your entire world that staying together will destroy them both? "What's wrong?" he asks immediately, crossing to me with concern. My heart clenches with protective tenderness at his words. "You look pale, even for someone who's been hiding from sunlight for weeks." His gentle humour, the way he tries to lighten moments when darkness threatens to overwhelm us both, it only makes what I have to do more agonising. "The guards came back today. They know someone's been living in the crypt, and they're not going to stop searching until they find answers." "Then it's even more important that we move you somewhere safer," he says, with the stubborn determination that first drew me to him. The cottage will put you at even greater risk," I interrupt, forcing steel into my voice despite the way my heart breaks with each word. "Malvir, listen to me. Really listen. Uncle Aldrich is already suspicious of your behaviour. How long before he has you followed? How long before someone notices you visiting an abandoned cottage with supplies meant for one person, but consumed by two?" His aristocratic features tighten with understanding he doesn't want to accept. "We'll be more careful. We'll find ways to—" "There is no more careful when it comes to this," I say, hating myself for the pain that enters his violet eyes. "Every moment we spend together increases the danger to your future, and I won't be the weakness that enemies use to destroy someone who has given me more happiness than I thought possible." We stare at each other across the growing distance, both understanding what I'm really saying beneath the practical concerns. Not just that continued meetings are dangerous, but that love itself has become a liability neither of us can afford. "You're talking about leaving," he says flatly, his voice carrying the hollow tone of someone who has just been struck a mortal blow. "You're planning to disappear into the winter night and hope I'll forget what we've shared." "I'm talking about protecting you from the consequences of my existence," I correct. "I'm talking about ensuring that your kindness doesn't become the weapon someone uses to destroy everything you've worked to build." He moves closer then, close enough that I can see candlelight reflected in his eyes, close enough to feel the heat that radiates from his body like a promise of warmth I'm about to lose forever. And what about what I want? What about my choice in whether the risk is worth taking? Your choice is compromised by feelings that cloud your judgment, I reply, forcing cruelty into words that feel like tearing my own heart out with bare hands. You think love can overcome obstacles that destroy people every day, but I've seen what happens when dark elves are caught breaking laws that preserve social order. The consequences reach beyond individuals to families, estates, entire bloodlines. Then we'll face those consequences together, he says, with fierce conviction that makes me want to weep for what I'm about to destroy. I'd rather be ruined with you than preserved without you. The romantic declaration should melt my resolve, but instead it strengthens my determination to save him from himself. You say that now, when exile seems romantic and sacrifice feels noble. But what happens when reality sets in? When you realise you've traded everything you've ever known for someone who can offer nothing but love in return? Love is everything, he insists, reaching for my hands with desperation that breaks my heart while proving my point. What is wealth without someone to share it with? What is position without someone who values your character more than your title? I pull back before his touch can weaken my resolve, putting physical distance between us that mirrors the emotional chasm I'm forcing open with necessary cruelty. Love isn't enough when it destroys the person you claim to care about. Real love, mature love, sometimes means making sacrifices that feel like death to preserve what truly matters. What truly matters is us, he says, and the raw pain in his voice almost undoes every careful argument I've constructed. What truly matters is protecting what we've built together, not surrendering to fears that may never come to pass. Those fears are already coming to pass, I point out with the pragmatic honesty that has kept me alive through years of circumstances designed to destroy hope. Uncle Aldrich suspects the guards are closing in, and every day we delay makes discovery more likely. I won't drag you down with me when there's still time to save your future. The silence that follows lingers between us like a battlefield, both of us understanding that this conversation will reshape everything about our relationship, regardless of how it ends. Either he accepts my reasoning and we part ways to protect his future, or he refuses, and we both face consequences that could destroy us in ways far worse than separation. Please, I whisper when the silence becomes unbearable. Please don't make this harder than it already is. Let me leave with dignity instead of waiting for circumstances to tear us apart in ways that leave nothing but bitterness and regret. His expression when he finally speaks carries defeat that cuts deeper than any blade. If that's truly what you want, if you honestly believe that leaving will protect something worth preserving. It's what I need, I lie, the falsehood bitter as wormwood on my tongue, for both our sakes. He nods slowly, and I see the exact moment when hope dies in his violet eyes, replaced by the hollow acceptance of someone who has just lost everything that mattered. Then I'll help you plan your departure. Make sure you have supplies, documentation if possible, whatever resources might help you survive beyond Orthani's borders. The practical offer should comfort me, but instead it feels like another small death, evidence that he's already beginning to distance himself from the impossible dream we've shared among marble angels and evergreen sprigs. Thank you, I say, for everything, for showing me what it's like to be valued as more than property, for teaching me that kindness exists even in places where cruelty seems absolute. Thank you, he replies with a hollow formality that feels like a knife between my ribs, for reminding me what it means to feel truly alive, even if only for a brief time. Our farewell, a shroud, transforms our sanctuary into hope's tomb. I cling to my resolve, believing destroying our happiness now preserves future love when circumstances allow.
Chapter 20. Malvir. The hollow emptiness in my chest where hope once lived makes every breath feel like drowning in reverse, air entering my lungs but bringing no relief, no warmth, no promise that the next moment will be bearable. Ophelia's words echo in the crypt's silence like death knells. I won't drag you down with me when there's still time to save your future. As though my future holds any meaning without her in it, as though preserving reputation and inheritance matters when the woman who made life worth living prepares to vanish into winter's merciless embrace. No, I whisper to the marble angels who witnessed our love's birth and now observe its destruction. I won't let fear steal what we've built together. But even as I speak defiance to the stone faces, Ophelia's practical arguments tear at my resolve like winter wind through inadequate clothing. Uncle Aldrich's suspicions, the guard's increasing vigilance, the very real possibility that discovery would mean death for her and disgrace for me, all of it weighs against the desperate desire to protect what we've shared regardless of consequences. The streets are dark and cold on the walk home. How can I prove that love is stronger than fear when fear speaks with the voice of lived experience? How can I convince someone who has survived by accepting harsh realities that sometimes miracles occur despite overwhelming odds against them? You look troubled, Uncle Aldrich observes when I encounter him in the estate's main hall, his pale eyes sharp with the calculating attention that has come to define every interaction between us. I trust your evening vigil provided the clarity you sought? Indeed, I reply automatically, though clarity feels like the one thing entirely absent from my current existence. Though some problems require extended contemplation before solutions become apparent. His thin smile suggests satisfaction with my apparent withdrawal from whatever concerns have been consuming my attention. Wise perspective. The young often mistake intensity of feeling for depth of understanding, but true wisdom comes from stepping back to assess situations with proper detachment. Detachment. The word tastes like ash in my mouth, bitter with implications that make my stomach churn with revulsion. How can he speak of detachment when attachment, real, profound, transformative connection, has become the most meaningful experience of my life? How can he recommend emotional distance when emotional intimacy has shown me who I'm capable of becoming when someone believes in my potential for goodness? Perhaps, I agree carefully, already planning my escape to chambers where I can think without his calculating gaze, dissecting every expression that crosses my face. Some decisions benefit from cooler consideration. But as I retreat to the library ostensibly to review estate documents, my mind works frantically on problems that have acquired desperate urgency since Ophelia's declaration of intent to leave. If she truly means to disappear rather than continue risking my safety, then passive acceptance becomes betrayal of everything we've shared. Real love, the mature kind she claims to understand, sometimes requires fighting for what matters despite obstacles that seem insurmountable. The maps spread across my desk reveal possibilities I've barely dared consider until now. Trade routes that connect Orthani to territories where people face less systematic oppression, shipping schedules that could carry refugees beyond the reach of dark elf authority, connections that might help someone without documentation establish a new identity far from the circumstances that define their past. Not just survival, I whisper to myself as plans begin to crystallize. Freedom. Real freedom, with resources to build something meaningful instead of merely existing on society's margins. My personal inheritance from Mother includes more than the property and investments I mentioned to Ophelia. There are also contacts, allies who respected her strong commitment to compassion and might be willing to assist someone she wanted protected. The network isn't vast, but it's real, and it could provide exactly the support needed to transform desperate flight into strategic relocation. The idea that form sends both terror and exhilaration through my veins in equal measure. Not just helping Ophelia escape, but joining her, abandoning the Thornley estate entirely to build a life based on love instead of inherited obligation. The prospect should horrify someone raised to value family legacy above personal happiness. But instead, I feel anticipation. 1 year, I promised her, speaking of when inheritance funds would become available. But why wait when immediate action could prevent the very separation that threatens to destroy us both? Why preserve wealth and position when the only person who makes such things meaningful prepares to vanish forever? The calculations come easier than they should for someone contemplating the abandonment of everything he's ever known. Liquid assets available immediately, connections willing to provide assistance for Mother's sake, roots that could carry us beyond Uncle Aldrich's reach before he realizes his suspicions have driven me to exactly the kind of desperate action he most fears. She's trying to protect me. I breathe to the empty library, understanding finally flooding through me like dawn breaking over winter landscape. She thinks leaving alone will preserve my future, but she doesn't understand that she has become my future. The revelation crystallizes everything about what I need to do, transforming vague plans into concrete action that feels both terrifying and absolutely necessary. If Ophelia won't accept my protection while remaining in Orthani, then I'll simply have to ensure our protection lies elsewhere, somewhere her past can't follow, where love matters much more than legislation designed to keep us forever apart. Dawn approaches by the time I finish assembling everything we'll need. Documents that could provide new identities, letters of introduction to allies who might offer assistance, maps detailing routes that avoid checkpoints where questions might prove fatal. The preparation feels like prayer, like ritual, like the most important work I've ever undertaken in a life previously devoted to maintaining comfortable predictability. But when I finally make my way to the crypt, carrying what may be my final offering of food and hope, uncertainty gnaws at my resolve with sharp teeth. Will she accept help that requires abandoning everything she thinks she knows about protecting my interests? Will she trust that love can provide better solutions than noble sacrifice? The crypt welcomes me with familiar warmth, but tonight the atmosphere holds endings that promise either death or transformation, depending on choices neither of us can predict. Ophelia waits among the evergreen decorations we created together, her expression carrying the hollow acceptance of someone who has already begun the process of letting go. My hands, trembling from more than just the cold, carefully set down my bundle as I started. I've been considering your words, your thoughts on safeguarding my future, on making sure kindness isn't weaponized to dismantle everything I've strived to create. Relief flickers across her features at what she takes for capitulation to her practical arguments. I'm glad you understand why. And I've realized you're absolutely right, I continue, cutting off words that would cement our separation forever. Which is why I've arranged for us to leave Orthani together. Tonight, if you're willing. Tomorrow at the latest, before Uncle Aldrich's suspicions crystallize into action that makes escape impossible. Malvir, no. You can't abandon everything for someone like me. The cost is too high. The cost of losing you would be higher, I interrupt with a conviction that comes from depths I did not know I possessed. What is inherited wealth you compare it to building something meaningful with one who sees your true worth? What is social position when you compare it to waking beside someone who values your conscience more than your nobility? For a moment we look at each other across possibilities that shimmer like mirages in desert heat. Beautiful, impossible, absolutely necessary if we want to preserve what matters most about what we've discovered together. They will not take you, I vow with fierce determination that transforms the words into prayer, into battle cry, into the beginning of the most important fight I'll ever undertake. Not Uncle Aldrich, not social convention, not laws designed to keep us forever apart. You are mine, and I am yours. And that truth matters more than any obstacle they can place in our path. The promise is destiny made audible, waiting for her response to determine whether love proves stronger than fear, whether two people who found each other against impossible odds could find the courage to fight for forever instead of accepting the separation that prudence demands.
Chapter 21. Ophelia. Winter deepens around Orthani like a living thing with teeth, and I feel it in my bones as I huddle deeper into the blankets Malvir brought me weeks ago. The cold has moved beyond mere discomfort into something that gnaws constantly at the edges of consciousness, making even simple movements feel like battles against forces determined to drag me into permanent stillness. But it's not the weather that makes my hands shake as I arrange the last of our dwindling food supplies. It's the knowledge that each passing day brings Uncle Aldrich closer to the truth that could destroy us both. "How long can this last?" I whisper to the silent angels, my only constant companions in the endless hours Malvir cannot risk visiting. Their stone faces offer no answers, but in their carved eyes, I see understanding, sympathy for one caught between love and survival, with no clear path forward. The supplies have grown noticeably smaller with each of Malvir's visits, and I don't need him to tell me why. Uncle Aldrich's scrutiny has made generosity dangerous, forced my beloved to ration his kindness like a miser counting coins. The bread comes in smaller portions now, the dried meat carefully measured, the cheese divided into pieces so tiny they dissolve on my tongue before I can properly taste them. But worse than the physical hunger is the emotional starvation that grows with each day we're forced apart. Malvir's visits have become brief, cautious affairs, stolen moments where we barely dare to touch, conversations conducted in whispers that carry the weight of everything we cannot say aloud. The passionate intimacy we shared seems like a beautiful dream from another lifetime, distant and impossible to reclaim. I try to make the time pass by improving our sanctuary, weaving the evergreen boughs into more elaborate patterns and arranging the berries in designs that speak of hope rather than desperation. But the decorations feel hollow now, beautiful lies that cannot mask the truth settling like lead in my stomach. This cannot continue, and the only solution requires sacrifice that feels like death. The sound of approaching footsteps makes my heart leap with the familiar mix of joy and terror that has come to define my existence. But tonight, Malvir's steps sound heavier, more deliberate, carrying an urgency that sends ice coursing through my veins before he even appears in the entrance. "Ophelia," he says without preamble, his aristocratic features tight with strain that has aged him years in mere weeks. "We need to talk about what happens next." The seriousness in his voice makes my throat close with dread. "What's wrong? Has Uncle Aldrich discovered something?" "Not yet," he admits, settling beside me with movements that speak to exhaustion beyond the physical. But he's asking more pointed questions, demanding detailed accounts of my whereabouts. The implications hit me hard. If Uncle Aldrich decides Malvir cannot be trusted to manage his own affairs, if he claims authority over his nephew's movements and decisions, then even these stolen moments will become impossible. "He's planning something," I breathe, understanding flooding through me like ice water. "He's going to restrict your freedom, isn't he?" Malvir nods grimly, and I see the careful control he's maintaining over emotions that threaten to overwhelm rational thought. He mentioned the possibility of extended travel, visiting distant relatives who might provide proper perspective on family obligations, a change of scenery to help restore balance to my thinking. Extended travel. The euphemism makes my stomach churn with its obvious meaning. Exile disguised as concern, separation imposed by authority that brooks no argument. They want to remove him from whatever influence has changed his behaviour, and they have the power to do it regardless of his protests. "How long?" I ask, though I'm not sure I want to hear the answer. "Months, possibly longer, long enough to break whatever unhealthy attachment they believe has formed." His violet eyes meet mine. "Long enough to ensure that when I return, I'll be properly motivated to accept their plans for my future." The careful way he says "their plans" tells me everything I need to know about what awaits him. Marriage negotiations with approved noble daughters, social obligations designed to restore proper order, a life of comfortable cruelty that will slowly strangle the conscience his mother worked so hard to nurture. "When?" I whisper, though part of me doesn't want to know how little time we have left. "Soon. Within days. Possibly sooner if my behaviour continues to concern him." Malvir reaches for my hands with desperate need that mirrors my own. Ophelia, I won't let them take me away from you. I'd rather flee into exile than accept separation that might last years. His certainty should comfort me, but it only reminds me how courage and ruin often walk hand in hand. But Malvir, the price. The price, he cuts in, quieter this time, as though the fight has already been decided inside him. Once I thought I could keep both. You and the life I was born into. But what they call inheritance is only a gilded cage. You're the only thing in it that ever felt real. His passionate declaration makes my heart soar and break simultaneously. To be loved so completely, so recklessly, by someone willing to sacrifice everything for the chance to build a life together. It's more than I ever dared dream possible. But dreams and reality exist in different worlds, and reality has teeth that tear beautiful possibilities to shreds. Listen to me, I say urgently, catching his face in my hands with reverence that makes my voice shake. Really listen. I love you more than freedom, more than life itself, more than anything I thought I wanted from existence. But I won't be the weakness that destroys someone whose strength has become my salvation. Tears gather in his eyes at my words, but I see understanding there too. Recognition that love sometimes demands impossible choices, that protecting what matters most might require abandoning what brings the greatest happiness. What are you saying? He asks, though his expression suggests he already knows. I'm saying that if Uncle Aldrich sends you away, you should go, I reply, each word tasting like poison on my tongue. Accept their plans, marry their approved daughter, build the life they've designed for you. Live, Malvir. Live and be happy, even if it's without me. The silence between us, a chasm of unchangeable forces, conspires to keep us apart. His voice, when he speaks, carries a hollow, soul-cutting defeat. And what about you? What happens to the woman I love when I'm gone? I survive, I say simply, though the word feels inadequate for the vast emptiness that stretches ahead without him. I find a way to keep living, to honour what we've shared by becoming someone worthy of having been loved by you. That's not enough, he says fiercely, pulling me against him with desperate strength. Survival isn't enough when I know what happiness looks like, when I've found someone who makes every breath meaningful. Then remember this, I whisper against his ear, memorizing the scent of his skin and the feeling of his arms around me. Remember that someone loved you completely, without reservation, without asking for anything more than the chance to see you smile. Let that be enough to sustain you through whatever comes next. We hold each other in the candlelight, both knowing that this conversation has changed everything between us. Not just acknowledgement that separation looms, but acceptance that love isn't always enough to overcome the obstacles that keep people like us from building the life we dream of sharing. I love you, he whispers, his breath warm against my hair. The words are heavy with the impending loss, a solemn vow. No matter what comes, no matter where I'm taken, that truth will remain unchanged. I love you too, I reply, meaning it with every fibre of my being. Enough to let you go if that's what protects the future you deserve to have.
Chapter 22. Malvir. The weight of Ophelia's sacrifice presses against my chest like a stone as I walk through the Thornley estate's familiar corridors, each step carrying me further from the woman who has offered to destroy her own happiness to preserve mine. Her words echo in my memory with the force of prophecy. I won't be the weakness that destroys someone whose strength has become my salvation. How can she not understand that she has become my strength, not my weakness? You look better this morning, Uncle Aldrich observes when I join him for breakfast, his pale eyes studying my face with the satisfaction of someone who believes his guidance has finally taken root. Perhaps distance from whatever has been troubling you is already proving beneficial. I force myself to nod and make appropriate sounds of agreement, while my mind races through possibilities I've barely dared consider until now. Distance. He speaks of it as though separation could cure love like bleeding treats fever, but some bonds grow stronger under pressure rather than weaker. Indeed, I reply carefully, cutting into my breakfast with more precision than the simple task requires. Sometimes stepping back allows one to see situations more clearly. Precisely my thinking, he says with obvious pleasure. Which is why I've finalized arrangements for your visit to Cousin Mordred's estate in the southern provinces. The change of scenery will provide an excellent perspective on family obligations and future responsibilities. Southern provinces. The words hit me like physical blows because I know what they really mean. Exile to territories where Uncle Aldrich's allies can monitor my every movement, ensure that whatever has changed my behavior cannot survive sustained separation from its source. They're not just removing me from Ophelia. They're planning to remake me entirely. When do we depart? I ask, though every instinct screams against accepting this fate with such calm resignation. Within the week, he replies with the tone of someone discussing mundane travel arrangements rather than the systematic destruction of everything I hold dear. Cousin Mordred is eager to introduce you to local society, including several young ladies whose families would benefit from stronger ties to the Thornley name. Marriage negotiations disguised as social opportunities. The casual way he plans my romantic future while the woman I actually love hides among my family's dead makes bile rise in my throat. How can he speak of advantageous matches when my heart belongs entirely to someone he would see return to chains? But beneath the revulsion, an idea begins to form. Dangerous, desperate, but perhaps our only chance at the freedom we've both learned to crave more than safety. If Uncle Aldrich wants distance, then distance he shall have, but not the kind he's planning. I appreciate the arrangements, I say with careful neutrality. Perhaps the journey will provide exactly the clarity I need about what truly matters in life. His smile suggests complete satisfaction with my apparent capitulation to his guidance. I'm pleased to see you responding so reasonably to counsel. The Thornley legacy depends on your ability to distinguish between temporary fascinations and lasting obligations. Temporary fascinations. The phrase makes my hands clench beneath the table, but I maintain careful composure while plans crystallize in my mind with startling clarity. If he believes love can be dismissed as mere fascination, then he understands nothing about the forces that have reshaped my existence. The day passes in a haze of preparation and barely contained fury as Uncle Aldrich outlines his vision for my recovery. Months of supervised social engagement, careful introduction to approved romantic prospects, systematic elimination of whatever influence has driven me to question the natural order that keeps people like Ophelia in their proper place. But while he plans my rehabilitation, I plan something entirely different. The maps in Mother's study reveal routes that lead not to Cousin Mordred's estate, but to port cities where passage can be purchased to territories beyond dark elf authority. The documents hidden in her private correspondence include letters of introduction to allies who might assist one she would have wanted protected. Not exile, I say softly to myself as pieces fall into place with almost frightening ease. Escape, for both of us. By evening, determination has hardened into resolve that feels unbreakable. I gather supplies with the same care I've used for weeks, but tonight's bundle includes more than food and comfort. It contains everything we'll need for a journey that will take us far beyond Uncle Aldrich's reach. Ophelia waits among the evergreen decorations we created together, her expression carrying the hollow resignation of someone who has accepted the inevitable destruction of her happiness. I've considered your words about safeguarding my future and ensuring love doesn't shatter what I've built, I say, sitting beside her, hands trembling with anticipation. Relief flickers across her features at what she takes for acceptance of her sacrifice. I'm glad you understand. I understand completely, I interrupt, reaching into my cloak to withdraw the maps and documents that represent our only chance at freedom. Which is why I've decided to take you with me when I leave for the southern provinces. Malvir, what are you talking about? You can't take me with you. The risk, she says. The risk of losing you is greater than any other danger we might face, I say firmly, spreading the maps across the stone bench between us. Look, these routes lead not to Cousin Mordred's estate, but to port cities where we can book passage to territories where people face less systematic oppression. Her eyes widen as she takes in the careful planning laid out before her. Escape routes that avoid checkpoints, letters of introduction that could provide assistance, documentation that might grant us new identities far from the circumstances that have defined our past. You've planned our escape, she breathes, wonder and terror warring in her voice. You're talking about abandoning everything. Your inheritance, your family name, your entire future. For someone like me. I'm talking about claiming my real future, I correct gently. With the only person who makes that future worth having. What is inherited wealth compared to creating something meaningful with someone who sees my true worth? What is social position you compare it to waking beside someone who values my conscience more than my title? For a moment we stare at each other across possibilities that shimmer like mirages. Beautiful, impossible, absolutely necessary if we want to preserve what matters most about what we've discovered together. It's madness, she whispers, but I hear longing beneath the practical objections. We'd be hunted, Malvir, fugitives with no resources, no connections, no guarantee of survival in territories we've never seen. We'd be together, I counter, a conviction rising from an unexpected depth within me. We'd be free to build something founded on love, not inherited duty, free to become our true selves instead of merely fulfilling society's assigned roles. She looks down at the maps with hands that tremble as she traces potential routes with her fingertips. When would we leave? How would we avoid detection during the journey itself? Uncle Aldrich expects me to depart within the week, I explain, leaning closer to point out the safest paths. The official departure will provide perfect cover. By the time anyone realizes I've deviated from the planned route, we'll be beyond their immediate reach. And then, she asks, her voice barely above a whisper, what happens when we reach these port cities? How do we survive without documentation, without resources? Mother's allies, I say, producing the letters of introduction with growing excitement. People who respected her commitment to compassion and might be willing to assist someone she would have wanted protected. It's not guaranteed, but it's hope. Real hope for a life that's ours instead of circumstance. The silence that follows stretches between us like a bridge we're both afraid to cross. I can see the war being fought behind her eyes. Practical fear battling against desperate longing. The survivor's caution that has kept her alive warring with the love that has shown her what living actually means. You're asking me to trust that love can overcome obstacles that destroy people every day, she says finally. You're asking me to believe that happiness is worth the risk of losing everything. I'm asking you to trust me, I reply simply. Some bonds are strong enough to survive whatever challenges lie ahead. Trust that what we've built together is worth fighting for instead of simply accepting its destruction. When she looks up at me, her gray eyes shine with tears that catch candlelight like captured stars. But beneath the fear, I see something else. Hope struggling to be born. Love trying to find courage despite every rational argument against what we're contemplating. If we do this, she whispers, if we leave everything behind to build something new together, there's no going back, no returning to the safety of what we've always known. Then we'll build something better than safety, I promise, taking her hands in mine with reverence that makes my voice rough with emotion. We'll build something beautiful from courage and impossible love, something that proves two people can create their own destiny when they care more about each other than about conforming to other people's expectations. Then let's do it, she breathes. Let's choose love over safety, hope over certainty, the chance to be truly alive over the guarantee of merely surviving. The vow hangs between us like destiny made audible, transforming everything about our relationship from tragic romance to something infinitely more powerful, a declaration of war against every force that's tried to keep us apart, a promise that love can indeed conquer all when it finds people brave enough to fight regardless of cost.
Chapter 23. Ophelia. The maps spread across our makeshift table blur through tears I refuse to let fall, each line and marking representing not just escape routes, but the complete reshaping of everything I thought possible for my future. Malvier speaks of port cities and new identities with the passionate conviction of someone who has moved beyond hope into certainty, but terror wars with joy in my chest until I can barely breathe. "You're really willing to do this," I whisper, tracing a finger along the coastal route that could carry us beyond Uncle Aldrich's reach. "You're willing to abandon everything you've ever known for someone who owns nothing but the rags on her back." "I'm willing to abandon everything that doesn't matter to claim everything that does," he corrects with fierce tenderness. "And you don't own nothing, Ophelia. You own my heart, my devotion, my complete commitment to building a life worthy of what we've discovered together." The words should comfort me, but instead they intensify the fear that has been growing like poison in my veins since he first revealed his plan. To be loved so completely, so recklessly, by someone who would sacrifice generations of accumulated privilege for the chance to wake beside me in some foreign land. It's more than I ever dared dream, and that makes it feel impossibly fragile. A sound from the corridor beyond makes us both freeze, maps forgotten as we strain to identify the source. Heavy footsteps echo through the crypt's ancient passages, moving with the deliberate purpose of someone who knows exactly where they're going. "Hide the documents," I hiss. But even as Malvir scrambles to conceal evidence of our planned escape, I know with sick certainty that concealment will not save us. Those footsteps carry authority that brooks no argument, investigation that will not be deterred by locked doors or family privilege. "Malvir?" Uncle Aldrich's voice cuts through stone walls like a blade, sharp with triumph that makes my blood freeze. "I know you're down here, and I know you're not alone." The maps crinkle as Malvir shoves them inside his cloak, but the sound feels deafening in the sudden silence. Beside me, he's gone pale with understanding that mirrors my own. Somehow, Uncle Aldrich has discovered the truth about our meetings, and discovery means destruction for both of us. "Stay hidden." Malvir breathes against my ear, his voice barely audible. "Whatever happens, don't reveal yourself unless nothing," comes Uncle Aldrich's cold voice from the chamber entrance. "Come out, girl. I know you're here, and hiding will only make your eventual punishment more severe." My heart stops beating entirely as the steward steps into our sanctuary, his pale eyes scanning the evergreen decorations and flickering candles with obvious disgust. Behind him stand 2 city guards, their hands resting casually on sword hilts, in a gesture that promises violence if cooperation is not immediately forthcoming. "Uncle," Malvier says with admirable calm, rising to place himself between me and the armed men. "What brings you to the family crypt at this hour?" "What brings me," Uncle Aldrich replies with satisfaction that turns my stomach, "is information provided by loyal servants who noticed unusual patterns in missing food supplies. Information that led to careful observation of your nocturnal activities and the discovery of exactly what has been poisoning your judgment these past weeks. Loyal servants." The words hit like physical blows because they confirm what I've feared all along. We were never as careful as we thought, never as invisible as desperation made us believe. Someone has been watching, reporting, building the case that now threatens to destroy us both. "I don't know what you think you've discovered," Malvier begins, but Uncle Aldrich cuts him off with a gesture of dismissal. "I've discovered that the heir to the Thornley name has been consorting with escaped property," he says with the tone of someone explaining obvious truths to a slow child. "I've discovered that grief and isolation have driven you to violate every law that governs proper conduct between races. And I've discovered that immediate action is required to prevent a scandal from destroying our family's reputation." Escaped property. The clinical term reduces me to nothing more than stolen goods, valuable only for the reward my return might bring. I see Malvir's hands clench into fists at the casual dismissal of my humanity, but he maintains careful control over emotions that could make this situation even more dangerous. "She's done nothing wrong," he says with quiet dignity that makes my chest ache. "If you must punish someone for the crime of showing mercy to the desperate, then punish me. But she deserves protection, not persecution." Uncle Aldrich's laugh carries no warmth, only the bitter amusement of someone who has anticipated this exact argument. "Protection? She's a runaway slave, Malvir, property that belongs to someone else, temporarily misplaced, but easily returned to its rightful owner. There is no question of protection, only of minimizing the damage her presence has done to your judgment." "She is not property," Malvir says, with ice in his voice that I've never heard before. "She is a woman deserving of basic human dignity, something you've apparently forgotten in your obsession with maintaining social order." "She is exactly what the law defines her to be," Uncle Aldrich counters with the patience of someone correcting a fundamental misunderstanding. "And you are exactly what your birth and station require you to be, heir to a noble house with responsibilities that transcend personal inclinations." The guards shift restlessly behind him, hands moving closer to their weapons as tension builds between uncle and nephew. I remain frozen in the shadows, knowing that any movement might trigger violence that could destroy the man I love more than life itself. "What do you want?" Malvir asks finally, the defeat in his voice making my heart break for what this confrontation is costing him. "I want you to remember who you are," Uncle Aldrich replies with false gentleness that cannot disguise the steel beneath. "I want you to step away from this creature and accept the guidance necessary to restore proper perspective on your obligations." Creature. The word hits me like a slap, reducing everything we've shared to nothing more than bestiality that shames anyone associated with it. But worse than the insult is the way Malvir's shoulders sag with understanding of exactly what choice is being forced upon him. "And if I refuse?" he asks, though we both know he cannot afford to make such defiance. "Then I will be forced to report this incident to the proper authorities," Uncle Aldrich says with regret that feels entirely manufactured. "The scandal would destroy the Thornley name, but sometimes painful medicine is necessary to prevent greater corruption. The threat is a sword poised to fall, sharp with implications that could destroy not just Malvir, but everyone connected to his family's legacy. I see him weighing options that offer no real choice, submit to separation, or watch everything he's ever known burn in the flames of public disgrace. "Give me time to consider," he says finally, the words clearly costing him more than any physical wound. "Time is a luxury we cannot afford," Uncle Aldrich replies with finality that makes my stomach clench with dread. "The girl will be returned to her owner immediately, and you will depart for Cousin Mordred's estate at first light. Distance and proper society will help restore clarity to thinking that has obviously become dangerously muddled." "No," Malvir says with sudden fury that makes the guards step forward with hands on hilts. "I won't let you drag her back to whatever hell she escaped. Some things matter more than family reputation." "And some things," Uncle Aldrich replies coldly, "matter more than the romantic delusions of young men who mistake lust for love. Guards, secure the property. Use whatever force proves necessary. The command shatters the last pretense of civilized discussion, transforming our sanctuary into a battlefield where love must either find the courage to fight or accept destruction at the hands of those who see nothing sacred in what we've built together." Time slows as the guards move forward, their boots echoing off marble walls that have witnessed centuries of Thornley pride. In the flickering candlelight, their faces look carved from stone, implacable and pitiless as the social order they represent. But as they reach for me with hands that promise chains and punishment, Malvir's voice cuts through the chamber like a blade forged from pure defiance. "Don't touch her." The words carry weight that transforms him from a desperate young nobleman into something far more dangerous. Someone who has finally found something worth fighting for, regardless of the cost to everything he's ever been taught to value above his own heart. This huge orc brings out the animal in me.
In a world where humans have been driven underground, living like rats is the only way to stay safe from the marauding orcs.
All my life, my only job has been to make sure I have enough to eat.
These orcs of the Burning Sun clan will vow to keep their human mates safe.
There is a nobleness to these giant savages, alpha male warriors who will protect their women at all costs.
Get this complete series of books following the Burning Sun clan for 70% off. Each book is a full-length monster romance that features a giant orc with eyes for his beloved, curvy human. Happily ever after guaranteed.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
This bundle will show you that size really does matter. Chapter 24. Malvir. The words leave my throat like molten steel, and I see their impact in the way the guards hesitate, hands frozen halfway to Ophelia's trembling form. For a heartbeat, the chamber holds its breath, marble angels bearing witness to the moment when duty and love collide with the force of destiny, reshaping itself around impossible choices. Malvir, Uncle Aldrich says with a warning that carries decades of authority behind it. Step away from the girl. You're endangering everything your family has built for generations. But something fundamental has shifted in my understanding of what truly matters. The evergreen decorations we wove together catch candlelight like captured memories, each berry and branch a testament to love that transcends every boundary that society has tried to impose between us. How can I preserve a legacy built on cruelty when preserving it means destroying the only thing that has ever made me feel truly noble? No, I say again, moving to place myself directly between Ophelia and the armed men. I won't let you reduce her to property when she's shown me what it means to be human. I won't let you drag her back to chains when she deserves the freedom every soul has the right to claim. Uncle Aldrich's pale eyes narrow with calculation that promises swift and merciless action. Guards, remove the heir from proximity to the stolen property. Use restraint, but ensure compliance. The larger guard steps forward with obvious reluctance. Even King Vitoris's men think twice before laying hands on Thornley nobility. But duty trumps hesitation, and his armored glove reaches for my shoulder with inexorable purpose. I catch his wrist before contact can be made, my grip tight enough to make chainmail creak against reinforced leather. I said don't touch her. That extends to anyone who threatens what I've sworn to protect. My lord, the guard says with careful respect, please step aside. We have orders to retrieve escaped property, and interference will only complicate matters for everyone involved. Then you'll have to go through me, I reply with calm that surprises us both. Because I'll die before I let you take her back to whatever hell she escaped. The second guard draws his sword in a whisper of steel that echoes off vaulted ceilings, the blade catching light like crystallized threat. Lord Thornley, we don't want to hurt you, but we have our orders. The property will be returned to its rightful owner. Property. The word ignites fury in my chest that burns away years of careful breeding and social conditioning. These men see a woman who laughs like music made audible, who creates art from breadcrumbs and finds beauty in stolen moments, and they reduce her to the level of livestock awaiting return to its pen. Her name is Ophelia, I say with ice in my voice that makes both guards shift uneasily. She is not property, but a person deserving of dignity and respect, and anyone who refers to her as anything less will answer to me personally. Malvir, Ophelia whispers from behind me, her voice thick with tears I can hear, but dare not turn to see. Please don't destroy yourself for my sake. I'm not worth the price they'll make you pay. The plea breaks something open within, flooding me with protective fury so intense it feels like drowning in flame. How can she still see herself as unworthy when her mere existence has transformed me from a hollow nobleman going through prescribed motions into someone capable of love worth dying for? You're worth everything, I tell her without turning, my eyes locked on Uncle Aldrich's calculating face. You're worth more than inherited gold, more than social position, more than the comfortable predictability of lives lived according to other people's expectations. How touching, Uncle Aldrich observes with distaste that turns my stomach. But romantic sentiment doesn't change legal reality. The girl is escaped property. You are heir to obligations that transcend personal inclination, and the situation ends now with compliance or force. He gestures to the guards, who move forward with coordinated precision that speaks of extensive training in subduing resistant nobles. The first reaches for Ailia, while the second keeps his blade pointed at my chest, a formation designed to divide my attention between protection and self-preservation. But they underestimate what love can accomplish when it finds someone willing to risk everything for principles that matter more than breathing. I lunge toward the guard, reaching for Ailia, my shoulder catching him in the chest with force that sends him stumbling backward into carved marble. "Run!" I shout to Ailia as chaos erupts around us. "The passages behind Mother's tomb lead to the eastern gardens. Go, and don't look back." The second guard's sword cuts air where my head was a moment before, the blade embedding itself in evergreen decorations with a sound like winter branches snapping. I roll sideways and come up with a heavy silver candlestick in my hand, the improvised weapon feeling surprisingly balanced despite its ceremonial origins. "Malvir, stop this madness!" Uncle Aldrich bellows as his carefully planned confrontation dissolves into violence that threatens everything he sought to control. "You're throwing away your entire future for a creature that means nothing." "She means everything," I reply, parrying a thrust that would have opened my throat if not for Mother's training in blade work she insisted was necessary for any true nobleman. And I'd rather have no future at all than one built on the suffering of people I should be protecting instead of oppressing. The candlestick rings against steel as I drive the guard back, my makeshift weapon proving surprisingly effective against someone trained to fight opponents who follow predictable patterns. But I'm not fighting like a nobleman anymore. I'm fighting like someone with everything to lose and nothing left to fear. Behind me, I hear Ailia moving through the chamber with the silent grace that kept her hidden among the dead for so long. Part of my heart breaks at the necessity of sending her away, but better to lose her to a successful escape than watch her dragged back to chains that would destroy us both. "You cannot win this," the guard pants as our weapons lock in a contest of strength that his armor should guarantee. "Surrender now, and perhaps your uncle will show mercy for misguided passion." "I'm not trying to win," I admit in a way that makes his eyes widen with understanding. "I'm trying to buy time for someone I love to reach safety, and for that, I'll fight until my last breath." The confession transforms our duel from simple conflict into something approaching tragedy. A young man destroying his life for love that society cannot comprehend. Guards duty-bound to stop him despite recognizing the nobility in his sacrifice. As steel meets silver where angels weep, I know some loves demand everything, even defying others' rules. "Go," I whisper again, though Ailia has already vanished into passages that lead toward uncertain freedom. "Live, and remember that someone thought you worth dying for." Uncle Aldrich's shouted commands fade into background noise as I lose myself in the rhythm of combat, each parry and thrust carrying the weight of everything I'm fighting to protect. Not just Ailia's freedom, but the principle that love should matter more than legislation, that some bonds transcend every boundary society tries to impose between souls who find in each other what the world has tried to convince them they could never deserve. The fight continues, and with it, the hope that love might prove stronger than law when it finds someone brave enough to risk everything for the chance to build forever from nothing but courage and impossible devotion.
Chapter 25. Ailia. The rough, cold stone of the passage wall scrapes my elbow one final time before I tumble out into a tiny, forgotten chamber. The air here is stale, but blessedly silent. Not the empty, threatening silence of a tomb, but the deep, secure quiet of a place forgotten by the world. It's a hidden refuge, carved crudely into the rock beneath an ancient, long-abandoned servant's wing. A place Malvier had prepared years ago, a secret only we knew. I gasp, collapsing against a makeshift pile of thick, dark wool blankets. The fabric is soft beneath my cheek, a stark contrast to the terror-fueled sprint. The frantic rhythm of my heart still pounds against my ribs, but with every passing second, the sound of Uncle Aldrich's receding rage is replaced by the profound relief of having escaped. I am free, and he is here. A shadow detaches itself from the deeper gloom. Malvier steps forward, his movements silent and controlled, the light from the single small oil lamp on a nearby crate catching the silver of his hair. He's breathing hard, a thin, bloody slice marring his cheek, a trophy from the fight he created so I could run. His eyes, fierce and possessive, lock onto mine. He doesn't speak. He doesn't have to. The air between us is thick with the unspoken vow of the preceding hour. He risked everything to buy my freedom. Now he will claim his reward. My fingers trace the rough-hewn stone of the wall beside me, a texture I welcome to ground myself against the storm of longing and fear raging within me. My tattered dress, ripped and clinging to my pale, bruised skin from the escape, is a fragile barrier. This refuge is no longer just a place of shelter. It is the only place we are truly alive, and the echo of her soft gasp is its holiest prayer.
As much as Samara and I want to finish what these two characters have started, it looks like this chapter is about to get too hot for this platform to handle.
Unfortunately, we have to pause here because their guidelines won't allow us to reveal the spiciest details.
To keep bringing you these free audiobooks, we have to follow their rules.
But don't worry. You can experience the full, unabridged version over at worldsofprotheka.com, where the boundaries of passion and fantasy collide.
Use code YouTube30 for 30% off any of our unabridged audiobooks set in the rich and immersive worlds of Protheka.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
With these scenes, it will be unforgettable.
Malvier's hand lingers on my hip, gentle now, tracing the marks he left as though memorizing proof that I am real, alive, his. For a moment we are only breath and heartbeat, no chains, no laws, no lineage, just two souls defying the world by existing together. A sound. Not a door, but the muffled bark of a batlaz. The spell fractures. He meets my eyes, already calculating, already preparing. Ophelia, he whispers, the fire in his voice cooled to purpose. We can't stay here. Chapter 26. Ophelia. Malvir didn't wait for my reply. He was already moving, his silhouette massive and urgent against the weak lamplight that barely held back the encroaching shadows of the tomb. The brief, reckless moment of safety, the fragile illusion of respite in the aftermath of their frantic escape, was over. It was ruthlessly replaced by the grim, undeniable reality of a world that hunted them both, a world where every rustle of leaves, every distant cry could spell their doom. The air in the cavern, which had moments ago felt still and heavy with their shared breath, now crackled with an unspoken tension, a foreboding that settled deep in my bones. "Get dressed," he commanded, his voice a low, steady rumble of tactical purpose that cut through the silence. There was no room for argument, no space for the lingering shock or the trembling in my hands. He tossed me a bundle of dark, simple clothing, rough trousers that promised durability, and a heavy, tunic-like shirt that smelled faintly of pine and leather, a scent both earthy and strangely comforting. These were practical clothes, designed for movement and concealment, for a fugitive's life on the run. The delicate silk and lace of my old life, symbols of a world that no longer existed for me, and the tattered remnants of the dress he had just ripped in their desperate flight, were utterly useless now, cast aside like forgotten memories. My past, with all its comforts and constraints, had been shredded and discarded, just like that fabric. I obeyed instantly, pulling the thick fabric over my still trembling skin. The rough feel was a welcome tether to the present, a stark contrast to the burning pleasure that still pulsed between my legs. While I dressed, Malvir extinguished the oil lamp, plunging the small refuge into near-total darkness, a darkness thick enough to drink. He retrieved 2 things from beneath the blankets, a large, sturdy satchel heavy with supplies, and a wicked, long-bladed hunting knife he slid into a sheath at his hip. "We go deeper," he murmured, his breath warm against my ear as he secured a length of rope around my waist, tying us loosely together. "The dogs will find the scent trail leading from the manor to this hidden passage, but the passage doesn't stop here. It has a lower exit." The hounds were closer now, their distant, mournful baying reaching us even through the dense stone. It was the sound of my family's power, unrelenting, inevitable. He found my hand, his grip crushing, a silent reassurance that tethered me to his immense strength. "Stay quiet, Ophelia, and no matter what you hear, don't stop moving." He kicks aside the heavy woven blankets, sending a small cloud of dust swirling into the dim light. Beneath them, a dark, gaping maw appeared, revealing a low, narrow crawl space I hadn't noticed before. It was an almost impossibly tight squeeze, barely tall enough for us to hunch through, the air within it thick with the smell of damp earth and ancient stone. He went first, a shadow swallowed by the gloom, his form disappearing quickly into the cold, oppressive silence of the passage. I scrambled after him, the rough, sturdy fabric of my trousers a blessing against the sharp, jagged edges of the unworked rock that clawed at my knees and shins. The darkness was absolute once I was fully inside, pressing in on all sides, and the chill seeped into my bones, a palpable reminder of the depths we were descending into. Each breath I took was shallow, the air heavy and stale, and the only sound was the ragged scraping of my own movements against the unyielding stone as I followed blindly into the unknown. The baying of the batlaz faded, only to be replaced by the more terrifying sound of Uncle Aldrich's voice echoing in the tunnels above us, a cold, controlled baritone of righteous fury. They had found the initial passage. The baying of the batlaz fades, only to be replaced by the more terrifying sound of Uncle Aldrich's voice echoing in the tunnels above us, a cold, controlled baritone of righteous fury. They have found the initial passage. We reach a point where the crawl space ends in a sheer vertical drop. Malvir stops, pressing his back against the wall, listening. "The lower exit is close," he whispers, his voice vibrating in his chest. We descend one final time. It opens directly into the forgotten waste system that serves the old docks. It runs straight toward the city perimeter. He braces himself. "Hold tight to the rope, Ophelia. Don't look down." I lock my arms around his waist, clinging to his thick, coarse tunic, my face pressed against the comforting warmth of his back. The feel of his body is my only protection against the gaping dark beneath us. He shifts, and then we are falling, not freely, but controlled, scraping, sliding, his great boots finding purchase on barely visible footholds. The descent is terrifying, a long vertical slide into the true unknown. This is the true vow of love, the promise of his life against the stone to ensure mine. We land with a quiet splash in a shallow, cold stream of water. The air here is heavy with a faint sulphuric stench, but overhead, the stone ceiling is lower, and in the distance, I can see a pinprick of dull, grey light. "The dock line," Malvir breathes, relief colouring his tone. He pulls me forward, wading silently through the ankle-deep muck. The grey light grows, coalescing into a ragged, stone-framed exit, a dark hole opening onto packed dirt and discarded refuse. We are out. Malvir pulls us both through, scrambling onto the muddy bank. The stench of the sewer is instantly replaced by the sharper, overwhelming scent of the city's outskirts. Cold rain, brine from the docks, and the faint, sweet smoke of 1,000 hearths. We stand for a moment, shoulder to shoulder, the cold wind chilling our sweat, surrounded by piles of discarded crates and the rhythmic creaking of moored ships. Just beyond the warehouse shadows, the sound of music and bells is unmistakable. "We made it to the edge of the city," he says, scanning the tall wooden structures. "But the Midwinter Festival means the walls are crawling with Aldrich's guards, using the crowds as cover." He grabs the heavy, dark tunic and trousers I wore during the intimacy scene, which he'd packed in the satchel. "Get out of those rags. We move like shadows until we can find a hole to disappear into." The uncertain freedom is finally real. It smells like desperation, and it feels like Malvir's hand in mine. We have traded the swamp for the urban maze. "We can't go to the crypt," I whisper, fear sharp in my throat. "It's the first place they'll look." Malvir nods, his eyes reflecting the distant festive glow. "No, not until the city clears out. We hide in plain sight. Our life begins now, Ophelia, amongst the enemy." Chapter 27. Ophelia. The stench of the docks, brine, sewage, and the sickly sweet decay of forgotten fish clings to the dark wool that now chafes my skin. We've been running for what feels like an eternity, but it's only been moments since we scrambled out of that final pipe and into this wretched maze of wood and stone. Every muscle in my body screams, not just from the exertion of the crawl, but from the bone-deep terror that has replaced my blood. Malvir pulls me along a narrow alleyway choked with discarded barrels and frozen refuse. His grip on my wrist is a steel shackle, forceful yet necessary, a constant reminder that my life is tethered to his relentless forward motion. He doesn't look back. He can't. His focus is a tangible shield against the chaos. From beyond the immediate curtain of warehouse shadows, the city's celebration screams at us. Midwinter carols drift in, carried on a cold, damp breeze, the harmonies of lutes and drums twisting into a sinister, mocking tune. The city is alight, not with the gentle glow of home, but with a harsh, glittering frenzy. "Keep your head down," Malvir breathes, his voice a low, gravelly current of warning. "Stay close to the walls. We blend, Ophelia. We are shadows, dust, nothing." I peer cautiously around the corner of a rotting wooden crate. Up on the main avenue, the street is a pulsing river of light and noise. Nobles feast. I can see their elaborate, high-sided carriages, polished to a mirror sheen, moving slowly through the crowds. Their guards, uniformed in the hated livery of the Thornley house and other noble families, move with casual arrogance, their attention split between the revelry and their duty. The sight of that familiar black and silver livery sends a wave of nausea through me, a dizzying surge of panic that threatens to buckle my knees. I am so close to them, near enough to smell the perfume and spiced wine steaming from the carriage windows, near enough for one curious glance to shatter our fragile illusion of freedom. We step out onto the main thoroughfare, and the reality of the crowd hits me like a physical blow. The air is thick with roasting meat, heavy furs, and expensive perfume. People bump into me laughing, their obliviousness a horrifying contrast to the raw panic vibrating in my chest. I flatten myself against Malvir's back, trying to shrink into his massive shadow. My gaze is drawn to a young, haughty noblewoman in a gown of shimmering crimson, her eyes bright with festive excitement. She laughs, dropping a small silver-trimmed fan. Before she can bend to retrieve it, a tired-looking human woman, a server likely, darts forward to grab it. The noblewoman barely glances at the server, accepting the fan back with a bored expression before sweeping past. Nobles gorge themselves in abundance while I, an escaped chattel, starve on the scraps of air between their carriages. My stomach clenches with a terrible blend of hunger and burning, impotent rage. This is the truth of their celebration, a shield for their injustice. Suddenly, Malvir shoves me hard into the recess of an alleyway, following instantly and pressing me against the rough stone. A knot of 3 city watchguards strolls past, laughing raucously, their steel-tipped boots clicking menacingly on the cobblestones. They are so close I can smell the stale ale on their breath. One of them pauses, his eyes sweeping lazily over the dark opening where we hide. My breath locks in my throat. I am utterly still, my heartbeat a desperate, deafening drum solo in my ears. I pray to the stone angels of the crypt, to Malvir's lost mother, to any force that might spare us. The guard shrugs and moves on, his attention drawn by a particularly loud burst of carolling. The near miss leaves me trembling violently. Malvir doesn't speak until the sounds of their boots are completely gone. "Too exposed," he mutters, his voice tight. "We need to get off the main roads." We dive deeper into the city's veins, narrow, shadowed alleys that reek of stale waste and damp moss. The ground is slick with frozen sludge. My legs ache with the constant, demanding exertion of keeping pace with Malvir, who moves with the relentless, quiet efficiency of a hunting cat. He is my anchor, the only reason I haven't simply collapsed and surrendered to the authorities. We cross a small, frozen canal via a rickety wooden bridge. As we pass, a chilling sound cuts through the festive noise, the distant, familiar baying of the batlaz. The hunting dogs aren't far behind. They are still tracking the cold scent from the tunnels, but they are closing the distance. "They've found the tunnel exit," Malvir confirms, his face grim. "They'll check the docks first, but they know we're in the city. They'll start expanding their search from the perimeter. We have hours, not days. The terror is no longer a silent internal dread. It's a physical ticking clock." I look up at the towering, impossible architecture of the noble district, the spires glittering with festive magic. I need a promise to hold on to, a talisman stronger than fear. I need to make the horror of this moment mean something more than just a desperate animal flight. We duck into a small, recessed doorway beside a shuttered baker's shop. I close my eyes, trying to force the panic down, focusing on the simple, brutal act of survival. I try to conjure the image of the crypt, the brief, sacred intimacy we shared, the vow we made. "What if we fail?" I whisper, the words barely audible. What if this courage is simply recklessness? Malvir doesn't offer false comfort. He meets my gaze, his eyes dark with the exhaustion of ceaseless vigilance. "We don't. That is the only promise I have left to give you. If love means anything, it means this: endurance. The sheer, overwhelming love I feel for him. This man who gave up everything, who is now a fugitive, navigating the stench and shame of the streets for my sake, is a blinding light in the dark. But the deeper the love, the greater the threat. The simple act of our being together is the single most dangerous thing in this city." I pull my hood lower, feeling the abrasive wool against my cheek. I make a vow, fierce and defiant, that rises from the core of my being. "Next year," I breathe to the cold, damp stone, the words tasting like prayer. "Next year I will be free." The vow is sacred and necessary. It is the only thing keeping me moving, the fierce assertion that love can and must overcome the vast machinery of oppression that is currently drowning out my quiet voice with its joyous, triumphant carols. Malvir pulls my hand, guiding me out of the doorway. "Come on, Ophelia. We follow the shadows to the central district. We must find a place to vanish before the patrols widen their net."
Chapter 28. Malvir. The scent of cinnamon and decay is heavy in this narrow, forgotten alley. We've been running for hours, trading the swamp's cold mud for the city's cold stone, and every tick of the midwinter carols echoing from the plaza is a reminder of the time we don't have. Ophelia is shivering violently, clinging to my arm. Her exhaustion is a physical weight I carry, but I know she needs warmth and a break from the patrols that are now saturating the main arteries. "There," I whisper, guiding her toward a flickering, grimy lantern hanging over a door marked with faded, vulgar script, "The Widow's Weave." It's a low-grade den for sailors and human laborers, Precisely the kind of place Aldrich's guards won't bother to check unless they have specific orders. It's a sanctuary of last resort. We slip inside. The air hits me. A wall of cheap tobacco smoke, sour ale, and unwashed bodies. It's loud, crowded, and perfectly anonymous. A hulking dark elf with skin like tarnished bronze and eyes full of contempt is lounging behind the counter. "Welcome to my little house of rooms, I am Felix." Felix states as if we should know who he is. "A room," I demand, dropping a handful of silver on the counter. More than enough for a night, but payment for speed and silence. Felix's gaze slides past me, settling on Ophelia. He runs his sharp black tongue over his lips, a slow, predatory movement. "A soft little doll you got yourself there, young sir." He scoops up the silver, his attention never leaving her. "She looks like she needs warming up, handsome. You treating her right? Or should a professional step in?" The casual, public dismissal of Ophelia's personhood makes the rage in my chest burn, but I swallow it. I need the room more than I need my pride. "The key," I state, my voice flat, my hand resting conspicuously on the pommel of my knife. He snarls, recognizing the threat, but he holds up a key on a greasy string. "Second floor. Don't wake the neighbors when you start using that whip of yours." He leans in, his voice dropping to a low, sickening drawl. "Tell you what, I'll waive the late fee if you let me come up and watch. Or better yet, I'll pay you for a turn after you're done breaking her in." I clench my jaw, pulling Ophelia past the counter and up the creaking wooden stairs. Every word Felix speaks is a searing reminder of the world we are trying to escape. The room is tiny and suffocatingly hot, smelling of stale sweat and mildew. It's a trap, but it's a closed door. I push the key hard in the lock and lean against the door, taking a deep, ragged breath. Ophelia collapses onto the dirty straw mattress, wrapping her arms around her body, trying to stop the tremors. "We have an hour," I tell her, my voice strained. "We rest." She nods, pulling a hard biscuit from the satchel. The silence, broken only by the distant sounds of the midwinter festival and the sounds of revelry from the floor below, should be a relief. It isn't. The moment my body stops moving, the terror of Aldrich's pursuit, of the Batlas, of the Festival of Ashes, floods my mind. I pull off my heavy coat, placing my knife on the small wooden crate that serves as a bedside table. I move to the window, peering through the filthy glass at the cold, chaotic cityscape. I run a hand over my eyes, forcing myself to think clearly. My old plan, the escape route, is dead. Aldrich is forcing my hand. I must... Suddenly, the cheap lock explodes inward, splintering the frame. The door bursts open with a violent bang that swallows the silence. Felix stands framed in the doorway, a grotesque grin splitting his dark face. He isn't alone. Two other henchmen, thick-necked human thugs, crowd the landing behind him. "You should have taken the offer, handsome," Felix sneers, a rusty dagger suddenly appearing in his hand. "Now I take my payment. I thought a nobleman's doll would be worth more than a few coins, and I've waited long enough for a peek at her pretty scars." He charges. I react instantly. My training, the years spent mastering the sword and the dagger, takes over. I barely have time to grab my knife from the crate. "Ophelia! The window!" I roar, shoving her toward the glass. The fight is brutal and fast. Felix is strong, fueled by avarice and prejudice, but he's slow. I parry his sloppy thrust with a hard strike that splits his forearm. He screams, staggering backward. The two thugs rush me. I use the tiny room to my advantage, kicking out the crate and creating space. One of them lunges, and I meet him with a sharp backhand slice across his chest, the knife tearing through his jerkin. But the second thug tackles me, driving me back against the wall. The impact makes my head ring. I struggle for purchase, my knife arm pinned. "The window, Malvir!" Ophelia screams, using the stool to smash the thin glass pane. The rush of cold winter air is a shock. I use the distraction, driving my knee hard into the thug's groin. He yelps, releasing me just long enough for me to drive my elbow into his face. He drops, clutching his nose. I turn back to the door. Felix is stumbling, clutching his bleeding arm, his eyes wide with surprise and malice. "My arm!" Felix shrieks. "Get out of here!" She's probably dry as a bone anyway. I ignore him, grabbing Ophelia's arm and hauling her through the shattered window frame. We drop onto the narrow, slippery fire escape, landing outside. The height is terrifying, but the alternative is certain capture and worse. We scramble down the rusted iron ladder, the freezing metal biting my hands. Below us, the sound of shouting explodes from the open window as Felix realizes we're gone. We land hard in a dark, refuse-strewn alleyway. The cold air is a welcome shock. We run, leaving the sound of the Dark Elf's enraged threats behind us. Where do we go? The crypt is too obvious now. The docks are crawling with patrols. My plan for a safe, quiet escape is destroyed. Ophelia stumbles and I scoop her up, forcing a terrifying pace. "Where are we going?" she gasps, clinging to my neck. I look up toward the heart of the city, toward the noble district where the festival lights burn brightest. The only move left is the brazen one, the one Aldrich cannot counter. "To the heart," I breathe, my voice raw with a sudden, fierce determination. We're going to where the carols are loudest. We're going to the center of his power. Chapter 29. Malvir. I pull Ophelia deep into a delivery alleyway, shoving a heavy, splintered door behind us. The space is barely wide enough to stand in, cold, damp, and reeking of fish oil. But for the first time since the fight with Felix, the noise of the city is muffled. We are granted a 10-minute reprieve. I lean against the cold stone, every muscle in my body trembling with residual adrenaline and exhaustion. We can't stay. The Batlaz will track us here eventually, but she needs this moment. I watch her chest heave, her frantic breaths slowly evening out. Her exhaustion is a deeper cut than any blade. I reach out, taking her hand. My gloves are ripped, and the rough leather of my palm is cold against her soft, small fingers. I bring her hand to my mouth and press a swift, hard kiss to her knuckles. "It's going to be all right, Ophelia," I tell her, hearing the strain of the lie in my own voice. I don't believe it, but she needs to hear it. "Aldrich is looking for us outside the walls. He doesn't expect us to be hiding in his party." She looks up at me, her eyes enormous and dark, reflecting the terrifying glow of the distant midwinter lights. Her trust is a burden and a lifeline. I reach into the satchel, pulling out the small, velvet-wrapped bundle. It's a risk to take this out now, but I have to anchor us to something real before the final madness. "I know this is madness," I murmur, laying the package in her palm. "But I bought this for you." She unwraps it, her hands clumsy with cold and fear. Inside lies the small, intricately carved angel figurine. The sight of it stops her breath. I see the devastating realization that she's never received a present, an object given without price or command. Tears spill instantly, tracking clean paths through the grime on her cheeks. I pull her close, holding her tight, allowing her the single moment of grief and grace. This gift, this moment of fragile love, is the only weapon we have left against the world. "I swear to you, by my honor and my blood," I vow into her hair, my voice thick with absolute resolve. "I will not let you vanish into chains again. If they try to claim you, they will have to go through the whole damn world to get past me." We share a final kiss before the gamble, fierce and solemn, a pledge against the freezing night. The taste of her mouth is the only warmth I feel. "We have to go," I say, pulling back, the soldier reclaiming control. The false peace is over. "We move now. Tomorrow, everything changes." We emerge onto the street as the night is just starting to surrender to a sickly gray pre-dawn. The main thoroughfare is a madhouse. Carriages are backed up for blocks, all trying to get into the noble district for the main midwinter ceremonies. I shout, spotting a rickety empty cab pulling out of a side street. I wave a purse heavy with coins. The driver, a grizzled human bundled in frayed wool, eyeballs the ridiculous traffic. "Leaving the city? Now? On festival morning?" The driver calls out, suspicious. "Only fools go out when the nobles are pouring in." I adopt a mask of aristocratic impatience. Ophelia forces a small, controlled smile. "What can I say?" I reply, with a light-hearted dismissal only a man of absolute power could manage. "I like to screw her in the woods." The vulgarity works. The driver snorts, accepting the payment with a grin. "Right then, sir. Best move your merchandise before the guards start clearing the side streets." We scramble in. The cab lurches into the lane of departing traffic, but the advantage is short-lived. Just 2 blocks from the main gate, the entire procession grinds to a halt. "What is it?" I snap, peering through the small frosted window. "Some kind of inspection, sir," the driver calls back. "Looks like a family of high-status elves. No one moves until they pass." A freezing dread washes over me. I know that specific paralyzing presence of power. I feel him. "Don't look up," I order, my voice barely a breath, forcing Ophelia to duck low. I curse, low and violent. "It's him. Uncle Aldrich." He's right outside. Our cab is at a standstill, directly across the street from Aldrich's heavy ceremonial carriage. Aldrich, flanked by 2 honor guards, is addressing a city watch captain, his profile sharp and calculating in the weak light. He is here, personally overseeing the search. The uncle doesn't see us, but soon he will. The crowd is our prison. I act without hesitation. I shove the cab door open, ignoring the driver's immediate shout of protest. "Run!" I command, pulling Ophelia out into the small gap between the carriages. We sprint, cutting across the backs of horses, dodging the wheels of noble carriages, ignoring the shouts of outrage and the piercing whistles of the city watch. We need a hole, a burrow, a place only we know. We need stone, silence, and shadows. "The crypt!" I growl, my face pale with frantic certainty. "There is only one place he won't expect us to return to." We are running straight toward the Thornley Noble District, into the heart of the enemy's territory. We are back in the crypt's shadow. We fall, breathless, behind the great marble urns of the Thornley Mausoleum. The candle I left burning hours ago is now a smoking stump, casting the crypt in oppressive gloom. The relief of the door slamming shut and the heavy metallic sound of the bolt sliding home is momentary. I collapse against the stone, pulling Ophelia into my arms. We are safe for now. But my mind is racing. The cab idea failed. The dark hovels failed. The city itself is a cage. The silence of the tomb settles around us, broken only by our ragged breaths. I look at Ophelia, her face streaked with dirt and tears. The frantic energy of the chase is gone, replaced by a cold, hard despair. I run a hand through my damp hair. We used our last bold move and gained nothing but a temporary relapse into our first hiding spot. We can't stay here. We can't leave here. My heart sinks, heavy and cold as the marble angels watching over us. There is no simple escape. There is no path out of the city. We have run out of plans. We need a better one, or we are finished. The terrible realization settles over me. The hope of simple flight is fading. We must return and come up with a better plan. Chapter 30. Malvir. The heavy brass bolt slams home, and the echoes of the city's frantic celebration are instantly muted. Ophelia and I fall against the marble urns, gulping down the dusty, cold air of the crypt. We are safe, for now. But the safety of this tomb is a cold lie. We used our last burst of adrenaline to run toward the danger, only to end up exactly where we started. I release Ophelia, her small form almost collapsing against me before I steady her. My hunter instincts, honed over years of tracking and battling the supernatural, surge to the forefront, overriding the stinging failure of the past hour. Every sense is alert, every muscle coiled. I move immediately, a silent predator in the gloom, checking each detail with meticulous precision. First, the locks. My fingers trace the cold metal, ensuring the heavy iron clasps are fully engaged, their ancient mechanisms holding firm against any outside intrusion. Next, the velvet draping that shrouds the massive iron door. It hangs undisturbed, its thick folds absorbing what little sound dares to permeate this sacred space. No telltale rustle, no subtle shift to suggest an unwelcome presence. Then, my gaze sweeps across the crypt itself, a silent, flickering dance of candlelight illuminating the stoic, carved faces of the long dead. Shadows lengthen and recede, playing tricks on the eyes, but I scrutinize every nook, every alcove, every resting place of the forgotten. The air, heavy and still, is undisturbed. There is no scent of decay that isn't ancient, no whisper of movement beyond the dancing flames. The crypt is clear. For now, I turn back to Ophelia. She is slumped against a sarcophagus, the tiny, carved angel clutched so tightly in her hand that her knuckles are white. The terror is etched into the fine lines around her eyes, a reflection of the utter defeat I feel in my own core. It was a mistake, I admit, the words raw and difficult. The cab, the show of confidence. It was a gamble, and Aldrich countered it without even seeing us. The city is a cage. My plan to simply outrun him is finished. The hope of simple flight is dead. We are sealed in the tomb, waiting for the Batlaz to find the scent, or for Aldrich's guards to check the one place a panicked noble would never return to. I sink down beside her. I can feel the weight of my past, the inherited obligation, the comfort, the privilege, pressing down on me, trying to drag me under. I must convince her and myself that this failure is merely a detour, not the end. We stop running now, I tell her, taking her hand. We stop improvising. Aldrich is forcing us into the open, and the Festival of Ashes is less than 3 days away. If we fail, it must be on my terms, not his. I realize with chilling clarity what I must do. My original, meticulous escape plan was ruined because I didn't have the time to execute the final, most dangerous steps, the steps that involved returning to my life and gathering the irreplaceable pieces of my future. I can't leave her chained here, but I can't save her without those items. I must go back to the manor. There is no way out of the city from here without passing through a major gate, I explain, my voice low and steady. But I have things I didn't dare bring before, things that will get us through the gate, not around it. I look at the beautiful, terrified woman who is worth more than my entire lineage. I need to go back to my chambers. Now, while he thinks I'm still running for the walls, I need to get Mother's final letters of introduction, the documents that grant us new identities, and the last of the cached currency. I see the fear flare in her eyes. No, Malvir. He's there. He just saw you. He saw a desperate man running away from his shame, I counter, though my heart is pounding. He did not see me return to the crypt. He expects me to be cold, exhausted, and outside the walls by morning. I will use that expectation. I will sneak her back in again. This choice is the absolute peak of folly, yet it's the only path left that offers more than an hour of survival. I stand up, running a hand over the ceremonial sword I should have left behind hours ago. I must also see Mantle, the stable master, one final time. I need to convince him of my full mistake, that the plan failed, that I need his help immediately to secure the horses at the eastern pasture. I need to report a better plan to him, one that will use his connection to the outside world to bridge us to freedom. The logic is flawless. I have to re-enter the cage to gather the keys, using the chaos of the night to mask my final preparations. I will be gone for 2 hours, no more, I state, leaving no room for argument. You wait here. Lock the bolt after me. If you hear anything other than my code, 3 taps, too long, you stay silent. I look at the carved angel, which catches the faint candlelight. My voice drops to a solemn whisper, a vow to the silent guardians of the tomb. Tonight, everything changes, I promise. Tonight, I stop being the heir and become the man who earns his freedom. The hope of simple flight is fading. We must embrace the ritual of defiance. I take a deep breath, the cold air filling my lungs. I slip the final pieces of Ophelia's belonging, the carved angel and the mother's pendant, into the deepest pocket of my tunic. "I'll see you soon, Ophelia," I whisper, before sliding the crypt door open just enough to slip out, leaving her alone once more in the protective shadows of the thornily dead. My life now is the final preparation, the ritual of shedding my past.
Chapter 31. Ophelia. The winter night embraces us like a conspirator as we slip from the crypt's ancient embrace, our breath forming silver clouds that dissipate into darkness, thick with promise and peril. Malvir moves beside me with the fluid grace of someone born to command. But tonight, he's chosen to abandon command for something far more precious. The chance to build a life where love is more important than law, where two souls can recognize each other despite every boundary society has tried to impose between us. "This way," he whispers, his gloved hand finding mine with warmth that chases away the bite of winter air. The horses wait beyond the eastern gardens, close enough to reach quickly but far enough from the house to avoid detection. I nod and follow. Each step carries me further from the only sanctuary I've known since fleeing Master Corvain's cruelty, but also closer to something I never dared imagine, a future built from choice rather than circumstance, partnership rather than ownership. The crypt stretches around us like a frozen sea of memory, headstones rising from snow-covered ground like the bones of dreams long dead. But tonight feels different from all the stolen moments we've shared among these monuments to loss. Tonight we're not hiding from the world, but choosing to leave it behind entirely. Two people who found in each other what society insisted could never exist. "Are you cold?" Malvir asks as we navigate between marble angels whose wings spread wide in eternal protection. "No," I breathe, surprised by the truth of it. Despite the bitter wind that cuts through my borrowed cloak, despite the snow that crunches beneath my inadequate boots, I feel warm from the inside out. I feel alive, Malvir. For the first time in years, I feel truly alive. His moonlight smile, bright with a wonder that mirrors my own, could power the stars themselves. That's how I've felt since the moment I first saw you, moving among these stones like poetry in motion. You've reignited a belief within me, one I thought had perished with Mother, the conviction that certain things are worth any sacrifice. The confession makes my chest constricted with emotions too big for words. To know that I've given him something in return for all the kindness he's shown me, that my mere existence has value beyond what I can serve or suffer. It transforms everything about how I see myself and what tomorrow might hold. We reach the garden's edge where ancient yew trees form natural barriers against prying eyes, their evergreen branches heavy with snow that muffles sound and conceals movement. Beyond them lies the pasture where Mantel has prepared horses and supplies for a journey into uncertain freedom. But first Malvir pauses to face me, with an expression of such profound tenderness that my breath catches in my throat. "Before we cross this threshold," he says softly, "before we leave everything we've ever known for whatever lies ahead, I need you to understand something. What we're about to do will change us both in ways we cannot predict. There will be no going back to comfortable certainties, no returning to the safety of familiar shadows." "I know," I whisper, meaning it more than any words I've ever spoken. "But I'd rather face an uncertain future with you than accept a predictable one without you. Whatever comes, whatever challenges we encounter, we'll meet them together." "Together," he affirms, the word resonating with profound meaning, redefining courage itself. "We are partners in every sense, equals dedicated to creating something beautiful, forged from love and the unwavering resolve to see beyond mere circumstances." He produces a small silver ring from his cloak's inner pocket, its surface engraved with the same roses and thorns that adorn Mother's pendant at my throat. The metal catches moonlight as he holds it out with hands that tremble slightly from more than cold. This belonged to Mother as well, he explains. She said it represented the bond between souls who choose each other freely, who create their own vows instead of accepting those imposed by others. My eyes fill with tears that freeze before they can fall, but they spring from joy rather than sorrow. Malvir, I can't. It's too precious. You can and you will, he interrupts with gentle firmness that echoes Mantel's earlier words. Because you're precious, Ophelia. Because you deserve symbols of devotion that acknowledge your worth, not marks of ownership that deny your humanity. When he slides the ring onto my finger, the metal feels warm despite the winter night, as though it carries some essence of the woman who wore it before me. The fit is perfect, as though Mother herself blessed this moment from whatever realm holds the honoured dead. I promise, I whisper, lifting my hand to see silver gleaming against pale skin, to be worthy of the trust you're placing in me, to become someone deserving of such gifts, such devotion, such impossible love. You already are, he replies, catching my face in his hands with reverence that makes my heart quicken. You've been worthy since the moment you chose gratitude over bitterness, hope over despair, the belief that connection matters more. Our kiss tastes like snow and starlight, and the promise of dawn breaking over a world where love has finally found courage to fight for itself. When we break apart, both breathing hard with more than passion, the silence around us feels pregnant with possibility. Ready? He asks, though his expression suggests he already knows my answer. Ready, I confirm, taking his hand with fingers that no longer shake with uncertainty, but with anticipation for whatever lies beyond the familiar boundaries that have defined our existence until now. Together, we move toward the pasture where freedom waits in the form of 2 horses whose breath steams silver in the cold air. Behind us, the crypt settles into silence that will hold our secrets until spring comes to melt the snow and reveal whatever evidence remains of love that learned to bloom in the most unlikely soil. Ahead lies the biggest journey of our lives. 2 souls who chose each other over every force that tried to keep us apart, proving that some bonds transcend legislation, that some dreams are worth any risk to make real. The ring on my finger catches starlight as we disappear into winter night, carrying with it all the hope of tomorrow and the promise that love, when it finds those brave enough to fight for it, can indeed conquer everything that stands in its way.
Chapter 32. Malvir. The horses' mantle prepared stand ready in the eastern pasture like harbingers of freedom, their breath creating silver clouds in the frigid air, while they wait with the patient dignity of creatures accustomed to serving human needs without question. But tonight they serve something greater than mere transportation. They carry the hopes and dreams of 2 people who have chosen love over law, connection over convention, the chance to build something meaningful from courage and impossible circumstances. They're beautiful, Ophelia breathes beside me, her voice filled with wonder that transforms even the simple sight of saddled mounts into something approaching magic. The ring on her finger catches moonlight as she reaches out to stroke the nearest horse's neck, and I realize again how right it looks there. Mother's symbol of chosen devotion adorning someone who understands exactly what such gifts mean. Mantle chose well, I agree, checking the supplies secured to each saddle with hands that shake slightly from more than cold. Food for several days, warm clothing suitable for winter travel, documents that might grant us safe passage through territories where questions could prove fatal. Everything we need to disappear into the night and emerge somewhere new as people free to write their own story. But beneath the practical preparations, emotion threatens to overwhelm careful planning. This moment represents the culmination of everything we've been fighting to preserve, not just our individual freedom, but the principle that souls can recognize each other across barriers, meant to keep them forever separated. We're not just escaping Orthani, we're proving that love matters more than legislation. Malvir, Ophelia says softly, her gray eyes luminous with tears that refuse to fall. Before we leave, before we commit to this path completely, I need to say something. Thank you. For seeing worth in someone the world discarded, for choosing kindness over custom, for showing me what it's like to be treasured rather than owned. Her gratitude almost shattered my careful composure. How could she believe I was the one bestowing favors when she had given me everything that made existence meaningful? You changed me from someone merely fulfilling inherited obligations into someone able to choose what truly matters. I should be thanking you. Then we're even, she whispers with a smile that could melt winter itself. Two people who found in each other exactly what they needed to become, who they were meant to be. The words carry weight that reshapes everything about what courage means. We're not just fleeing towards something better. We're becoming something better through the simple act of choosing each other over every force that has tried to keep us apart. A sound from the direction of the estate makes us both freeze. Distant voices carried on the winter wind, too far away to distinguish words, but close enough to suggest activity that shouldn't exist at this hour. Uncle Aldrich, perhaps, conducting some final check that will discover our absence hours earlier than planned. We need to go, I say urgently, helping Ophelia mount her horse with movements of someone who has never had the opportunity to learn proper horsemanship. Now, before whatever's happening back there develops into active pursuit. She settles into the saddle with admirable grace despite obvious inexperience, gathering reins with hands that steady as determination overcomes uncertainty. I'm ready. Lead the way to whatever tomorrow brings. I swing onto my own mount and guide us toward the forest path that will carry us beyond Orthani's immediate authority, each hoofbeat marking another step toward freedom that tastes sweeter than any victory I've ever imagined. Behind us, the lights of the estate dwindle into insignificance, generations of accumulated privilege abandoned for something infinitely more precious. Where are we going? Ophelia asks as we enter the tree line, her voice barely audible above the soft sounds of horses moving through snow-covered undergrowth. South, I reply, consulting the map I've memorized through countless hours of planning. Toward port cities where questions are less frequent and passage can be purchased to places of safety. Mother's allies in Valethorn might offer assistance to someone she would have wanted protected. Valethorn, she repeats, the foreign name tasting like possibility on her tongue. A place where humans walk freely. A place where love is more profound than bloodline, I correct gently. Where two people can build something beautiful from choice rather than circumstance. Where worth is measured by character rather than inherited station. The path winds deeper into forest that offers concealment at the cost of difficult travel, bare branches forming canopies that filter moonlight into patterns of silver and shadow. Our horses pick their way carefully through terrain made treacherous by ice and fallen logs, but they're sturdy beasts chosen specifically for endurance rather than speed. Are you afraid? I ask as we navigate a particularly steep section of trail, watching Ophelia handle her mount with growing confidence. I'm terrified, she admits, her honesty clenching my heart with protective tenderness. Not of the journey, but of failing you. Of proving unworthy of your sacrifice for someone like me. You could never fail me, I say firmly, meaning it more completely than any words I've ever spoken. You've already given me more than I ever thought possible. Purpose, meaning the chance to become someone worthy of Mother's legacy instead of simply inheriting her title. Her admission is our bond, transforming our desperate romance into a sacred devotion. She is the principle I'd die for. The belief that souls connect beyond societal divides. Hours pass in comfortable silence broken only by the soft sounds of travel and occasional murmured directions as we follow paths that lead steadily away from everything we've ever known. The forest around us feels alive with possibility, each tree and stone a witness to love that found courage to fight for itself despite overwhelming odds. Look, Ophelia whispers as we crest a hill that offers our first clear view of the road ahead. Dawn. The eastern horizon blushes with the first pale light of morning, transforming the snow-covered landscape into something that speaks of new beginnings rather than bitter endings. In the growing light, Ophelia looks ethereal and beautiful. Our real life begins now, I say, echoing the vow I made in my chambers what feels like years ago. Whatever challenges await us, whatever prices we'll pay for choosing love over law, we'll face them together. Together, she agrees, the word carrying all the gravity of everything we've struggled to preserve. Partners in every sense equals building something worthy of the trust we've placed in each other. The ring on her finger catches the first rays of sunlight as we continue toward whatever tomorrow might bring, carrying with it the promise that some dreams are worth any risk to make real, that some loves transcend every boundary meant to keep them from flourishing. Behind us, Orthani sleeps in blissful ignorance of what it has lost. Ahead lies freedom, uncertain but infinitely precious, waiting to be claimed by two souls who proved that choosing each other matters more than conforming to other people's expectations. The epic journey of our lives has finally begun.
Chapter 33. Ophelia. The sound of pursuit reaches us like thunder rolling across winter hills, distant but unmistakable. Horses moving fast through snow, voices shouting commands that carry the authority of Uncle Aldrich's fury made manifest. My blood turns to ice water as I recognize the cadence of organized search, the methodical efficiency of hunters who know exactly what they're seeking and possess the resources to find it. "They're coming," I breathe, pulling my mount to a halt beside Malvir's as we strain to gauge how much distance separates us from capture. How did they discover our absence so quickly? Malvir's aristocratic features tighten with understanding that tastes bitter as winter wind. Uncle Aldrich must have checked my chambers again, or perhaps Mantell was questioned more thoroughly than expected. It doesn't matter now. What matters is staying ahead of them long enough to reach the border crossings. The pragmatic response should comfort me, but terror claws at my throat with sharp talons that leave wounds deeper than any physical injury. To come so close to freedom only to be dragged back to chains, to watch Malvir destroyed for the crime of choosing love over law. The prospect feels worse than death because it carries the weight of dreams murdered rather than merely deferred. "How far is the border?" I ask, though part of me dreads hearing numbers that might prove our escape impossible. 20 miles, perhaps more, he admits with honesty that makes my stomach clench with despair. The terrain slows us as much as it slows them, but they have fresh horses and knowledge of every path through these woods. 20 miles. The distance stretches before us like an ocean we must cross with pursuing sharks closing from behind, each hoofbeat a countdown to capture that could destroy everything we've fought so hard to preserve. But beneath the fear, something stronger rises. Determination forged in the crucible of love that has already survived impossible odds. "Then we ride hard," I say with conviction that surprises us both. We've come too far to surrender now, risked too much to let fear steal what we've earned through courage. His smile in the growing daylight could warm the coldest winter morning, bright with admiration that makes my pulse race despite our desperate circumstances. That's my brave woman, ready to race death itself for the chance to build something beautiful. "Ready," I confirm, gathering my reins with hands that no longer shake with uncertainty, but with anticipation for whatever challenges lie ahead. Lead the way to freedom, and I'll follow wherever love takes us. We spur our horses forward through terrain that seems designed to thwart rapid travel. Fallen logs that require careful navigation. Ice-covered streams that threaten to lame mounts pushed too hard. Snowdrifts deep enough to hide treacherous footing. But our beasts respond with the heart of creatures who sense urgency in their riders' desperation, picking their way through obstacles with sure-footed grace that speaks of breeds chosen for endurance rather than mere speed. Behind us, the sounds of pursuit grow steadily closer. I can distinguish individual voices now, Uncle Aldrich's commanding bark directing the search, guards reporting on tracks found and paths investigated. They're following our trail with the methodical precision of professionals who understand that success depends on persistence rather than passion. "There!" Malvir shouts over the thunder of hoofbeats, pointing toward a ridge that promises concealment from pursuing eyes. "If we can reach the high ground, we might find paths they haven't anticipated." I nod and follow his lead up slopes that test our horses' strength and our own ability to remain seated despite terrain that would challenge experienced riders. The ascent feels endless, each stride carrying us higher into thin air that burns our lungs while the sounds of pursuit echo from the valleys below. Cresting the ridge, we see the border spread out below, a promise of safety beyond Orthani's reach, where love might transcend the laws meant to divide us. "So close," I whisper, hardly daring to believe that freedom waits just beyond the next series of valleys. "We're actually going to make it." "Not yet," Malvir warns, though I hear hope beneath his caution. The border posts will be manned, and Uncle Aldrich's influence extends into the borderlands through alliances that predate our escape. We'll need to choose our crossing point carefully. The reminder sobers my growing excitement, but it cannot diminish the revolutionary possibility that stretches before us. For the first time since fleeing Master Corvain's cruelty, I can see an endpoint to running. Not just survival, but the chance to build something meaningful from nothing but determination to see each other as much more than circumstances suggest. "Show me," I say, studying the landscape with eyes that have learned to read terrain for opportunities rather than just obstacles. Where do we cross? How do we transform from fugitives into free people? His answer comes with maps produced from saddlebags, documents that reveal careful planning extending far beyond our immediate escape. Routes marked in Mother's careful handwriting, safe houses identified through correspondence with allies who respected her commitment to compassion, crossing points where questions might be less frequent and documentation more readily accepted. "Here," he says, indicating a valley that lies several miles to the east. A trading post where merchants cross regularly, where 2 more travellers won't attract undue attention if we approach at the right time. The plan feels solid, reasonable, achievable, everything our desperate flight has lacked until this moment. But even as hope kindles in my chest, the sounds of pursuit remind us that good plans mean nothing if we cannot survive long enough to implement them. "They're gaining," I observe, watching distant figures emerge from the tree line below. "We have perhaps an hour before they reach this ridge." "Then we use that hour wisely," Malvir replies with determination that transforms fear into exhilaration. "One final push toward freedom, and then we discover what life looks like when it's built from love, instead of inherited obligation." Looking into Malvir's violet eyes as dawn breaks fully over the borderlands. "Together," I breathe, the word holding all the weight of everything we've tried to preserve. Whatever comes next, we face it together. The vow echoes off mountain stone as we begin our descent toward whatever tomorrow might bring, carrying with it the hope that love can indeed conquer all when it finds people brave enough to fight for it, regardless of the cost. Earth is pretty much a desolate wasteland since the orcs came over from Protheka, and being a woman, the best you can hope is to be someone's property. Now, after my curvy body catches Korthar's eye, he'll claim me, and I'll serve him, in any way he pleases.
You're mine now. Listen to this story and more when you get the complete Orc Warriors of Protheka audiobook and ebook bundle.
40 books, 19 audiobooks, 19 ebooks. You even get 1 free novella and 1 free audiobook.
All for a shocking 90% off.
Protheka's magic is eternal, and the complete Orc Warriors of Protheka bundle will bring over 100 hours of that magic to you.
Chapter 34. Malvir. The trading post emerges from morning mist like salvation made manifest, its weathered buildings speaking of commerce that flows across borders without regard for the political divisions that have made our love a crime. Smoke rises from chimneys where fires burn to warm merchants conducting business that predates the laws we're fleeing, and I feel something approaching hope as we approach the boundary between Orthani's authority and places of safety. "Remember," I murmur to Ophelia as we guide our exhausted horses toward the cluster of buildings that represent our last chance at freedom. "We're merchants traveling to establish trade connections in Valethorn. You're my business partner, not my property. Here, that distinction matters." Her gray eyes widen at the revolutionary concept, a place where her thoughts might carry weight independent of my approval, where she could speak as an equal rather than someone whose voice exists only at another's sufferance. The wonder in her expression reminds me why we've risked everything for this moment. "Business partner," she repeats, testing the words like wine that might prove too fine for her tongue. "Someone whose opinions matter because they come from knowledge rather than obligation. Someone whose mind I value as much as her heart," I correct gently, watching her process implications that stretch far beyond our immediate circumstances. Someone who deserves respect for what she thinks, not just gratitude for what she provides. The simple acknowledgement of her intellectual worth sends color flooding her pale cheeks, and I'm struck again by how little basic human dignity she's experienced throughout her existence. But here, in territories that measure worth by character rather than bloodline, she'll finally discover what it means to be valued for thoughts that spring from her own understanding rather than careful adaptation to others' expectations. "Halt!" comes a voice from the guard tower that oversees the main crossing point, authority that makes my stomach clench with familiar dread. "State your business and provide documentation for inspection." My hand moves instinctively toward the papers Mother's allies provided, letters of introduction that might smooth our passage if the guard proves sympathetic to mercantile interests. But Ophelia's fingers catch mine before I can produce documents that could expose us if examined too closely. "Let me try something," she whispers with newfound confidence that speaks of someone discovering her own capabilities. "I've listened to enough merchant conversations to understand how such negotiations proceed." Before I can protest, she guides her horse forward with grace that transforms her from a desperate fugitive into someone who belongs among these border crossings. "Good morning," she calls to the guard with warmth that carries no hint of subservience. "We're traders seeking passage to establish supply connections in Valethorn. Might we discuss terms?" The guard's weathered face creases with interest rather than suspicion, and I watch in amazement as Ophelia conducts negotiations with skills I never knew she possessed. She speaks of textile markets and seasonal demands, of trade routes that favor border crossings during winter months when other passages prove impassable. "Aye, that makes sense," the guard agrees after several minutes of conversation that reveals genuine knowledge behind her carefully chosen words. "The Valethorn merchants always need quality goods before spring festivals. You've chosen your timing well." "Experience teaches the value of proper preparation," Ophelia replies with modest confidence that makes my heart swell with pride. Here is someone discovering her own worth through simple acknowledgement that her thoughts matter, that intelligence deserves respect, regardless of the circumstances that shaped its development. "Documentation?" the guard asks, though his tone suggests routine rather than suspicion. I produce the letters Mother's allies provided, watching his expression as he scans contents that speak of established relationships and profitable partnerships. The papers pass inspection with minimal scrutiny, exactly what we hoped would occur when approaching through commercial rather than political channels. "Welcome to the borderlands," the guard says with genuine warmth, returning our documents with a gesture that feels like absolution from sins we didn't know we were carrying. "May your business prove profitable and your journey safe." "Thank you," Ophelia replies with gratitude that encompasses far more than simple courtesy. "Your kindness will be remembered." We guide our horses through the crossing point that marks the boundary between oppression and possibility, each step carrying us further from laws that defined our love as criminal and closer to territories where connection might matter more than the circumstances that tried to prevent it. "You were magnificent," I tell her once we're safely beyond the guard's hearing, admiration making my voice rough with emotion. Where did you learn to negotiate like that? Years of listening from kitchen corners while merchants conducted business with my various masters, she admits with shy pleasure at my praise. I never thought such knowledge would prove useful, but apparently intelligence finds applications even when it's not formally recognized. The observation carries weight that transforms how I see not just her past, but the systematic waste of human potential that defines Orthani's approach to those it considers property. How many brilliant minds have been lost to kitchens and stables, their capabilities ignored because society cannot imagine worth in those it has labeled as less than human. In Valethorn, such intelligence will be valued properly, I promise with conviction that comes from Mother's correspondence with allies who measure worth by character rather than birth. You'll have opportunities to develop capabilities that would have been wasted in Orthani. Opportunities, she repeats, like someone testing the weight of gold coins. The chance to become someone other than what circumstances tried to force me to be. The chance to become who you were always meant to be, I correct, taking her hand with reverence that makes her breath catch. Someone whose thoughts matter because they spring from wisdom rather than expedience. The road ahead stretches toward horizons that promise more than mere survival. The possibility of building something beautiful from nothing but determination, to see each one another as more than society suggested. The revolutionary concept that love might indeed transcend every limitation, meant to keep souls from recognizing their true worth. As we ride towards an uncertain tomorrow, Ophelia whispers, "Free." The word, heavy with the weight of once impossible dreams, now realized through courage and strength, signifies a newfound liberation. For the first time in my life, truly free. The declaration echoes across landscape that speaks of new beginnings rather than bitter endings, carrying with it the hope that some bonds transcend legislation, that some loves prove stronger than every force designed to destroy them. Behind us, Orthani's authority dwindles into insignificance. Ahead lies Valethorn, where humans walk as equals.
Chapter 35. Ophelia. The shadows in the mausoleum act as our allies. They cling to the corners and stretch from the great marble tombs, cloaking us in a secrecy that feels more like a kingdom than a cage. I watch the candlelight carve him from the darkness, not as a distant lord, but as the king of this silent stone domain. We've fled here, hearts pounding, after his defiant stand before the nobles, his voice still echoing in my mind. She is not a ghost. She is mine. The world outside hunts us, but within these walls we're alive, clinging to each other in a storm of fear and firelight. My chest burns with desperation, my body aching for him, for this moment that might be our last.
This scene is about to get too steamy for this platform's comfort. As much as we'd love to keep going, their guidelines say we need to stop here.
To continue releasing these free audiobooks on this platform, we've got to play by the rules.
The passion doesn't end here.
Visit worldsofprotheka.com to hear the full, uncut version of this fantasy romance, and every daring moment that YouTube can't handle.
Use code YouTube30 for 30% off unabridged audiobooks in the Worlds of Protheka.
Don't let YouTube hold you back. Immerse yourself in a world of magic, danger, and unfiltered passion.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
Listen unabridged and you'll never want to go back. Wrapped in his embrace, I tremble not from fear, but from the vivid sensation of being truly alive. His fingers gently trace my skin. His violet eyes, now soft with love, meet mine. I would love you forever, I whisper, my voice catching, my fingers mirroring his touch on his face, in his silver hair. He pulls me closer, his warmth a silent promise that we will battle the world for this, for us.
Chapter 36. Malvir. The mountain cabin welcomes us with smoke rising from its stone chimney like a beacon of sanctuary in the wilderness, weathered logs speaking of shelter that has harbored travelers for generations without regard for the political divisions that made our love a crime. But tonight feels different from our desperate flight. Tonight we're not fugitives stealing moments from an unjust world, but free people choosing each other openly in a space that belongs entirely to us. Home, Ophelia breathes beside me as we approach the humble structure that will serve as our first night of genuine freedom, her voice filled with wonder that transforms even this simple refuge into something approaching sacred. Our first real home. The concept allows us to claim our space, building meaning from determination to see beyond circumstances. No angels or authority threaten, just two people free to love without fear. Our first of many, I agree, helping her dismount with motions that speak of partnership rather than protection, equality rather than obligation. The first place where we can simply be ourselves without hiding or pretending or adapting to others' expectations. The cabin's interior glows with warmth that seeps into bones chilled by more than winter weather. A fire crackling in the hearth, simple furnishings that speak of comfort rather than ostentation. Windows that look out on horizons unlimited by walls or laws or social boundaries, designed to keep souls from recognizing their true worth. But it's the expression on Ophelia's face that truly transforms this modest space into something approaching paradise. She moves through the room with growing confidence, touching rough-hewn furniture and examining supplies left by previous travelers, as though discovering what it means to exist somewhere without permission from others. "I can cook," she says with shy pleasure, indicating the iron pot hanging near the fire and the stores of dried provisions that promise our first meal eaten in true safety. Not because I must, but because I want to. Because sharing food feels different when it's offered freely rather than demanded through obligation. The distinction hits me like lightning, illuminating truths I'd never fully grasped about what freedom actually means. She's not just escaped from physical chains, but from the psychological bondage that reduced every action to service, every gesture to performance designed to please masters who saw her worth only in terms of utility. "Then cook," I say simply, "or don't cook. The choice is entirely yours, and whatever you decide will be perfect, because it comes from your own desires." Her laugh, when it comes, carries notes of freedom that make my chest tight with emotions too big for words. Here is someone learning what it means to make decisions based on inclination rather than necessity, to act from joy rather than fear of punishment for inadequate service. "I want to cook for you," she says with warmth that transforms domestic tasks into acts of devotion. Not because custom demands it, or because my station requires it, but because I love you and sharing a meal feels like sharing ourselves. The admission sends heat racing like lightning through my veins. She wants to care for me, not because society has taught her that women serve men, but because connection creates its own imperatives that transcend legislation or inherited expectation. "And I want to help," I reply, rising to join her near the hearth where firelight dances across her face like golden benediction. Not because noble breeding prohibits such work, but because building something together feels more meaningful than maintaining roles that kept us apart. We work side by side, preparing simple fare that tastes better than any feast I've consumed in Orthani's grand halls. Bread toasted over open flame, dried meat seasoned with herbs that grow wild beyond civilization's boundaries, water drawn from streams that recognize no master's authority. Each bite carries the flavor of freedom, sustenance chosen rather than provided, shared rather than served. "Tell me about Veilthorn," Ophelia says as we settle near the fire to share our meal, her gray eyes reflecting flames that dance with possibilities neither of us had dared imagine until now. "What will life be like in territories where humans walk as equals?" The question opens floodgates of hope that I've kept carefully contained throughout our desperate flight. "Different," I say slowly, searching for words that can capture revolutionary concepts without raising expectations too high. "Not perfect. No society achieves that. But better. Places where worth is measured by character rather than birth, where love matters more than legislation designed to keep certain souls forever separated. And I could..." She pauses, testing ideas that feel too precious to speak aloud. I could have work that uses my mind rather than just my body. Thoughts that matter because they spring from understanding rather than careful adaptation to others' preferences. You could have anything you're willing to work for, I promise with conviction, that comes from Mother's correspondence with allies who value capability over circumstance. Education, if you want it. Business opportunities that reward intelligence rather than inherited privilege. The chance to become who you were always meant to be instead of who survival forced you to pretend to be. The possibilities shimmer between us like mirages that might prove real if we have courage enough to reach for them. Not just survival, but meaning. Not just safety, but the chance to build something beautiful from nothing but determination to see each other's true worth. Her question, filled with a vulnerability that tightens my chest with protective tenderness, cuts to the core. What becomes of us? Of this connection we forged, once the shared danger is gone? When you're free to choose anyone, and I'm no longer your only option? Her question, laced with an almost debilitating fear, threatens to unravel my carefully constructed composure. How can she still doubt that she is my choice, not merely a necessity? How can she not see that what we've shared surpasses mere circumstance, entering a realm where souls recognize each other, transcending all external conditions? You are not my only option, I say gently, reaching across the space between us to take her hands with reverence that makes her breath catch. You are my chosen option, the person I would pick from any crowd, in any circumstance, because you make me better than I thought possible. And you, she whispers, tears catching firelight like captured stars, showed me that I deserve to be chosen rather than simply accepted. That love can create worth instead of demanding it. The confession breaks something open, saturating me with emotions that feel too large for any mortal heart to contain. We are not just lovers who found each other against impossible odds, but souls who prove that connection transcends every boundary meant to keep certain people forever apart. Then let's choose each other again, I breathe against her lips as the distance between us disappears entirely. Every day, in every way, for as long as hearts beat and breath sustains the courage to love without reservation. Her answer comes in the form of a kiss that tastes like freedom made tangible, hope given physical form, the promise that tomorrow will bring opportunities to build something beautiful from nothing but determination to see each other as infinitely precious rather than temporarily convenient. Our real life begins now, I whisper against her skin, as desire and devotion blend into something approaching religious experience. And it begins with choosing each other all over again, freely and completely and without reservation.
Chapter 37. Ophelia. The morning light streaming through frost-covered windows transforms our humble cabin into something approaching sacred, every rough beam and simple furnishing bathed in golden radiance that speaks of new beginnings rather than desperate endings. I wake beside Malvir with wonder that still catches me off guard, not just the luxury of sleeping through the night without fear of discovery, but the revolutionary concept that I chose to be here, that my presence brings joy rather than convenience. Free, I whisper, the word reshaping everything tomorrow might hold. Truly, completely free. The ceiling beams above shelter dreams I never dared imagine. Malvir stirs beside me, violet eyes opening to focus on my face. Good morning, my love. How does freedom feel in the daylight? Different, I admit with honesty that feels like relief. Like waking up in someone else's life. Someone who matters for existing rather than serving. Your life, he corrects gently, reaching up to trace patterns on my shoulder with a reverence that makes my heart rate quicken. The life you were always meant to have, before circumstances tried to convince you that worth required someone else's permission to exist. The distinction feels revolutionary in ways I'm still learning to process. For so many years, every choice was shaped by others' expectations, every action filtered through calculations about what would please or displease those who held power over my continued existence. But here, In this space that belongs to us, I can think thoughts that serve no purpose except understanding, feel emotions that benefit no one except myself. What do I do with it? I ask, genuine uncertainty colouring my voice as I contemplate possibilities that stretch beyond the horizons of previous imagination. How do I learn to want things for their own sake instead of because they might protect me from punishment? His smile could melt winter itself, bright with admiration that makes me feel capable of achieving anything courage might attempt. Slowly, he says with wisdom that speaks of someone who has watched others navigate similar transitions, one choice at a time, one desire at a time, until wanting feels natural instead of dangerous. The promise settles into my bones like medicine, easing fears I didn't know I was carrying about whether someone like me could ever truly adapt to freedom. But beneath relief lurks something darker, the weight of responsibility that comes with agency, the knowledge that my choices now carry consequences beyond their effect on others' comfort. What if I make mistakes? I whisper, voicing fears that taste like ash on my tongue. What if freedom proves too much responsibility for someone who has spent years learning to avoid decision-making entirely? Then you'll learn from them, Malvir replies with conviction that transforms fear into something approaching anticipation. The same way everyone learns, through trial and error, success and failure, the gradual accumulation of wisdom that comes from actually living instead of merely surviving. The casual assumption that I deserve the same opportunities for growth as anyone else sends heat into me, warming places that have been cold for so long I'd forgotten they existed. He sees no fundamental difference between his capacity for development and mine, no inherent limitation that would prevent me from achieving whatever courage might attempt. I want to learn, I breathe, the admission carrying all the weight of dreams I'd thought permanently buried beneath years of careful pragmatism. Not just practical skills, but ideas. Philosophy, perhaps. Literature that teaches how other people think about questions that matter. Then you shall, he promises with certainty that makes the impossible feel achievable. Valethorn has libraries open to anyone with curiosity to explore them, schools that welcome students regardless of their past circumstances. You could study whatever captures your interest. The possibilities, beyond imagination, thrill me. Books for understanding, ideas for truth, conversations for curiosity, not obligation or power. Reading, I whisper, like someone testing the weight of gold coins. Real reading, for pleasure rather than necessity. Stories that teach how other souls have navigated questions I'm only beginning to understand. Poetry, Malvir suggests, with enthusiasm that transforms my modest dreams into something approaching adventure. History that explains how societies developed their current forms. Philosophy that examines what makes life meaningful instead of merely endurable. Each possibility he describes feels like a gift freely given, rather than payment extracted for services rendered, education that serves my development rather than someone else's convenience. The concept overwhelms me with its generosity, knowledge offered without expectation of immediate return, wisdom shared because understanding has value independent of its utility to others. Will you teach me? I ask with vulnerability that makes my voice small. Help me navigate ideas that feel too large for someone who has spent years focusing on immediate survival rather than abstract understanding. We'll learn together, he corrects. I've spent my education absorbing what others thought I should know rather than exploring what truly interests me. Freedom means we can both discover what captures our curiosity when it's not filtered through others' expectations. The promise transforms education from something that happens to me into something we create together. Partnership that extends beyond romantic devotion into intellectual collaboration. Not student and teacher, but fellow explorers investigating territories that neither of us has mapped fully. Together, I agree, the word carrying all the oppressive weight of everything we've fought to preserve. always together, choosing each other in ways that go beyond circumstance or convenience. A knock at the cabin door makes us both freeze, the sound carrying authority that sends ice through my veins, despite the warmth of our morning conversation. Visitors could mean anything: fellow travellers seeking shelter, authorities pursuing fugitives, opportunities or threats that we cannot evaluate without investigation. "Stay here," Malvir murmurs, rising to dress with movements that speak of someone prepared for whatever challenge presents itself. "Let me handle whatever this is." But I'm already reaching for my own clothes, determination overriding caution in ways that would have been impossible during our desperate flight. "No," I say with conviction that surprises us both. We face whatever comes together. I'm done hiding while others determine my fate. His expression when he looks at me carries pride that makes my chest swell with emotions too large for words. Here is someone who recognizes courage when it appears, who values partnership over protection, despite every instinct that whispers about keeping loved ones safe. Together, then, he agrees with admiration that makes me feel capable of facing anything courage might demand. Whatever waits beyond that door, we meet it as equals rather than as protector and protected. On the morning air, the vow tastes like destiny, sweet with promise and heavy with the understanding that true freedom entails accepting responsibility for our choices, rather than merely escaping the control of others. Outside, voices approach with purpose that could reshape everything about our carefully won peace. But inside, two souls who chose each other across impossible distances prepare to face whatever comes next with the strength that comes from partnership freely chosen rather than circumstance imposed.
Chapter 38. Malvir. The voices outside our cabin door carry familiarity that makes my heart skip with recognition before understanding floods through me like warm wine. Not authorities pursuing fugitives or strangers seeking shelter, but allies whose correspondence with Mother spans decades of shared commitment to compassion over convention, justice over inherited privilege. "Lord Thornley," comes a weathered voice that speaks of age and wisdom earned through choices that matter. "We received word of travelers seeking passage to territories where love transcends legislation. Might we offer assistance to those who honor your mother's memory?" Relief floods through me so powerfully that my knees nearly buckle, followed immediately by gratitude that makes speech difficult. Mother's network of allies has extended protection across distances that should have made our escape impossible, connections forged through principle rather than convenience, proving stronger than Uncle Aldrich's web of authority. "You can," I call back, my voice rough with emotions I struggle to contain. "And we are deeply grateful for kindness that asks no questions while offering exactly what hope requires." I open the door to reveal an elderly woman whose eyes carry the sharp intelligence of someone who has spent decades navigating the dangerous territory between what law permits and what conscience demands. Behind her stands a younger man bearing supplies that speak of long-term planning rather than casual assistance. "Elena Marchant," she introduces herself with warmth that encompasses far more than simple courtesy. "Your mother saved my daughter from circumstances that would have destroyed a spirit too bright for conventional bondage. Now we extend similar protection to those who need sanctuary from systems that crush love beneath inherited obligation." "This is Ophelia," I say, gesturing to the woman who has become my entire world. The person whose freedom honors everything Mother tried to teach me about what true nobility actually means. Elena's gaze, when it settles on Ophelia, carries none of the calculating assessment that characterized Uncle Aldrich's attention, no attempt to measure worth through inherited categories that reduce human complexity to convenient labels. Instead, she looks with the recognition of one soul acknowledging another's inherent value. "Welcome to territories where such introductions require no explanation or justification," Elena says with genuine warmth. "Here, love speaks for itself, and choice matters more than circumstance. The simple acknowledgement of our legitimate relationship, rather than a criminal one, nearly shatters my careful composure. To hear someone speak of what we've shared without shame or disapproval, to be welcomed as partners rather than master and property, transforms everything about how I envision our future together. We've arranged passage to Valethorn on trading vessels that ask no questions about passengers seeking new beginnings, the younger man explains, producing documents that could grant us safe travel to territories Mother described in her most hopeful correspondence. Captain Aldara has carried others fleeing similar circumstances. She understands discretion's value. How can we repay such kindness? Ophelia asks with gratitude that encompasses far more than practical assistance, voice thick with emotions that speak of someone discovering what community actually means. By building something beautiful from the freedom you've claimed, Elena replies with conviction that makes the impossible feel achievable. By proving that love transcends every boundary meant to keep certain souls forever separated. By becoming who you were always meant to be, instead of who circumstances try to force you to remain. The charge settles into my bones like medicine, easing fears I didn't know I was carrying about, whether escape could ever truly become transformation. But here stands evidence that others have navigated similar journeys, that networks exist to support those brave enough to choose love over law. We will, I promise with certainty that comes from a strength I didn't know I possessed. Whatever we build in Valethorn will honor not just our own choices, but everyone who made such choices possible. Then let us prepare for your departure, Elena says with satisfaction that suggests completion of missions that span years rather than days. The ship leaves with tomorrow's tide, and freedom waits for those brave enough to claim it. Words on winter air, carrying promises that transform our humble cabin from temporary shelter into launching point for adventures neither of us dared imagine when love first bloomed among marble angels and evergreen sprigs. Tomorrow we sail toward horizons unlimited by anything, except our own courage to see each other as infinitely precious rather than temporarily convenient. Tonight we rest in the knowledge that some networks transcend geography, that some loves prove stronger than every force designed to destroy them. Our real life has finally, truly begun.
Chapter 39. Ophelia. The ship's deck rolls beneath my feet with a rhythm that speaks of horizons beyond anything I ever dared imagine, salt spray catching sunlight like crystallized hope while Valethorn's coastline grows larger with each passing hour. But it's not the approaching land that steals my breath. It's the casual way other passengers nod greetings without calculating my worth through inherited categories. The revolutionary concept that I exist here as simply another traveller, rather than escaped property awaiting return to rightful owners. Look, Malvir murmurs beside me, his voice filled with wonder that mirrors my own. The harbour, our new beginning made manifest. The port city rises from morning mist, like something from stories I thought existed only in dreams. Buildings that speak of prosperity built through trade rather than oppression. Ships bearing flags from territories where humans walk as equals. Voices calling in languages that recognize no master's authority over who deserves freedom and who must earn it through service. So many people, I breathe. All of them free to choose their own paths. The observation carries weight that transforms how I see not just this destination, but the entire concept of what society might become when it values connection over control, cooperation over domination. Here, the energy feels different, not the careful tension of subjects navigating masters' expectations, but the vibrant chaos of equals pursuing goals that serve their own understanding of what makes life meaningful. Captain Aldara says Valethorn's markets welcome anyone with skills to offer. Malvir continues, pointing toward districts where commerce flows without regard for bloodline or inherited station. Textile workers, artisans, merchants, all measured by capability rather than circumstance. I'm excited by the prospect of being valued for my own intelligence and contributions, solving problems rather than just enduring or maintaining the status quo. What if I'm not ready? I ask with vulnerability that makes my voice small. What if years of focusing on survival left me unprepared for freedom's responsibilities? His smile could warm the coldest winter morning, bright with confidence that makes me feel capable of achieving anything courage might attempt. Then you'll learn, he says simply. The same way everyone learns, by trying, failing, adjusting, and trying again until success becomes natural instead of accidental. The casual assumption that I deserve the same opportunities for growth as anyone else continues to overwhelm me with its generosity. He sees no fundamental limitation that would prevent me from developing capabilities that circumstances never allowed me to explore. No inherent difference between his potential and mine. I want to write, I confess with honesty, that feels like stepping off a cliff into uncertain air. Stories about how it feels to discover that choice exists, that worth doesn't require someone else's permission to matter. Maybe others who still hide among shadows need to know that transformation is possible. Then you shall, he promises with conviction that makes the impossible feel achievable. Velthorn has publishing houses that value truth over tradition, readers hungry for perspectives that challenge comfortable assumptions about who deserves happiness and who must earn it through suffering. The prospect of my thoughts reaching people I'll never meet, offering hope to souls who still believe themselves unworthy of love, freely given rather than extracted through service. It feels like purpose beyond anything I thought possible for someone like me. Together, I say, taking his hand with reverence that makes my pulse quicken. Whatever we build in this new place, we build as partners who chose each other rather than circumstances that threw us together. Together, he says, the word heavy with the weight of all they've striven to protect. Always together, forging beauty from courage and the radical idea that everyone deserves to be cherished simply for existing, not for what they can do. The ship's horn sounds our approach to harbour, where new lives wait to be claimed by those brave enough to reach for them. Behind us, Orthani's authority dwindles into memory that will always shape but need never again define our choices. Ahead lies freedom more complete than anything either of us dared imagine when love first bloomed in the most unlikely soil. Our story begins now, I whisper to the salt wind that carries promises of tomorrow. The real story, written by our own hands instead of others' expectations.
Chapter 40. Malvir. The soft crackle of the fire pulls me from sleep, its warmth mingling with the scent of bread toasting over the hearth. Morning light spills through the frost-covered window of our mountain cabin, bathing Ophelia in a golden glow as she hums quietly, stirring a pot, her chestnut hair loose around her shoulders. She's no longer the ghost I glimpsed in Orthani's crypt, but a woman, alive, radiant, mine. My heart swells, the weight of my choice, to defy my family, abandon tradition, and flee with her, settling like a truth I've always known. Leaving Orthani was the only path, because she is my home. I rise, my bare feet silent on the wooden floor, and cross to her, wrapping my arms around her slender waist. She leans back into me, her warmth seeping through my ash-gray skin, her smile a spark that ignites my blood. "You're awake just in time," she whispers, her voice soft but laced with a playful challenge that stirs my desire. "Sorry for the interruption. I know you were gearing up for a steamy scene, but it's way too hot for this platform."
If we want to keep sharing our stories for free, we have to abide by this platform's guidelines.
To get the full, unabridged audiobook, go to worldsofprotheka.com.
Browse through unabridged audiobooks, countless ebooks and bundles offered at a discount.
If the thought of me whispering all the dirty details into your ear isn't enticing enough, use discount code YouTube30 to get 30% off of all digital products.
Story after story, audiobook after audiobook, the Worlds of Protheka are waiting for you.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
But unabridged, it's unforgettable.
I cradle her, my fingers caressing her skin. Her gray eyes, soft with love, meet mine. I made the right choice, I whisper, my voice thick with certainty. Always you. The firelight bathes us in warmth, transforming us from ghost and lord to man and woman, alive and free.